Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3505. They had released the surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness, and they wanted to combine all of their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had almost forgotten that there were sentient beings on this ship. The reason he had stopped was because of the sentient beings. Openly robbing them was not a good idea, as it would be too obvious, and it would be easy to see through. That was why he had used Qing Yun as an excuse. At the same time, he was also curious about her disguise abilities. He had not expected her to be one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. This made things even easier. He could just take her away and make her his maid. At the bottom of the ship, dark clouds appeared. They were all sentient beings from the universe of consciousness. To Lu Yin, they were dark clouds, but to the others, they took various forms. There were also sentient beings that took the initiative to take on certain forms. These were all sentient beings that had surrendered and were willing to join the spiritualized universe. They then joined forces with the other teams on the ship and released an even more majestic consciousness that pressed down on Lu Yin. This seemingly majestic consciousness came from all directions, and it was too chaotic. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he released his own consciousness. It howled out like a tsunami pouring into a river, instantly drowning the ship. Such a terrifying consciousness shocked everyone on the ship. 13 celestial phenomena, someone shouted in horror. The next moment, everyone on the ship fainted and collapsed to the ground, including the first elder, Si Kong, and the others. The entire ship came to a stop. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out in all directions, isolating himself from everyone's line of sight. He brought back all of the sentient beings that had been captured and those that had surrendered. After an unknown amount of time, someone on the ship woke up with a splitting headache, forgetting everything that had happened. Other cultivators boarded the ship and recounted what had happened. As the others woke up and pieced together their memories, they finally understood what had happened. Anger and cursing could not change the outcome. The ship headed towards Sky Beyond Heaven. They wanted to complain to Yu Sang Tian and hope that Sky Beyond Heaven would uphold justice. At the same time, the ship continued towards the Intelliski domain. There was another woman beside him. It was Qing Yun. She was dressed in plain clothes and did not look as elegant as Palace Mistress Yao, nor did she look as cold as Kai Keqing. This was because she had traveled to the universe of consciousness in disguise and did not want to attract too much attention. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faintly discernible distance around her that formed an incomprehensible ethereal aura. Lu Yin had never encountered such an aura before. She was still a bit off from being high and mighty. Heroic. Luxurious. None of them were, but they all had a very strange temperament. Lu Yin often glanced at Qing Yun, and Old Tao noticed it. He tried to curry favor with Lu Yin. "Boss, there's a starry sky city not too far ahead. Do you want to rest for a few days before continuing? Are you tired?" he asked casually. Old Tao smiled and winked. "Perhaps Miss Qing Yun is tired." Qing Yun frowned and looked at Old Tao. Ever since she had been captured by Lu Yin, she had been very calm. She hadn't resisted, and she hadn't asked for the reason either. She had simply walked along with Lu Yin like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. She knew very well that even Palace Master Yao could only be a maid. Unless Sang Tian intervened, she had no hope of escaping. Over the past few days, Lu Yin had looked at her from time to time, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made her feel relieved. However, Old Tao's words made her heart jump. She didn't know the purpose of this third boss making her a maid. Was she really just a maid? What was the point? What was this person thinking? Palace Master Yao and Kai Qing both glared at Old Tao. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I'll take you there." Old Tao smiled awkwardly. Yes, yes. Aren't you going to say anything? Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun. This girl was just like Kai Qing. She had been taken away without saying anything. There was no fear, no despair, and no fear. Lu Yin could feel Kai Qing's coldness, but Qing Yun was definitely not that kind of coldness. Although her temperament was strange, she was definitely not a cold person. She should be a normal person with all kinds of emotions, but right now, she was only calm. Qing Yun met Lu Yin's eyes. What's the point of taking me away? Lu Yin looked up and thought for a moment. I don't know either. Just think of it as gathering the outside sky's two absolutes. Gathering them. Qing Yun's eyes flashed. This wasn't a nice word. Behind me is the ninth spirit. Lu Yin raised his brows. The ninth spirit of the seven great mulberry skies. Yes. What a coincidence. I'm just about to challenge Bao Qi of the seven great mulberry skies. Qing Yun was calm. You have the ability. You can see that too. Lu Yin asked in return. Qing Yun smiled faintly. My disguise comes from the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit said that only a powerful spiritual primordial realm cultivator, one who can fight a bitter disaster expert, can see through my disguise. Such a level in the spiritualized universe is equivalent to a mulberry sky. If you can see through my disguise, you have the ability of a mulberry sky. With the addition of the first elder, what those people said is clear. Lu Yin smiled. So you're very calm. You know you can't escape. Qing Yun looked at Lu Yin, her expression solemn. I know threats are useless, but I still have to say that the ninth spirit is not to be trifled with. Lu Yin nodded. The seven great mulberry skies are not to be trifled with. The ninth spirit is not someone Bao Qi can compare to. You seem to have no respect for the mulberry skies. Lu Yin was puzzled. He stared at Qing Yun. What's your relationship with the ninth spirit? Qing Yun said, everyone in the spiritualized universe calls her the ninth spirit. Palace Master Yao knows this as well. There's nothing strange about it. Lu Yin looked at Palace Master Yao. She nodded. There's something wrong with your body, Lu Yin suddenly said. Qing Yun's gaze flickered, but she did not reply. Lu Yin looked at Qing Yun strangely. This woman's body was very strange. It seemed to have a special constitution that contained fire within. In the world of cultivation, special constitutions existed. Innate gifts were actually all kinds of special constitutions, but Qing Yun's constitution was not an innate gift. Come to my side, Lu Yin said. Qing Yun's body trembled, and she looked at him. Lu Yin stretched out his hand. Palace Master Yao consciously moved aside. Old Tao did not look sideways. His boss was too anxious. Everyone had said that there was a heavenly city ahead. Qing Yun stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her. Say it again. Hand. Qing Yun hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her hand and placed it in Lu Yin's palm. It was smooth to the touch, and her skin was whiter than snow. Lu Yin held Qing Yun's hand for a moment, but he quickly let go. You're not far from death. Old Tao blinked and looked back blankly. His boss couldn't be saying words of love, right? Qing Yun was silent. I'm suddenly very interested in you. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Qing Yun. Qing Yun did not understand what Lu Yin meant. Is it very interesting to watch someone die? Lu Yin did not answer, and his gaze was deep. This was really too strange. This woman's body did contain fire, and it was constantly burning her body from the inside out. However, this burning was different from a real fire. If one had to describe it, it was like there was a result first, and then there was a process. The burning of fire was a process, and it was also a normal natural phenomenon. However, in this woman's body, the process was reversed. Her body appeared to be burning from the inside out. It was very, very slow, but there were no flames. If this process was understood by karma, then there was an effect first, and then there was a cause. Once this process was over, this woman's entire body would be engulfed by the flames and disappear instantly. This was also one of the points that Lu Yin found strange. Why was it reversed? How could karma be reversed? The desolate ancestor had helped Lu Yin remove Grandmaster Qingcao's karmic seal by reversing karma. This was a heresy to karma, as all karma would stop it. That was why Lu Yin had been able to remove the seal, but the desolate ancestor himself had been trapped by karma. This woman's constitution was clearly able to reverse karma, but how did she do it? How was this constitution born? Strange, too strange. First, there was Jiang Qi, who could hide in the blanket and block the karma spiral. Now, there was this special constitution. The spiritualized universe made Lu Yin more and more confused. Have you thought about how to solve your body's problem? Lu Yin asked. Qing Yun's gaze dimmed. Even the ninth spirit has no solution. Is that so? Lu Yin finally understood where Qing Yun's calmness came from. She was someone who could die at any time. When people came into contact with each other, it was based on the other person's life state and life state. Whether it was sadness or joy, it all originated from this. Qing Yun gave people the feeling that she was a person who was about to die. She could ignore everything that happened in the world. However, her personality was not cold, and she should have been looking for a solution all along. And Qing Yun frowned. You've already seen it clearly. What else do you want? Lu Yin repeated, hand. Qing Yun had no choice but to place her hand in Lu Yin's. Reversing karma. How could Lu Yin let such a thing happen before his eyes? However, this scene was full of ambiguity in the eyes of others, and it also confirmed Lu Yin's motive for capturing the maidservant. Originally, Palace Mistress Yo had only just been captured and treated like a maidservant. Although many people were angry, they did not touch their bottom line. However, when Lu Yin grabbed Qing Yun's hand, many people's mentality collapsed, and they almost challenged Lu Yin to a duel. Up ahead, someone blocked the path. Lu Yin looked over. The one in charge is someone from the Intent Realm Crusade. The leader is Shi Xiu, Old Tao said. Lu Yin recognized Shi Xiu. This person had not participated in the Battle of the Intent Realm. Otherwise, he might not be standing here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3506. At first, he guessed that they had all been wiped out by the battle between Lu Yin and Qi Zun. However, not all of them were left. After a long time of guessing, verifying, and searching, Shi Xiu finally found Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could give them an answer. Of course, Shi Xiu had his own guesses as well, but he didn't dare voice them out. He found them unbelievable and wanted to get some clues from Lu Yin. Lu Yin let go of Qing Yun's hand and leaned forward to stare at Shi Xiu. You're blaming me. Shi Xiu hurriedly said, I don't mean that. It's just that all the sentient beings have disappeared, and the domain needs to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven. Only Third Master was underground at the time, so I wanted to ask you to tell me. Lu Yin sneered. What does it have to do with me if you want to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven? Shi Xiu was helpless. The Qi family has been eliminated, and they have no right to speak in the domain. This is what the Alliance promised Third Master, so please help us. We'll be eternally grateful. Lu Yin smiled. The Alliance will be grateful to me. Will you be grateful? Shi Xiu's expression changed. These were just polite words. Grateful. Of course not. How would he explain it to Yu Sang Tian if they were grateful to Lu Yin? This third master didn't give the alliance any face at all. In the distance, many members of the alliance were watching, including Wu Tong. She didn't appear, as she knew that she had no face in front of the third master. Shi Xiu wanted to say something, but Lu Yin waved a hand. Don't block the way, or I won't mind sparring with you. Shi Xiu had no choice but to step aside and watch as the pole moved away. He hadn't gotten anything, this person hadn't given him a chance at all. Was his guess true or false? The beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship had also been captured by this person. He wanted to see what would happen to them in the end. Hand. Qin Yun glanced at Lu Yin and frowned, but she still extended her hand. Lu Yin held her hand and felt her constitution. He was thinking about the beings from the universe of consciousness. He had been too obvious. He had captured the beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship. If they never appeared again, someone might guess something, which would be very disadvantageous for him. Lu Yin still remembered He Wuxian's words before he died. The spiritualized universe could slaughter the consciousness universe, but he could absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe's life forms. In comparison, perhaps he was the greater enemy of the consciousness universe. The three universes could not allow the Tian Yuan universe to be targeted by the other two universes simultaneously. Those captured life forms from the universe of consciousness hadn't had their consciousnesses absorbed by Lu Yin, and they were still inside Mount Supreme. How could he deal with them? Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of someone, Sage Great Lu. Stop at the starry sky city up ahead. Old Tao looked back and winked. Understood, head of the family. Qin Yun's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin. What are you trying to do? Lu Yin smiled at her. What do you think? Qin Yun's face was even paler now. You, don't do anything rash. The ninth spirit will not let you off. How interesting. You're the one who said that threats are useless, so why are you still threatening me? Qin Yun gritted her teeth. My physique will burn you as well. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? That's all the more reason to study it. As they spoke, they arrived at the starry sky city. Qin Yun's face turned pale as she clenched her fists. Only at this moment did she feel fear. She couldn't understand why such an expert would be so despicable. Old Tao quickly found a courtyard and Lu Yin entered it. As for Qin Yun, she stood guard outside like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. Old Tao was stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Palace Mistress Yao wasn't surprised. The third master seemed arrogant and unruly, but it was all an act. Regardless of his stance, this person wasn't bad. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. She hated Lu Yin for toying with her, but she was still nervous. She looked at the courtyard from time to time, afraid that she would be caught. Within the courtyard, Lu Yin released Sage Great Lu. Back then, Lu Yin had pushed Sage Great Lu into the hell of general appointment platform. It was indeed hell. Looking back at the past, the karmic ties, he saw the people he once missed, and also his enemies. It could be said that the more emotional a person was, the more hell they would be in. A few days later, when Lu Yin threw Sage Great Lu into Mount Supreme, Sage Great Lu was still in a daze. Sage Great Lu had nothing to do with Lu Yin, so Lu Yin wouldn't have pushed him into the hell of general appointment platform for so long. Only Lord Qi, Reverend Qi, and carefree old man would be pushed into the hell of general appointment platform. Although Lu Yin released Sage Great Lu from the hell of general appointment platform, he didn't let him go. After all, this person was involved in the intent realm. There were some things that couldn't be released before they were resolved. Sage Great Lu was terrified when he saw Lu Yin. The scenes in the hell of general appointment platform terrified him. He couldn't defend this person. He definitely couldn't. Greetings, third master. Sage Great Lu's attitude was extremely respectful. Lu Yin looked at him. Who stole the white willow? Sage Great Lu was shocked. He had been imprisoned and didn't know about the outside world. He also didn't know that Lu Yin had broken through the intent realm. Third master, this matter concerns the intent realm. I will only ask this question once. If you don't answer, you know the consequences. Lu Yin was indifferent. The scenes in the Hell of General Appointment platform flashed in Sage Great Lu's mind again. He hurriedly said, "It's Qi Gong, the head of the Qi family." This answer was enough to shock most of the people in the spiritualized universe. The head of the Qi family in the intent realm stole the white willow and framed his own ancestor, causing a conflict between the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible. However, Lu Yin wasn't surprised. During the Battle of Intent Realm, Wu Wei didn't take action. It was only when Lu Yin wanted to suppress Qi Gong that Wu Wei took action and used the Sword of Heaven. At that time, Lu Yin only needed to suppress Qi Gong to end the battle. However, Wu Wei still used all his strength to protect Qi Gong. The answer was obvious. Qi Gong and Wu Wei had a special relationship. If Lu Yin wasn't wrong, Wu Wei had instructed Qi Gong to do so. However, as the head of the Qi family, what was he after? Lu Yin didn't understand. It was reasonable to say that Wu Wei controlled Qi Gong, but it was impossible. If Wu Wei could control Qi Gong, Yu Sang Tian wouldn't have put him in the intent realm. It was too dangerous. Sage Great Lu was afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't believe him. He told Lu Yin everything about his friendship with Qi Gong and how he stole the white willow and put it in the Milky Way. He didn't want to be trapped in the Hell of General Appointment platform anymore. "You're brave enough to help Qi Gong hide the white willow," Lu Yin praised. Sage Great Lu was helpless. "I had no choice. If I didn't do so, I would have been killed by Qi Gong. Qi Gong is ruthless, and I'm not his match. His consciousness is best at sneak attacks." "So, the mastermind who stole the white willow is Qi Gong?" Lu Yin asked. Sage Great Lu said respectfully, "Yes, it's Qi Gong." "Wrong, it's you," Lu Yin retorted. Sage Great Lu was stunned. "Third master, this has nothing to do with me. I only helped Qi Gong hide the white willow." Lu Yin stared at Sage Great Lu. "If I say it's you, then it's you." Qi Gong was forced. Sage Great Lu looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Is this person related to the Qi family? In the intent realm, the Alliance Crusade. Master Feng was anxiously looking for Shi Xiu. Senior, the Alliance leader, went to look for the third master of Dayu Manor. He hasn't returned yet. Master Feng quickly contacted Shi Xiu. In space, Shi Xiu received the call. "What's the matter?" "It's Qi Gong. Qi Gong is the one who stole the white willow." Master Feng's voice sounded. Shi Xiu's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Beside him, Wu Tong and the others heard it. They couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The Qi family's patriarch stole the white willow. Not only did he frame the patriarch, but he also caused the Qi family to go against the Alliance. How is this possible? It's Qi Gong. This is the news from Heaven's hand. After the white willow was stolen, we paid a high price for Heaven's hand to search for it. Even when the third master pulled out the white willow, Heaven's hand had no news. However, Heaven's hand just sent news that Qi Gong stole the white willow and hid it in the Deming region Sky River, Master Feng said. Shi Xiu's tone was low. How did Heaven's hand know? They didn't say, but they are absolutely sure, Master Feng said. He was excited. Once this matter was confirmed, the Qi family would really be finished. The Alliance would control the intent realm. Although the Alliance and the Qi family were both chess pieces for Yu Sang Tian to control the intent realm, it was just for show. In reality, as long as the Qi family existed, the Alliance would always be second. Although Lu Yin's battle had caused the Qi family to decline completely, as long as the Qi family was still in the intent realm, they would still have the right to speak. Master Feng was second only to Shi Xiu in the Alliance. Once the Qi family was finished, his status would rise rapidly. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Wait for me to come back. Shi Xiu hurried back to the intent realm with everyone. In the starry sky city, someone came looking for them. It was Qing Shao. Seeing Qing Shao, Qing Yun was shocked and wanted him to leave. Qing Shao was furious. Sister, this person actually dared to make you his maid. I won't let him go. Shut up and go back quickly. Qing Yun was anxious. Qing Shao wanted to rush into the courtyard, but there was a beast standing in front of him. The beast looked harmless and was a little petite. When Qing Shao was about to rush in, the beast grabbed him and threw him away. Qing Shao. Qing Yun was shocked. Old Tao said, "Don't worry. It's fine. Young people have a lot of temper. It's good to throw him away to calm down." Qing Yun looked at the beast. They had no way to resist the power just now. Old Tao was afraid. Don't underestimate it. It's not weak to be able to carry the master's palanquin. It once tore 3 heads apart. Qing Yun was shocked. She knew about the 3 heads, but it was actually torn apart by this monkey. The beast raised its head and chest, facing Qing Yun. It raised its hand and gave her a thumbs up, revealing its big white teeth. Qing Yun was stunned. After some time, Qing Shao returned. He wanted to rush into the courtyard, but he was thrown away by the beast again. Then, he came back and was thrown away again. Old Tao was speechless. This young man really wasn't afraid of death. The difference in strength was obvious, but he still dared to come. Qing Yun couldn't stop him. The beast didn't get tired and found it very interesting. It even gave Qing Shao a thumbs up every time he returned. Su Wang was envious. He also came over slowly. Before the beast attacked, he bit Qing Shao and threw him away. This time, there was another creature. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3507. Under Qing Yun's confused gaze, Su Wang also gave her a thumbs up and showed his big white teeth. Qing Yun immediately fell to the ground and lost his strength. Qing Shao came back and was quite tenacious. Just after Qing Shao was thrown out dozens of times, someone came to the courtyard and asked to see Lu Yin. It was Ru Mu, the beautiful woman in the painting. Ru Mu. Qing Shao came again with a swollen face and saw Ru Mu. Ru Mu looked at Qing Shao and blinked. What are you doing? Qing Shao rubbed his nose and tidied his hair. Playing. Ru Mu laughed. You're really in the mood. Qing Yun was also surprised by Ru Mu's arrival. They knew Ru Mu and had met each other in Sky Beyond Sky. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and said respectfully, Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to see the 3rd leader. Old Tao was puzzled. Girl, what are you doing here? Ru Mu and Lu Yin had a conversation in Ring Sun City. She wanted to say something but Lu Yin did not give her a chance. After that, they did not meet again. Old Tao could not figure out what she was doing here. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and bowed respectfully. Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to follow the 3rd leader. As soon as she said this, Old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Shao, Palace Master Yao on the other side of the courtyard, Kai Keqing, Xing Toad, and even the cultivators of various forces who had been staring at Lu Yin were shocked. They thought they had heard wrongly. Ru Mu wanted to follow the 3rd leader. She was a cultivator of Imperial God Mountain and had a high status in Imperial God Mountain. She could enter sky beyond sky at any time and was admired by countless people. Such a person actually wanted to follow the third leader. Wasn't this joke a little too big? Qing Xiao was stunned. Rumu, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Rumu looked at the courtyard and calmed down, waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Rumu, did I hear wrongly? You want to follow the third leader? Qing Xiao came in front of Rumu and stared at her. My sister was just caught by him as a maid and you still want to come? Are you crazy? Rumu looked at Qing Xiao and smiled. The third leader's strength is peerless and the world. Such a man, who doesn't want to follow up? Qing Xiao's mouth wide open, she really wanted to follow him. Old Tao didn't dare to believe it. This wasn't a matter of following or not, but a matter of standing. He was very clear about Rumu's background. To a certain extent, this woman could represent the entire Royal God Mountain, and the Royal God Mountain only belonged to Yu Sang Tian. The Dayu Manor had violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The spearhead was directed at Yu Sang Tian. Under such circumstances, this woman's actions were equivalent to provoking Yu Sang Tian. What right did she have? Could it be Yu Sang Tian's doing? Old Tao wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people thought so as well. If it wasn't for Yu Sang Tian's instructions, how could this woman have the guts to follow Dayu Manor's third head? Wasn't she afraid of being hunted down by the Royal God Mountain and the outer sky? She wasn't a loner like Palace Master Yao. She had too many people from the Royal God Mountain behind her. Qing Xiao was no fool. He also thought of the same thing and stepped aside. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a pair of eyes behind Rumu. That pair of eyes came from Yu Sang Heaven, enough to look down on the world. This was part of Yu Sang Tian's scheme. He wanted Rumu to follow Lu Yin, but it all depended on whether or not Lu Yin dared to accept. As Dayu Manor's second head and Lu Yin's loyal lackey, Old Tao felt that he had an obligation to solve this problem. You can leave. The third head won't accept you. Old Tao rejected her directly. Rumu looked at Old Tao. Third head is a hero of the current era. The maids under him are all peerless beauties. I don't think I'm bad. With third head's magnanimity, why won't he accept me? Old Tao's face sank. If he won't accept you, then he won't accept you. Leave, or I'll do it myself. Rumu was only a spirit warrior, so she couldn't stop Old Tao. Seeing Old Tao's gloomy expression, Rumu smiled. You dare to provoke Yu Sang Tian and want to overturn the spiritualized universe. Are you afraid of a little girl like me? Old Tao was about to attack. Lu Yin's voice came from the courtyard. Follow me if you want. It's good to be a maid. Back massage. Shoulder massage. Feet washing. Bed warming. I have all of them. Not a single one is missing. Just nice. Outside the courtyard, Palace Master Yao looked up. Back massage. Kai Kaching's eyes flashed. Shoulder massage. Qing Yun frowned. I'm not a foot washing. Rumu smiled. I can warm the bed. At this moment, Rumu was different from when he saw her in Ring Sun City. At that time, Rumu's temperament was like a painting. Now, Rumu had added some gentleness and charm. However, her temperament was still there. Many people were tempted, but they couldn't do anything about it. She was so beautiful, but she wanted to be a bed-warming maid. That was too hateful. More importantly, with Rumu's identity, how could she be a maid? Even Yu Sang Tian didn't have such treatment. Old Tao looked at Rumu deeply. What was Yushan Mountain trying to do? In the Intent Realm, the Alliance Crusaders gathered, and cultivators returned one by one. The current intent realm was completely weak. However, because of Yu Sang Tian's name and the authority to control the universe of consciousness life forms that surrendered, it wasn't impossible for them to recover as long as they were given time. Of course, it would take a long time. On this day, bad news spread to the intent realm. The universe of consciousness lifeforms that followed the battleship back to the spiritualized universe were all captured by Yu Sang Tian. This was bad news for the intent realm, but for the Qi family, it was bad news. The Qi family once had two greatest advantages over the Attack Alliance. One was strength. The Qi family had Qi Shengjuan, Qi Guan, and Qi Gong, three sequence law experts. They had a deep foundation that the Attack Alliance couldn't match. The second was their control over the universe of consciousness lifeforms. The Attack Alliance could only control some wandering cultivators. Only the Qi family could control the universe of consciousness lifeforms underground. Lu Yin had absorbed all the universe of consciousness lifeforms in the Battle of the Intent Realm. Previously, he had captured Qi Shengjuan and Qi Guan, causing the Qi family to decline. Now, the Qi family was waiting for the universe of consciousness lifeforms to come so that they could have some say. Unexpectedly, those universe of consciousness lifeforms couldn't come at all. When Qi Gong heard the news, he vomited blood again. The entire Qi family fell into a haze. Their hatred for Lu Yin had been engraved into their bones. Father, the Attack Alliance keeps gathering cultivators. I don't know why. A junior of the Qi family found Qi Gong, looking nervous. They didn't feel safe at all. Qi Gong seemed to have aged 10 years. He waved his hand. Don't worry about them. Uncle, something's wrong. The Attack Alliance's cultivators seem to have surrounded the Qi family. Master, I heard the Attack Alliance's people say that none of the Qi family will be able to escape. Someone rushed in. These words ignited Qi Gong's anger. He walked out of the Qi family and stepped on the ruins, looking into the distance. Who dares to attack my Qi family? The Intent Realm. Many cultivators looked at the Qi family and heard Qi Gong's words. Qi Gong roared, no matter how much the Qi family declines, we're still under Lord Yu Sang Tian's orders to control the Intent Realm. What is your Attack Alliance? Do you have the right to destroy my Qi family? Scram, all of you, scram. Stay away from my Qi family. Scram. The Attack Alliance's cultivators looked on coldly, neither advancing nor retreating. They just looked at the Qi family. The once glorious Qi family was now in ruins. At the door, the broken stone steel was still there. No one would have thought that a peak powerhouse like Qi Zun had once lived there. Now that Qi Zun had completely disappeared, the Qi family should be over. The Qi family's cultivators were sad. Everything had changed too quickly. They had never thought that the Qi family would fall to such an extent. Qi Gong panted heavily and clenched his fists. His eyes were red as he looked around. The Attack Alliance's cultivators, who once didn't even dare to look at him, were now looking at him with mockery and pity. He couldn't stand their gazes. He wanted to destroy the Attack Alliance, destroy De Villa, and destroy everyone who had hurt the Qi family. At this moment, Feng Shengren walked out of the void and looked at Qi Gong. Why is Master Qi so angry? Who offended you? Qi Gong stared coldly at Feng Shengren. This person had once spoken to him very politely. He didn't dare to offend him at all. Now, his tone was mocking, and his eyes were looking down on him. Who did he think he was? Feng Shengren, Qi Gong said slowly. Feng Shengren stared at Qi Gong. It's me. Why is Master Qi suddenly angry? The third master of Dayu Villa isn't here, is he? Qi Gong narrowed his eyes and sneered. The Intent Realm was created by ancestor Qi Zun. As long as the Intent Realm exists, it will belong to the Qi family. Our Qi family has received Master Yu Sang Tian's favor. Master Yu Sang Tian will support our Qi family. Who do you think you are? Feng Shangren's face darkened. Is that so? What if the Qi family loses Master Yu Sang Tian's favor? Qi Gong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think you are to change Master Yu Sang Tian's mind? Even Shi Xiu wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Just you wait. I'll make you miserable in sky beyond sky. Feng Shangren's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment, Shi Xiu returned and looked at Qi Gong coldly. I didn't expect you to be the one who stole Bai Lu, Qi Gong. Qi Gong was stunned. Everyone in the Qi family was stunned. What? Stole Bai Lu? Qi Gong. How was that possible? The Qi family was furious. Shi Xiu, you're lying. You should think of a better reason to deal with the Qi family. Don't think that the Qi family's decline will be wronged by you. What a joke. Why would the master steal Bai Lu? *T. Countless curses came from the Qi family. In response, many cultivators of the Crusader League surrounded the Qi family and stared coldly. Shi Xiu didn't seem to hear those curses and stared at Qi Gong. At first, he was still a little uncertain. However, the moment he said that, Qi Gong's reaction confirmed it. At that moment, the fear in Qi Gong's eyes couldn't lie. Qi Gong stared at Shi Xiu with red eyes. Nonsense. I stole Bai Lu. What proof do you have? Shi Xiu shook his head. The heavenly hand found out that you stole Bai Lu. The one who ordered you to steal Bai Lu is Saint Great Lu. Qi Gong roared, how dare you accuse me? Why did I steal Bai Lu? What's the benefit of stealing Bai Lu? We still don't know the reason, but you did it. The heavenly hand wouldn't dare to lie about this kind of thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain it to Lord Yu Sang Tian. Why did Saint Great Lu order you to steal Bai Lu? Why are you willing to steal Bai Lu? Who's behind Saint Great Lu? What's his purpose? We'll find out all these. I'll have to trouble you to come with me to the outer sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3508. As Shi Xiu spoke, he secretly used his consciousness to attack Qi Gong, making him dizzy. His will to resist was weakening. In addition to the continuous attacks during this period, his body went limp. No, I won't go. I don't want to go to heaven beyond heaven. I won't go. His reaction made everyone's heart sink. If Qi Gong didn't steal the white willow, why didn't he dare to go to heaven beyond heaven? In heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sang Tian would personally investigate. Heaven's hand would also reveal everything he knew. If it wasn't Qi Gong, he didn't need to be afraid. But now, Qi Gong's reaction was obviously wrong. Shi Xiu was sure that Qi Gong stole the white willow, but why? He couldn't figure out the reason at all. Qi Gong trembled. The surrounding gazes were like sharp blades slashing on his body, suffocating him. In his body, power flowed back and attacked his meridians. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Father! Uncle! The juniors of Qi clan hurried forward to support him and looked at Qi Gong in a daze. Qi Gong smiled bitterly. It was over. Everything was over. He was the one who stole the white willow. Once he went to heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sang Tian would definitely find out. Since heaven's hand had already found out, how could there be no evidence? He stole the white willow because of Wu Wei, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon who was trapped in the intent realm. Since young, his consciousness cultivation talent wasn't high. If it wasn't for Wu Wei's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to become the patriarch of Qi clan. Wu Wei kept guiding him, and after countless years, he was already used to being guided by Wu Wei. Wu Wei guided him to steal the White Willow and wrongly accuse Lord Qi, causing the Qi clan to have conflicts with the Crusade League. Not only that, for so many years, the conflicts between Qi clan and those itinerant cultivators were actually caused by Wu Wei. Because of this, the Crusade League was born. As for Saint Dayu, he was just used by him. Wu Wei was the mastermind, and he was the executor. But how could he explain all this? How could he explain? Now that it was exposed, there was no way to explain. He looked up at Shi Xiu. His eyes were covered in a layer of blood mist. Why did Shi Xiu say that the mastermind was Saint Dayu? It puzzled him. Saint Great Lu had done nothing but hide White Willow, and none of this had anything to do with him. So, how could he be the mastermind? Looking at the Qi palace that was on the verge of collapsing, Shi Xiu's face turned gloomy. It seems like Heaven's Hand's investigation is correct. You are indeed the one who stole the White Willow. Saint Dayu used you to steal the White Willow and caused a conflict between the Qi family and me. At the same time, he purposely attracted the attention of the third master of the Dayu Villa and exposed the White Willow's location in the Dayu domain. His goal was to make the Qi family find trouble with the Dayu Villa and eventually attract a strong enemy for the Intent Realm. The only purpose of doing this is to deal with the beings of the universe of consciousness underground. Qi Gong, you've been used. Qi Gong stared blankly at Shi Xiu. What was he talking about? He didn't understand at all. What purposely exposing White Willow? What did attracting the third master have to do with him? Master Feng sighed. One trap after another. There must be someone else behind Saint Great Lu. Otherwise, he alone would not be able to set up such a big trap. You're right. Maybe. Shi Xiu raised his hand to stop Master Feng from continuing. He stared at Qi Gong. Now that things have come to this, you don't have anything to explain. As the head of the Qi family, Qi Gong, you're really pitiful. Qi Gong opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he was stunned and couldn't say a word. He had indeed stolen White Willow. However, what did what Shi Xiu said, or what Heaven's Hand found out, have to do with White Willow? How could Saint Great Lu be the mastermind? What motive did he have? He knew the reason why Wu Wei had asked him to steal White Willow and caused a dispute in the Intent Realm. It was very simple. Revenge was revenge. Wu Wei had already betrayed the universe of consciousness and couldn't go back. He could only survive in the spiritualized universe. Causing all this trouble wasn't too much. It was just to take revenge on Honorable Qi. If things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Lord Yu Sang Tian. He would be in trouble. These were all small matters. Furthermore, his theft of White Willow shouldn't have been discovered. Who would have thought that the lawless third master of the Dayu Mountain Villa would appear and coincidentally make a move on the Dayu domain and expose White Willow? Everything was a coincidence. However, Shi Xiu and the others made it sound like a shocking conspiracy. There was no conspiracy. However, it was useless for him to say anything now. No one would believe him. He was finished. The Qi family was also finished. A conspiracy of life forms from the universe of consciousness ultimately destroyed the Qi family. I really don't understand. Master Qi, why are you doing this? Master Feng sighed. Qi Gong's gaze became unfocused. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Seeing the Qi family members' ashen faces, Shi Xiu ordered the Qi family to be locked down. No one was allowed to leave. Alliance Master. Master Feng wanted to say something. Shi Xiu said in a low voice, I know what you want to say. I have made arrangements for the third master. Now, see Wu Wei. In the corner of the intent realm, Shi Xiu felt the majestic consciousness. His expression was solemn. Wu Wei. What's the matter? Is Qi Gong's theft of White Willow related to you? Wu Wei immediately denied it. Unrelated. Shi Xiu frowned. Are you sure it's unrelated? He will be taken to heavens beyond. If you were the mastermind, you won't be able to explain it to Lord Yu Sang Tian. Wu Wei's consciousness swept towards Shi Xiu like a gale. Shi Xiu hurriedly retreated and resisted Wu Wei's consciousness. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. If I say it's unrelated, then it's unrelated. Junior, remember that I belong to the spiritualized universe. I'm not your prisoner. Shi Xiu took a deep breath and turned to leave. After Shi Xiu left, Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. He had seen everything that had happened in the Qi family, and he was equally confused. How could there be so many schemes? He had only wanted to take revenge on Reverend Qi and instigate a dispute in the intent realm. As for the life forms from the consciousness realm underground, they had nothing to do with him. Although they were all life forms from the consciousness realm, they did not think of each other as the same. In the consciousness realm, they had also killed each other. How could he do so much for those life forms? But what could he do now? Qi Gong would definitely expose him, which would be troublesome. And that third master, that human, would be even more troublesome. In outer space, Lu Yin was lying on the pole, his left hand holding onto Qin Yun's hand while his right hand rested on Rumu's head. He looked very relaxed. In front, Old Tao respectfully led the way. Qin Shao chased after the pole, his eyes blazing. After leaving the Dayu villa, the biggest change was that there were 2 more maids. He looked at Rumu. Did you Sang Tian arrange for you to be my maid? Rumu looked up, and Lu Yin's hand touched her forehead. It was smooth and very comfortable. If I say no, will you believe me? Yes. Lu Yin was nonchalant. Rumu smiled faintly, her gaze gentle. Come, let me hear you curse Yu Sang Tian, Lu Yin suddenly said. Rumu's expression changed. Beside her, Palace Mistress Yao's lips curled up. Kai Keqing, Qing Yun, and even Qing Shao, whose eyes were spitting fire, all looked at Rumu. This was interesting. Cursing did not hurt or itch, but it represented one's position, especially to a high and mighty existence like Yu Sang Tian. Once Rumu cursed, she could forget about ever returning to the royal god mountain. Even if Yu Sang Tian did not care, the cultivators under him would not let someone who had cursed Yu Sang Tian live, let alone return to the royal god mountain. Right now, the spiritualized universe could not understand why Yu Sang Tian had not attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin had provoked Yu Sang Tian several times. Now, Lu Yin had thrown this problem to Rumu. Old Tao turned around and flattered, Master's wisdom is like a god's, and you can do anything you want. Even watching from afar is an extravagant hope, and I only know how to avoid harm. If I can learn even 10% of Master's wisdom in this life, my life would not have been in vain. Lu Yin placed a hand on Rumu's head and narrowed his eyes as he waited quietly. Rumu looked up and smiled at Lu Yin. I don't want to curse. Oh. Lu Yin raised a brow. Old Tao glanced at Rumu coldly. Palace Mistress Yao and the others looked at Rumu. If she did not curse, she would not be able to pass this test. Rumu met Lu Yin's gaze, her eyes bright. Yu Sang Tian is not worthy of being on the same level as Master. If I curse, I won't be pure anymore. How can I still be Master's maid? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he laughed. Old Tao was shocked. Although she did not curse harshly, it was more serious than that. This woman was ruthless. Palace Mistress Yao looked deeply at Rumu. A mere Ling Zhan dared to slander Yu Sang Tian. Even his father did not dare. Rumu received 2 compliments from Li Shou and Su Wang. The star toad could not help but praise Rumu. This woman was too ruthless. An ant dared to slander Tianqiong. Amidst the laughter, there was an unparalleled sense of heroism. Lu Yin found his 2 new maids to be very interesting. One had the ability to reverse karma, and the other dared to slander Yu Sang Tian just because she was a Ling Zhan. Especially Rumu. What right did she have? This was much more serious than when Lu Yin had cursed the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy. Rumu's words would reach Yu Sang Tian's ears sooner or later. Lu Yin would wait and see what right she had to do this. This woman was clearly as weak as an ant, but he could not see through her. He felt that the current Rumu was slightly different from the one he had met in Circling Sun City, but there was no doubt that they were the same person. Not long after, another woman blocked the path and bowed to Lu Yin. "Master, Wudong greets you." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Little Wudong. Why are you here again? Why are you looking for Master?" Those who were watching this scene from the shadows were stunned. Could it be that she was going to be a maid again? Wudong asked in a crisp voice, "Does Master still remember Sage Daliu?" Lu Yin nodded. "I remember. I used Sage Daliu's hand to deal with the battleships and capture the maids." Wudong smiled. "I didn't expect Master to be like a god. You still remember such a small character." A spirit cultivator is not a small character. I can't compare to Master." "Little Wudong, you really know how to talk." Lu Yin was delighted. Wudong smiled and said, "Master, your divine power is unparalleled. You broke through the intent realm and destroyed the Qi clan. Even the Crusaders didn't dare to say anything. Now that the matter of the intent realm is over, could you please sell Saint Great Lu to us?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "What do you want Sage Daliu for?" Wudong was about to speak when Lu Yin waved a hand. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to listen. Domain, one of the 7 great powers. It doesn't matter. However, I can't give you Sage Daliu." Wudong bowed, her expression graceful and aggrieved. "The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay any price as long as Master is magnanimous." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3509. Lu Yin was helpless. "It's not that I don't want to give him to you, but I really can't. How about I capture him and give him to you?" Wu Tong did not understand. "Capture him? Isn't Sage Dayu in your hands?" "He's long gone. That old fellow paid the price, so I let him go. Anyway, there's no deep grudge between us, so why would I capture him?" Lu Yin did not seem to mind. Wu Tong's eyes flashed. "Sage Dayu escaped." "Yes, let's wait. Or you can tell me where he is, and I'll capture him for you." "That old fellow paid a high price, and I don't know where he came from," Lu Yin said. Wu Tong pursed her lips. "In that case, thank you for telling me. We won't trouble you. The Rebel Alliance will look for him ourselves." "Alright, let me know if there's any trouble. I have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Look, even a maid has come to me." "Ha!" Lu Yin laughed and glided past Wu Tong, continuing to head towards the Intelliski domain. As she watched Lu Yin leave, Wu Tong contacted Shi Xiu. In the intent realm, Shi Xiu looked up. "Sage Dayu escaped." "Got it." Sage Dayu was behind Qi Gong's theft of the White Willow, and there was definitely someone else behind Sage Dayu. Otherwise, how could he have paid the price to get the 3rd master to release him? In the Dayu domain, Sage Dayu had deliberately exposed the White Willow to lure the Qi family to the 3rd master. With the Qi family's conduct and Lord Qi's personality, the Qi family would definitely have offended the 3rd master. It was not impossible for the 3rd master to find the intent realm, or rather, the Dayu villa to find the intent realm. Sage Dayu had to be found, as the person behind him had calculated too deeply. Their goal was to capture the consciousness life forms underground in the intent realm. From the looks of it, those consciousness life forms might have been taken away by the third master and traded to Sage Dayu. The third master would not have said anything about this. This also explained why the third master had captured the consciousness life forms from the battleship. Then, was Lu Yin's previous guess wrong? Shi Xiu frowned, as he still felt that something was amiss. He did not believe that all of this was a coincidence. It could not be a coincidence. The news of Rumu taking the initiative to become Lu Yin's mate had already spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Countless people were envious, as they did not understand what was so special about Lu Yin. It was one thing for her to be caught, but she was even throwing herself into his arms. Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe were interested in all sorts of speculations, and one of them spread very quickly and even reached Lu Yin's ears. What? Dual cultivation. Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a cultivation method. Qing Yun's face turned red, and she really wanted to pull her hand away from Lu Yin's palm. Old Tao laughed strangely. Yes, the outside world is saying that the reason why Master has such a high cultivation level at such a young age is because of the dual cultivation technique. Lu Yin was speechless. Not only that, but there are also rumors in the outside world that this dual cultivation technique is the legendary dual heavens binding technique, Old Tao added. Lu Yin blinked. Double heaven not. There are too many legends in the spiritualized universe. Because cultivation methods have been unified since a long time ago, anyone who can create an alternative cultivation method is considered a legend. The dual heavens binding technique is one of those legends. Old Tao thought about it and then continued, legend has it that the creators of the dual heavens binding technique were a couple. The two of them had accidentally obtained half of a cultivation technique. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to cultivate it, but the two of them relied on their willpower and luck to forcefully cultivate each half of the technique. While they were traveling the universe, they met the other half by chance, and they attracted each other with their cultivation techniques. I heard that on the night of their wedding, both of their cultivation techniques were complete. In the end, both of them mastered their techniques and broke through the limits of their cultivation. Coincidentally, that night, their enemies came looking for them, and they were dealt with by the two of them who had broken through. After that, the two of them cultivated using this method, and it gradually spread. It was known as the dual heavens binding technique. After the two of them died, the dual heavens binding technique was passed down to their disciples. Their disciples were extremely talented, far beyond the imagination of the couple. This person changed the dual heavens binding technique and was no longer limited to a fixed cultivation technique. Instead, it increased one's cultivation speed by 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, or even more. In fact, at the beginning of cultivation, many families and powers have methods that allow one's cultivation speed to surpass that of an ordinary person's by several times or even dozens of times. If that doesn't work, they can also imbue one's cultivation speed, but that kind of cultivation speed can only be maintained at a certain level. However, the dual heavens binding technique is different. Legend has it that this technique can be cultivated without limit. Even if one reaches the level of a sequence law, it can increase one's cultivation speed. Lu Yin listened as if it was a story. So, there's no way to verify whether it's true or false. Otherwise, the dual heavens binding technique would have been taken away by the sky beyond sky. Old Tao flattered, Master is wise. This is just a legend, and there's no way to verify it over time. No one knows whether it's true or false. Many people think that it's made up by a storyteller, but now this dual heavens binding technique has been brought up again. More and more people in the outside world think that this technique is in Master's hands, or rather. He hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin laughed. Dual heavens binding technique, huh? The name is not bad. So the outside world thinks that I keep taking in maids to cultivate the dual heavens binding technique. As he spoke, he looked at Rumu. She took the initiative to become my maid because of the dual heavens binding technique. Old Tao said, after all, Miss Rumu and Master had a conversation in Ring Sun City. No one knows what they were talking about. Rumu smiled and looked at Luin. Does Master really know the dual heavens binding technique? Luin opened his hand, and in his hand, Qing Yun's hand was already tightly clenched. She immediately withdrew her hand the moment Luin opened it. Who knows? This kind of rumor is not bad. Time passed day by day, and the sliding rod headed straight towards Shikong domain. It was really straight. Along the way, whether it was the celestial bodies or the 36 domains, which were feared by cultivators, they could not change the direction of the sliding rod. At this moment, countless cultivators arrived outside the space abyss in Jikong domain. They looked at the space abyss from time to time. It was bottomless. No one would have thought that Bao Qi would actually be here. Some were bold and wanted to explore the space abyss, but they never came back up. Sang Tian was almost the ruler of the spiritualized universe. His dignity was inviolable. Even if those who went to explore were killed, no one would dare to say anything. Further ahead of the space abyss was Jikong domain. At this moment, Yu Gongzi had already returned to Jikong domain. Beside him stood Mr. Li. There's a familiar aura. Mr. Li looked outside the space abyss with a serious expression. Yu Gongzi frowned. Old man. Mr. Li nodded. Not just one. The battle of the space abyss is going to be lively. If things go wrong, even if the third master wins against Bao Qi and Sang Tian, he won't be able to return to Diyu Manor alive. Yu Gongzi was surprised. You seem to think that he can win. Mr. Li did not say it explicitly. Win? Yes, he was more optimistic about the third master. That person was too unfathomable. Although Bao Qi Sang Tian was powerful, Yu Gongzi was no match for him with the cauldron bell. Yu Gongzi could see through Bao Qi Sang Tian, but he could not see through the third master. However, those old men were here. Even if the third master won against Bao Qi Sang Tian, it would not be easy for him to return. Once Bao Qi Sang Tian was defeated, Sang Tian's position would be vacant. Coupled with the arrival of the sacrificial spirit, many old men would want to fight for it. If Yu Gongzi was the third master, even if he wanted to challenge Sang Tian, he would have to wait until after the sacrificial spirit. It would be unwise to challenge him now. However, this was the only time when an outsider like him could succeed. While everyone was looking forward to it, Hua Gan finally arrived at Jikong domain. From afar, Luin saw a huge dark crack across Jikong domain. That was the space abyss. The space abyss was a type of celestial phenomenon. It was also like a crack in the spiritualized universe. It was a deep crack, and no one knew where the deepest part of the space abyss led to. However, as the news of Bao Qi's presence spread, many people guessed that those who went deep into the space abyss were not unable to find out the bottom of the space abyss. Instead, Bao Qi Sang Tian had dealt with them. When they saw the space abyss, Old Tao and the rest had solemn expressions. Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Kiqing, and the rest were solemn. Qing Yun did not care that Luin was still holding her hand. She was about to face Bao Qi Sang Tian, one of the 7 great Sang Tians. Although there were rumors that Bao Qi Sang Tian's position was bestowed by Yu Sang Tian with the cauldron bell, it did not prevent Bao Qi Sang Tian from borrowing the cauldron bell and having the strength of a Sang Tian. If he did not have this strength, Yu Sang Tian would not have been able to bestow it on him. The other Sang Tians would not acknowledge Bao Qi. Bao Qi was a true Sang Tian expert. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the space abyss. You guys can stay here. He sensed more than one obscure aura. Every strand of aura made one's scalp tingle. They were all top-notch experts. As expected, there would be a group of old men who could not hold back and wanted to fight for the Sang Tian's position. After the battle between him and Bao Qi, the more they did not want to disturb him, the more they were waiting for this moment. If he lost, those forces could make a move. If he won, those forces would make a move. They would either deal with him, a madman who provoked the outer sky, or fight for the Sang Tian's position. In the eyes of those forces, this battle would not be a loss for them. Lu Yin faced the space abyss and looked into the distance. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How many hidden old men were there in the spiritualized universe? How many people were confident in killing him? Come at me. He wanted to completely open up the heavenly Tao of karma in this battle and take the initiative. He would not be restrained by Yu Sang Tian and gain a firm foothold in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao looked back and saw that Lu Yin was different from before. It reminded him of the first time he had seen Lu Yin in Torch City. He was domineering, overlooking the world, and controlling everything. This was the feeling. Beside him, Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Kiqing, Ru Mu, and Qing Yun all looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin was different. Could a person's temperament change like this? This was the temperament of a master, where all the powerful beasts bowed their heads. Behind them, Qing Shao stared at Lu Yin's back in a daze. He did not dare to approach him, and he could not. This person gave him the feeling of a lofty mountain, and he did not seem like the arrogant young master from before. How could this be? In all directions, the people who had been following Lu Yin and the others were silent. Zhang Qinggu had come back, and he admitted defeat. The debaters in the open realm were crazy, and they seemed to be arguing endlessly. More and more people were coming, and it had not been easy for Zhang Qinggu to shake them off. He watched as Lu Yin stood up. What a terrifying pressure. There was clearly no aura leaking out, but what was with this pressure? It was as if the entire universe had stopped, and everything in front of him had turned gray. This pressure spread to the wisdom void domain. Yu Gongzi's gaze was piercingly cold. Mr. Li frowned. Why did it feel like Lu Yin had become even stronger? Even further away, Yu Gongzi opened his eyes and could not help but sigh in admiration. Lu Yin was truly the #1 genius of all time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:10. In Jianyuan, Bao Qi opened his eyes. Yu Sang Tian's words were still echoing in his mind, telling him not to make a move and to wait for Wu Huang. He couldn't wait. Sang Tian's dignity couldn't be trampled. If he didn't even dare to accept this person's challenge, what kind of Sang Tian was he? Come on, let me see if you really have the strength to fight against Sang Tian. He kept the cauldron bell and took a step forward, arriving outside the space abyss. He raised his head and looked at the distant starry sky. He grinned and his face was ferocious. Come, a loud shout reverberated through the void, causing ripples that instantly caused many people to spit out blood. Those people were originally closer to the dissension abyss. Bao Qi's shout was too sudden and caught them off guard. Some people were directly shaken to death, while the others hurriedly retreated in fear. Keep retreating. What kind of battlefield do you think this is? This is a battle between Sang Tian and Sang Tian. Retreat. That should be far enough. Not enough, far from enough. If we retreat any further, we won't be able to see it. Your life is more important. Hurry up and retreat. Listen to me. You still want to see. The battlefield that all of you can see is equivalent to the center of the battlefield. That's courting death. In outer space, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up as his voice rang out, Sang Tian Bao Qi, you actually dare to accept my challenge. The arrogance of these words made everyone's scalp go numb. They knew that Lu Yin was arrogant, but they hadn't expected him to be as arrogant as Sang Tian. Sang Tian was already at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. He was only second to Yu Sang Tian. If this person felt that even Sang Tian did not dare to accept the challenge, who else would be his worthy opponent? Yu Sang Tian. Jian Yuan. Bao Qi thought that he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect to meet someone who was even more arrogant. He grinned and his eyes were filled with savagery. You better not lose. Otherwise, I will make you suffer the most painful pain in the world. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Same here. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already above the spatial abyss. Coincidentally, he was standing right above Bao Qi, looking down from above. Bao Qi didn't lift his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up. However, it wasn't a smile. People who knew him well knew that he was suppressing his anger. He had done this during the battle for Sang Tian. Lu Yin's actions were not just arrogant provocation, but also an insult. He was actually standing on top of his head. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They couldn't understand where the third master's confidence came from. Even if he could fight Sang Tian, he wouldn't go so far as to leave no room for maneuver. Bao Qi's footsteps shook the ground, sending countless pebbles flying towards Lu Yin. These pebbles contained the sequence of sound, and each pebble was capable of piercing through ordinary sequence edicts. At this moment, the pebbles came from below, covering the skies and covering the earth. Lu Yin had fought Bao Qi before, but he had fought Bao Qi who was at Kuos level. Calamity was a stage, and also a time when a person underwent a transformation. Once passed, they would step into eternal life and become unrivaled in the world. A grass grandmaster could seal Lu Yin with a flick of his finger, preventing him from even getting close. Yu Sang Tian couldn't do it as casually as a grass grandmaster. This was the difference between him and an eternal life realm expert. And bitter adversity was the process of stepping into the eternal life realm, but this process was very strange. Some people's strength would skyrocket after stepping into bitter adversity, while others would decline. It was hard to fathom. During the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used his spirit prime realm strength and the cauldron bell to suppress Void God, Celestial Champion Dushabag, and Sapphire Jiluo. If not for crazy Principal Xiaochen forcefully pulling Bao Qi into bitter adversity with the path of red dust, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. After stepping into bitter adversity, Bao Qi's attacks were less tyrannical and more rational. It was hard to tell if his strength had increased or decreased, but Lu Yin was familiar with the rational Bao Qi instead of this savage and tyrannical person. However, the essence of their strength was the same. Countless pebbles covered Lu Yin's surroundings, releasing multicolored light. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, allowing the pebbles to explode. The multicolored light flooded the void, distorting the surroundings as the aftershocks swept out. The cultivators who came into contact with the aftershocks found it hard to breathe as they felt an intense pressure. However, Lu Yin was completely unharmed, leaving everyone speechless. In the distance, Qing Xiao was stunned. Was this guy a monster? He hadn't even dodged Bao Qi's attack, and he hadn't even been injured. Bao Qi suddenly looked up and opened his mouth to roar, sending an even more multicolored light towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down from above and opened his palm, causing ripples of power to appear as he pressed down. The ripples of power collided with the multicolored light, starting from Lu Yin and Bao Qi. They collided halfway through the void, creating a ring of light that extended into the distance. This ring of light had a hazy glow, and it looked extremely beautiful. Someone couldn't help but touch it, causing their arm to shatter. Do you want to die? Don't touch it. The ring of light seemed beautiful, but it contained a terrifying power and sound. Anyone who touched it would be killed. However, there were still people who wanted to give it a try, as this was a chance to come into contact with Sang Tian's power at close range. They could directly sense the difference between them and Sang Tian, and if they missed this opportunity, they might never get another one. Those who dared to try were definitely experts at the level of sequence laws. They wrapped themselves in sequence particles and reached out to attack the ring of light. Within the range of the ring of light, the multicolored light dimmed. Those who tried were excited, as they could resist it. However, in the next moment, an invisible force shattered their arms, and they were unable to resist. Even if they were at the level of sequence laws, they still couldn't resist. Countless people gasped at the sight of this. Even someone at the level of sequence laws could not resist it. Someone sneered inwardly. How could a mere mortal understand the power of Sang Tian? If not for the fact that these two powers were already entangled and resisting, it would not have been as simple as shattering an arm. However, the third keeper's power was truly terrifying, as he was actually able to resist Bao Qi's sequence of sound. The multicolored light had once shocked the spiritualized universe, and more than one spirit prime had died to it. It seemed gentle, but it was terrifyingly domineering. Even experts who had morphed into beasts did not dare to take it head-on. With a boom, the multicolored light was suppressed, and the ring of light continued to press down on Bao Qi. Lu Yin did not underestimate Bao Qi. Even if he had defeated him in the 37 years of his past, he would not underestimate him. Bao Qi could suppress void gods, celestial champion celestial, and Jialanjilua. His sequence of sound had swept through the battlefield at the Tianyuan universe's borders without fail, and it was enough to determine the outcome of a war. He had fought many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe, such as Sovereign Qi, Wu Wei, Zhen, Carefree Old Man, and so close, yet worlds apart. Sovereign Qi and Wu Wei seemed to be extremely powerful, but they were only comparable to Sang Tian in one aspect. As for Bao Qi, even if he did not cultivate his consciousness or spiritual force, he could still resist this power. This was Sang Tian's power level. Bao Qi's sequence of sound was the strongest among all the spiritualized universe's powerhouses that Lu Yin had fought. Its destructive power surpassed Sang Tian's, and he also had the physical strength to withstand dozens of strikes from Celestial Champion Celestial without being injured. Bao Qi was worthy of Sang Tian's name. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lu Yin was best at dealing with people like him. Sovereigns like Sovereign Qi and Dancing Butterfly had developed their own unique powers to the extreme, so they were not easy to deal with. Bao Qi, on the other hand, did not seem to have any obvious weaknesses, but he was perfectly countered by Lu Yin's all-round development. The multicolored light was continuously suppressed. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed. Impossible. How could his sequence of sound be completely suppressed? Impossible. The sequence of sound was not just a sequence technique, it also included his physical strength and techniques. Very few people knew that he had also developed his physical strength. Yushan's physical strength was extremely powerful, and he could fight against the limits of physical strength. Bao Qi was the same. He did not plan to rely on his physical strength against Lu Yin, as even Yushan had been defeated. However, the sequence of sound, which relied on physical strength, should not be so easily suppressed. At this moment, Sang Tian's words appeared in his mind once more. If he did not want him to fight this person, then he had no confidence in him. Bao Qi clenched his fists, and the corners of his mouth tore open. Fresh blood flowed down his cheeks, and the multicolored light became even more profound as it spread to the surface of his body. His entire body seemed to be burning in flames, and his meridians could be seen clearly. Flowing light flowed out of his body and continuously blasted upwards. Lu Yin raised a brow, and his palm realm battle force spread out from his arm. The starry sky in his heart was released, and boundless power circulated as he pressed down. Boom! Rumbling sounds shook the universe as the halo expanded once more, enveloping the surroundings and even the entire Intellicong domain. Prince Yu hurriedly crouched down and avoided the halo. Mr. Li also dodged with a solemn expression. This halo contained Lu Yin's strength and Bao Qi's sequence of sound, and it was extremely destructive against sequence law's powerhouses. Although it could not hurt Mr. Li, there was no need for him to interfere in this battle. Even further away, Elder Yu watched the halo spread over and then crouched down, looking exactly like Prince Yu. Image. The people of the Intellicong domain did not care about image. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:11. In the distant sky, Qing Yun and the others were equally shocked. Bao Qi had been suppressed. Old Tao had not expected Lu Yin to be able to suppress Bao Qi and Sang Tian like this. However, Bao Qi had relied on the cauldron bell, and he had yet to use it. The outcome was still uncertain. Above the abyss, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and reacted quickly. This was probably his instinct from fighting in the consciousness universe. If a normal cultivator had never fought someone who cultivated the consciousness path before, they would be at a disadvantage the first time. Even if they were stronger than the cultivator, they would still be easily defeated. However, they would be able to adapt after a few experiences. People like Bao Qi would initially be at a disadvantage when fighting in the consciousness universe, but as they gradually adapted to the bombardment of consciousness, their tolerance increased. This was why he had not fainted after being attacked by Lu Yin's cosmic realm consciousness. He had even been able to instinctively block it. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as kicking him down. It seemed like he had completely suppressed Bao Qi, and Bao Qi's performance was not as good as Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. However, if Bao Qi were to fight Dancing Butterfly Border or Wu Wei instead, they wouldn't be able to deal much damage to Bao Qi. Perhaps Dancing Butterfly's Thunderclap World could have dealt Bao Qi a blow, but that would not have been enough to determine the outcome. Still, these people were all about the same level of strength, and Bao Qi did not have the strength to overwhelm Dancing Butterfly's group. If he faced Carefree Old Man, he might even step into bitter adversity, and the outcome would be unknown. The spiritualized universe's foundation was too deep. Below the abyss, Bao Qi shook his head and touched his ear. His hand was stained with blood. He looked up. What a terrifying consciousness that was comparable to 13 celestial phenomenon. It was no wonder this person could break through his intent realm. He could not withstand this kind of consciousness bombardment any longer. If this happened a few more times, he was not sure if he could withstand it. This was different from facing 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were consciousness attacks, and this person was able to suppress him in terms of physical strength. If his consciousness was added to the equation, then Bao Qi had no chance of winning. Since that was the case, Bao Qi stood up, and the savagery in his eyes intensified. He took out the cauldron bell and walked forward. Countless eyes looked at the abyss. When they saw Bao Qi walk out with the bell, everyone subconsciously retreated. The bell of the 10 bases had finally appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bao Qi, had Yu Sang Tian not taken it away? Yu Sang Tian was not afraid that he would complete his karma with Bao Qi. Jade Palace Master Yao was left with the Jade Water. When he controlled Jade Palace Master Yao, Yu Sang Tian shattered the Jade Water, preventing him from completing the karma and causing him to suffer a backlash. Then why wasn't Bao Qi's cauldron bell taken away? Yu Sang Tian knew that he was no match for him. Unless Yu Sang Tian was confident that even if the cauldron bell was in Bao Qi's hands, he would not be able to complete his karma. What is it? Lu Yin's face grew solemn, as he could not underestimate Yu Sang Tian's methods. Just because he could not see through them did not mean that they did not exist, but that he truly could not see through them. What was it? In Bao Qi's eyes, Lu Yin's dignified expression was fear. He had originally wanted to fight without relying on the cauldron bell to clear his name, but there was no other way. He was completely suppressed, and there was no chance of victory without relying on the cauldron bell. Step by step, Bao Qi lifted the cauldron bell and looked at Lu Yin. That's right, up until now, this person has never been beaten down. He has always been looking down on me, sang Tian. Such humiliation was unbearable. Everyone held their breaths. The real battle had only just begun. Bao Qi relied on the cauldron bell to become Sang Tian. Only with the cauldron bell could he be Sang Tian. At this moment, Bao Qi was Sang Tian. The cauldron bell floated in the air, and Bao Qi slapped it with one hand. It felt as if the universe itself shook, and then an indescribable darkness spread towards Lu Yin like ink. Lu Yin raised his brows as he saw the absolute darkness again. During the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, this silent darkness had prevented anyone from approaching. During the battle in the Mirage domain, this power had rendered Ancestor Lu Yuan, Ancestor Yi, and the others helpless. Only Lu Yin and Progenitor Qin had been able to jump through time and borrow the opponent's sequence particles to break through. Then, Ancestor Ku had fought alone, but he had been unable to hold on for long. This silent power was enough to make the Tianyuan universe's 3 realms and 6 paths difficult to deal with. Lu Yin watched as the silent darkness approached. All around him, the spectators had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Even without coming into contact with it, they could feel how terrifying this silent darkness was. Mr. Li's eyes flickered. He could not break through this silent darkness. Bao Qi had the cauldron bell, so to a certain extent, he was invincible. It all depended on whether or not the third keeper had the strength to break through this power. Lu Yin's expression did not change. He had more than one way to break through this silent darkness. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Consecutive palms, skipping time, or even directly bombarding Bao Qi with his consciousness could all be used to overwhelm him. In the end, he chose the most shocking method. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the void, allowing the silent darkness to drown him. It was as if the sky had turned upside down, completely enveloping him. No one had expected Lu Yin to not evade. Although this silent darkness was powerful, it was slow and its traces were obvious. It could be easily avoided, but the third keeper had chosen not to. Was he that confident? Or was it that the cauldron bell's power could not be avoided? Everyone was puzzled. Only Bao Qi's expression darkened. This person was deliberately not evading. He wanted to resist the cauldron bell's power. Very well, let's see how long you can last. High up in the sky, Lu Yin had sunk into the darkness. His body continuously withered and then recovered. This silent darkness was already approaching the limit of his body's endurance. If he got any stronger, he might be able to break through this limit. However, Bao Qi could not break through this limit, or he would not be Sang Tian. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian could break through Lu Yin's endurance limit. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to reverse time by 37 years. Lu Yin knew that his body was constantly withering and recovering, but in the eyes of others, he just stood there in the darkness with a calm expression. It was as if Bao Qi was borrowing the power of the cauldron bell, but it did not affect him in the slightest. This scene completely shocked everyone who was watching the battle. In the wisdom void domain, Mr. Li's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Just how strong was this third keeper? Beside him, Mr. Yu was stunned. He had relied on the wisdom void domain to observe the spiritualized universe, but this third keeper had completely exceeded his scope of understanding. This person was the ruler of the Tianyuan universe, similar to Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. That had to be the case. His strength was beyond the scope of normal understanding. Even further away, Elder Yu's expression was solemn as he repeatedly thought about the layout of the wisdom void domain. Was it really foolproof? On the other side of the spatial abyss, several powerful auras retreated. Is this guy a monster? He can even resist the power of the cauldron bell. There's a problem. If he can really resist the cauldron bell, then perhaps only Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe can defeat him. There must be a problem somewhere. Perhaps this is why Yu Sang Tian has never acted. Could it be that Yu Sang Tian is also not confident? Or perhaps he has already acted, but there's nothing he can do. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Many fearful gazes looked up at the sky and landed on Lu Yin's body. What was the limit of this person's strength? Even further away, old Tao's mouth was agape. This was the strength of a keeper? This was the strength of the master of the Tianyuan universe. He was able to ignore Sang Tian's strength. This battle was much simpler than the previous ones, but it was also the most shocking. Kai Keqing, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were in disbelief. When had Sang Tian become so weak? Qin Yun stared blankly into the distance. He was surrounded by darkness, but the darkness could not drown him. This person was like the center of the universe. Ru Mu took a deep breath, and her eyes burned with passion. It was not a waste for her to be his maid. Above the spatial abyss, Lu Yin slowly descended towards Bao Qi, still looking down from above. The silent darkness could not harm him in the slightest. Bao Qi's face was deathly pale, and his torn lips were dripping with blood. He stared blankly as Lu Yin approached, his gaze replacing the stars and enveloping him. Yu Sang Tian's words kept ringing in his ears. At this moment, Bao Qi finally understood why Yu Sang Tian had not allowed him to act. He really could not deal with this person. He really was not a match for this person. How could there be such a person? This person had always been above him, Sang Tian. How did he do it? How did he do it? Who was Sang Tian? Who was the challenger? Bao Qi's eyes flashed fiercely, and multicolored rays of light flowed from his arms into the cauldron bell as he struck it repeatedly. The silent darkness grew deeper and deeper, sweeping towards Lu Yin like a black wave. While the outside world seemed relaxed, Lu Yin was the only one who knew how dangerous this moment was. Everything had a limit, and he was sure that Bao Qi would not be able to break through this limit. However, if it had been someone else, such as Mr. Li, who had crossed the bitter calamity, he would have been finished long ago. Regardless of whether it was the carefree old man, the dancing butterfly, or the plain master's path, once they were submerged by this silent power, they would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be defeated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:12. Bao Qi Sang Tian is crossing bitter calamity. The third boss forced Bao Qi Sang Tian into bitter calamity in the end. That's the true Sang Tian. Since ancient times, Sang Tian has always crossed bitter calamity. Bao Qi Sang Tian is no exception. The outcome has changed again. The third boss is too arrogant. Now that he's forced Bao Qi Sang Tian into bitter calamity, he's doomed. No one knew how bitter calamity would change. Perhaps it would become stronger, perhaps it would become weaker, or perhaps it would remain the same. In the eyes of the spiritualized universe, Bao Qi would definitely become stronger after entering bitter calamity, which would make the battle even more suspenseful. However, only Lu Yin knew that Bao Qi's strength had not changed at all after entering bitter calamity. In the battle of the Mirage Domain, he still needed to fall into bitter calamity to work with Yi Sang Tian. Entering bitter calamity would not change the outcome. Bao Qi lowered his head in the silent darkness. Everyone was waiting for him to take action. Lu Yin took a step forward and stood before Bao Qi, a cauldron bell between them. He raised his hand and grabbed the cauldron bell. Bao Qi suddenly raised his head. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, completely different from before. He stared at Lu Yin. I'm not your opponent, but it's impossible for you to defeat me and steal the cauldron bell so easily. With that, his aura changed again, and his eyes became brutal once more. His short, red hair fell off, and he began to bleed. Lu Yin was surprised. Bao Qi had actually fallen to the primordial realm without any hesitation, as he knew that entering bitter calamity would be useless. He really was someone who had reached Sang Tian's level. Such decisiveness was rare. If he fell after entering bitter calamity, he would no longer have any hopes of reaching the eternal realm in the future. Meng Sang's battle with Lu Yin had left her in a life-threatening situation, so she had fallen as well. How long had it been since Bao Qi entered bitter calamity? It had only been a single moment, yet he had fallen so decisively. It was enough for Lu Yin to admit that Bao Qi had the right to become Sang Tian. Bao Qi understood himself far too well. However, so what if he fell? It was impossible to change the outcome. Everyone was stunned. Bao Qi had just entered bitter calamity, but he had fallen in the blink of an eye. What was going on? No one could understand. Only Bao Qi himself knew that entering bitter calamity had not increased his strength at all. Instead, his personality had completely changed. This change was filled with rationality, but rationality was not suitable for this battle. He finally understood why Yu Sang Tian taught him that move. He thought he would never use it. That technique could only be performed by the original Bao Qi. The rational Bao Qi couldn't perform it. The cauldron bell was held by two people. Lu Yin placed a hand on the cauldron bell and watched the sequence particles fill the sky. Through the particles, he could see the determination in Bao Qi's eyes. Does he still have more tricks up his sleeve? That shouldn't be the case. In the battle of the Mirage Domain, he didn't have any other moves up his sleeves. Right, Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin exerted some force in his palm, and a terrifying force passed through the cauldron bell and slammed into Bao Qi's body, causing him to spit out blood. Bao Qi's gaze was extremely ferocious. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, which dyed his body red. He grabbed the cauldron bell tightly and refused to let go. The cauldron bell is mine. No one can take it away from me. With a roar, the sequence particles inside the bell fell off, and cracks appeared on the bell. Lu Yin looked at the cauldron bell as a stream of light shuttled back and forth beside him. A second later, the cauldron bell returned to normal. Bao Qi was dumbfounded. Lu Yin punched the cauldron bell again. His power went through the bell and hit Bao Qi. Bao Qi was sent flying, coughing up blood. The cauldron bell crashed to the ground with a loud bang. No matter how many tricks Yu Sang Tian had, unless Lu Yin had snatched the cauldron bell from the start, Bao Qi would not be able to use any tricks. It would be very difficult. However, Lu Yin didn't dare to underestimate Yu Sang Tian. Bao Qi's failure might have been within Yu Sang Tian's expectations. Then, he suddenly looked in a direction. A mournful wail suddenly sounded. This sound disgusted Lu Yin, as if countless negative emotions were exploding. In particular, the wail of a child made him feel like his head was about to explode. The spectators had yet to recover from Bao Qi being sent flying when they heard this sound. Someone was shocked. A child's mother. This is a child's mother's wail. On the other side of the spatial abyss, a ghostly figure floated over with a child in her arms. Her eyes were lifeless and filled with tears of blood. She stared at Lu Yin and let out a faint laugh. Give me back my child. Give me back my child. At the same time, a finger and a claw attacked Lu Yin from two different directions. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's you guys again. I will find you sooner or later. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a terrifying force shattered the finger and the claw. At this moment, the child's mother was already in front of Lu Yin. She opened her mouth and let out an even more mournful wail. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, his consciousness planet rotated. His majestic consciousness swept across the void and swept towards the child's mother. Playing tricks. The child's mother's voice couldn't withstand the cosmic realm consciousness at all. She was hit head-on and spat out blood as she was sent flying. In her arms, the child fell. A face looked at Lu Yin and smiled. It was a hideous and disgusting face that sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. The child's mother panicked and was terrified. My child. My child. The child fell into the spatial abyss, causing the child's mother to go crazy. She actually managed to suppress the pain of fainting from Lu Yin's consciousness attack. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices as her pale body glowed. Give me back my child. The mournful wail caused the cauldron bell to rumble. It let out an even deeper sound beside Lu Yin that resonated with the mournful wail. Lu Yin pressed one hand on the cauldron bell to suppress its sound. He aimed his other hand at the child's mother and flicked his finger. His power tore through the void and pierced the child's mother's neck. The child's mother coughed out blood and was sent flying. Lu Yin took this opportunity to put away the cauldron bell. However, he was shocked to find that the bell had cracked. How could this be? Bao Qi was sent flying by him. Could it be? He looked at the child's mother who was coughing up blood. This woman's power had triggered the bell. She was Yu Sang Tian's method. The cauldron bell cracked, and majestic sound sequence particles drifted out and converged towards Bao Qi. This was the recognition that Bao Qi had obtained after nurturing the bell for so many years. These sequence particles only recognized him. He could originally use the cauldron bell to display Sang Tian's strength. Now that he had shattered the bell, it was equivalent to using all the sequence particles in one go. The cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 sound sequence powerhouses, which meant that at this moment, Bao Qi could release the sequence particles of himself and those 105 sound sequence powerhouses at the same time to unleash an earth-shattering attack. Even though the price was the destruction of the cauldron bell. However, from the moment the child's mother took action, Bao Qi had basically been abandoned. Not only had his position as Sang Tian been abandoned, but he had also been abandoned as a person. The mighty Sang Tian had to work with others to launch a sneak attack against a challenger. There was no way he could survive in the spiritualized universe no matter what. Yu Sang Tian had considered abandoning him long ago. The destruction of the cauldron bell gave all the spiritualized cultivators a reason to vent their anger. Bao Qi was the one who had destroyed the cauldron bell. He was a sinner of the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi knew all of this. If he had been at the level of Ku adversity, he would not have done such a thing. Only when he was at the primordial realm and filled with savagery would he have done such a thing. He had to do this. This outcome had been decided long ago. The sequence particles of the cauldron bell filled the sky as Bao Qi crawled out from the ground. He was covered in blood, but he smiled viciously as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi. Is it worth it? You're just a pawn of Yu Sang Tian. Bao Qi smiled. I won the position of Sang Tian by competing with a bunch of mad dogs. I won't let you take it away so easily. Let's treat this battle as the final battle for the position of Sang Tian. After saying that, he opened his mouth, and endless sequence particles flew toward Bao Qi. The spectators were shocked. Those who could not see the sequence particles were fine, but those who could felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen such a terrifying sequence of particles. It was as if they could drown the universe. These were the sequence particles that had appeared when the cauldron bell had been completely destroyed. Bao Qi was a sinner. He had destroyed the sequence of the 10 bases and worked with others to deal with the third manager. He was a sinner, and he was no longer Sang Tian. In the wisdom void domain, Elder Yu sighed. If the mighty Sang Tian had been a pawn from the very beginning, this would have been his fate. Yu Sang Tian, what a good move. He's really vicious. Bao Qi would rather die than let the third manager off. But that third manager is vicious as well. He actually forced Bao Qi to die together with him. Mother Tong was heavily injured by him in a single move. That crazy woman is not weak. She had competed for Sang Tian's position before. In any case, I won't do anything. We never planned on doing anything. Lu Yin stood in the spatial abyss. On one side was the heavily injured Mother Tong, while on the other side was Bao Qi, who was constantly enveloping the sequence particles. Did you Sang Tian really think that the power of the cauldron bell would allow Bao Qi to defeat him? No, that was impossible. Yu Sang Tian only wanted the cauldron bell to shatter so that Lu Yin would not be able to complete his karma. This was Yu Sang Tian's true method. Bao Qi had ended. From the moment Lu Yin had challenged him, or rather, from the moment he had agreed to Lu Yin's challenge, Bao Qi had ended. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi, who was about to unleash his final attack. It would have been better for this person to die in the 37 years that had flowed backward. It would have been better than being used by Yu Sang Tian and not even knowing the true reason behind his death. So what if he was Sang Tian? In fact, from the moment the cauldron bell had been given to Bao Qi, his fate had been sealed. Lu Yin raised his hand and launched a series of palm strikes. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a portion of the sequence particles that should have surged toward Bao Qi actually flowed toward Lu Yin and gathered in his palm. This scene stunned everyone, including Mr. Li, who was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. There was such a battle technique. Even the sequence particles could be used. Ancestor Ku was extremely talented and had broken through the karma that the everlasting realm grass grandmaster had used to seal Lu Yin for 100 years. Ancestor Qin was also extremely talented and had created a series of palm strikes that could borrow the power of all things. Under the series of palm strikes, Bao Qi could not use all of the sequence particles from the cauldron bell. He stared at Lu Yin and wanted to snatch the sequence particles. Lu Yin struck out with a palm that traversed the void. Bao Qi's pupils shrank, and he opened his mouth to roar. A deep black light that contained a myriad of colors shot out from his mouth and blasted toward Lu Yin. The two forces collided, and the void collapsed. The spatial abyss split open in all directions, and the entire Intelliski domain trembled. Huge cracks extended toward the Intelliski domain and swept past Mr. Li's feet and Elder Yu's feet. This was a battle between Sang Tian and Sang Tian. This was Sang Tian's magnanimity. Even if he died, so what? Bao Qi had been used not because he was stupid, but because of his pride. He would not allow himself to be defeated so miserably. Even if he died, he would have fought with power that was worthy of Sang Tian's level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-13. Under the gazes of countless people, the smoke and dust dissipated. Bao Qi stood where he was, his eyes lifeless. He had died in battle. Across from him, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't been injured by Bao Qi, but rather by the fact that the cauldron bell had shattered, causing a karmic backlash. Yu Sang Tian's true scheme had begun. Karmic backlash was his true method of dealing with Lu Yin. Karma backlash, yet another karma backlash. Everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he felt as if he had returned to the Tian Yuan universe without those 37 years of retrogression. He also felt as if he had arrived at the karmic cycle, where he saw Long Shi and Xiaoxiaoshuan. Which one was real? Which one is fake? At that moment, the heavenly Tao of karma erupted from the starry sky above his heart. The God Sealing Catalog's golden light was like a sun that enveloped Lu Yin's body. Beneath the ground, the general appointment platform's underworld was dark and gloomy. There was blood at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he sat down cross-legged to resist the karmic backlash. At this moment, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight back. The increase in the karma heavenly Tao gave him the ability to face the backlash of karma. Karma backlash came from the universe, and now that he had created the karma heavenly Tao, he was resisting the karma of the universe. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yin had been heavily injured by Bao Qi's final attack, and his face was deathly pale. Many people's eyes flickered. If they didn't make a move now, they wouldn't have another chance. This third boss was too strong. He had suppressed Bao Qi's Sangtian from beginning to end. If Bao Qi's Sangtian hadn't broken through the 10 base sequence, they wouldn't have been able to hurt him. Such a person should not be allowed to live. Otherwise, who would be able to compete for the position of Sangtian? The day of the guardian spirit was close at hand, and everyone wanted to fight for a chance at survival. Aura after aura rose into the sky, and the most powerful of them was accompanied by a blazing flame that ignited Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin sat on the heavenly Tao of karma and resisted the backlash of karma from the outside world. However, in the eyes of others, they could not see anything at all. They could only see the golden light of the God's sealing catalogue. Now, they saw a wisp of flame appear on Lu Yin's body. Is that a candle? Yu Xia has come. She's Yu Xia of the myriad beasts border, a primordial realm expert. She's another expert who fought for Sang Tian's position. Mother Tong has made her move as well. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao of karma, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw the flames burning in front of him. Murderous intents appeared from different directions, as all of these people wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to attack him. A mournful and sorrowful voice swept over. Blood dripped from the child's mother's neck, and her hair flew in the air. She was like an evil spirit as she threw herself at him. Lu Yin used the reverse step and paralleled the flow of time to appear behind Mother Tong and grab her head. Mother Tong turned around and struck out with her 5 poison palm. The child's mother's 5 poison palm used grief, resentment, hatred, and ruthlessness as the 5 poisons. It was the most evil palm strike in the world, and its might shook an entire era. It was to the extent that no one dared to become enemies with the child's mother. At the same time, he grabbed Tong Mu's head with his other hand and forcefully pushed her into the ground, landing her in the hell of General Diao. Mother Tong disappeared in an instant. The karma heavenly Tao expanded. Lu Yin exhaled. At this moment, he was still resisting the karmic backlash, and he could not differentiate between the present and the past. He could not tell his own identity, and even his own strength was becoming blurry. However, after pushing Tong Mu into the Point Commander's platform hell and increasing the heavenly Tao of karma, he was able to see things clearly. Only powerhouses could increase the heavenly Tao of karma and give him a chance to resist the karmic backlash. This was the worst time to challenge Sang Tian. If he won, it would attract the attention of all sorts of old fellows, and they would all want to fight for a chance at survival on the day of the sacrifice spirit. However, this was the most suitable time for Lu Yin, as this was the only time that so many powerhouses would come knocking on his door to increase the heavenly Tao of karma. It was also the only time that he could become Sang Tian's successor. He had suppressed Mother Tong. Lu Yin looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Sang Tian. What a joke. In my eyes, there are no experts in the spiritualized universe. This universe is huge, but there is no expert who can match me. You want to take my life while I'm heavily injured? Are you worthy? Come, let me see who dares to step forward. His voice resounded throughout the universe. Around spatial abyss, in the distant heavens, countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's domineering aura. He had just defeated Bao Qi's Sang Tian and suppressed Mother Tong, and now he wanted to challenge the world's experts. Did he really think that there were no experts in the spiritualized universe? Or was he not afraid of death? Old Tao trembled. Boss, you should speak less. Look at you, you're already bleeding. Qing Yin gulped. Domineering and domineering, this person was truly like this. This was the real him. Qin Zhao's mouth fell open. This was too ruthless. In the wisdom sky domain, Mr. Li's expression sank. If this person did not die, who in the spiritualized universe would be able to stop him in the future? It was time for those old fellows to act. Flames surged in the distance, and a flame beast the size of a mountain that resembled a rat walked out. It stared at Lu Yin. My 10,000 beasts border will kill you today. In the surroundings, many people dispersed the heat waves. It really is Yu Xia, a primordial realm powerhouse from the 10,000 beasts border. That flame is his. On the other side, water flowed around to resist the heat waves. It was a graceful middle-aged man. Yu Xia, reign in your flames. Can't you see that my water has evaporated? He then looked at Lu Yin. Boss, I have no enmity with you. You are very arrogant, but I don't care. However, can you let Qin Yun go? He's my junior. Lu Yin looked over. An expert from the bitter adversity border had appeared so quickly. He knew that there were experts from the bitter adversity border hidden in the surroundings, and he had thought that they would only appear after dealing with the spiritual primes. He had not expected them to appear so quickly. Is that a psychic immortal? A psychic immortal? The one in the legends? Yes, the one in the legends. The one in the legends, shameless. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stared angrily into the distance. Who dares to call me shameless? The surrounding people immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. The psychic immortal snorted and looked at Lu Yin again. How is it, boss? Lu Yin looked at the psychic immortal. What's your relationship with the ninth immortal, Sang Tian? The moment this question was asked, the psychic immortal's entire demeanor changed. He was indignant, aggrieved, and strangely excited. She is my woman. Lu Yin was shocked. The ninth immortal is your woman. In the distance, the discussion came again, and this time, there were many more voices. Shameless indeed. The most shameless in the spiritualized universe. The ninth immortal, Sang Tian, has never bothered with him. Wherever he goes, he says that the ninth immortal, Sang Tian, is his woman. If he had not fled quickly, the ninth immortal, Sang Tian, would have dealt with him long ago. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't be heard. Shameless old thief. Destined to die alone. When the psychic immortal heard this, his face turned red. He was furious. Who is it? Come out if you dare. If I don't beat you until your face is swollen, I won't be called the psychic immortal. Lu Yin understood. So he was one of the ninth immortal, Sang Tian's admirers. This meant that he wanted to take Qin Yun away to curry favor with the ninth immortal, Sang Tian. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's expression darkened. If the psychic immortal was fighting for Sang Tian's position, it would not matter. However, he was causing trouble for Lu Yin just to curry favor with someone else. At this moment, a pale blue flame suddenly appeared, connecting the void and heading towards Lu Yin. The 15th ranked sequence method, Eternal Flame. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and the rules did not come close. More than half of the eternal flame was instantly dispersed, but there was still a sliver of it connected to the candle flame in front of Lu Yin. This sliver of space was instantly burned by the eternal flame. Lu Yin waved his hand and struck out. A terrifying force shook the void and tried to contain the eternal flame, but he found that it was useless. Once the eternal flame sequence particles were formed, it would definitely burn everything within range. It was incomparably domineering, and this was its qualification to be ranked 15th. Lu Yin swayed the eternal flame. Unless the eternal flame was completely extinguished, everything that came into contact with it would be burned to ashes. Looking at the pale red burn mark on her arm, Yu Xia released the eternal flame again. This time, there was more of it, and it pounced towards Lu Yin like a pale blue python. No matter where Lu Yin hid, it was useless. The candle flame was the catalyst for the eternal flame. However, even though the eternal flame was ranked 15th, there was still a limit to its power. Otherwise, it would not have simply left a burn mark on Lu Yin's arm. It would have burned his entire body. The pale blue python covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving behind a scene of destruction in its wake. At the same time, a stream appeared under its feet. It was as graceful as a painting, and one could vaguely see a glacier. The psychic immortal had made his move. In the Ji Kong domain, Mr. Li's expression was solemn. The psychic immortal was also known as the Four Waters deity. He controlled the four waters, namely the flowing stream, boiling rain, Zhenhe, and parting sea. Finally, the four waters merged into one and became the Four Waters deity. He was extremely powerful. All this time, he had been creating sequence techniques. If he succeeded, he might be able to create 8 or 9 sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe and leave his name in the annals of history. The spiritualized universe was different from the Tian Yuan universe. In the spiritualized universe, cultivators were instilled with the impression that they could cultivate in 88 sequence laws from a young age. Under such a unified cultivation model, very few people would think of creating sequence laws. The Tian Yuan universe had the 3 realms and 6 Daos, all of which could create destructive sequence laws. The cultivation environment was full of freedom. These were 2 completely different cultivation environments. As for the strength of a single sequence law, even though the 3 realms and 6 Daos had created destructive sequence laws, there were also destructive sequence laws in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true for the first 3, which were known as the absolute sequence. Outside of this, there were occasionally people who tried to create sequence laws, but they were like waves returning to the sea, disappearing without a trace. Among these people, the Four Waters deity was the most famous. Not only because his strength had reached the level of Dooku, but also because he was shameless. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew the extent of his shamelessness. Many people suspected that the Ninth Spirit's expedition to the consciousness universe had been driven away by his disgust. Because of this, he had requested to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe, but Yu Sang Tian had forcefully suppressed him. The perception immortal had not made a move for a very, very long time. Everyone was curious as to whether he had created any sequence laws. Yu Xia's light blue python pointed its flames at Lu Yin. Beneath its feet, the stream froze the void, preventing Lu Yin from moving. Lu Yin suddenly descended, stepping directly onto the stream. The perception immortal was shocked. This person was actually provoking him. This person was clearly so severely injured, yet he still dared to provoke him. Above his head, the light blue python drooped down. Below his feet, the stream coiled around Lu Yin's legs. At this moment, 2 top-notch powerhouses were attacking together. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the light blue python. "Come down." The light blue python was viciously dragged down towards the stream. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:14. No one dared to touch the eternal brightness flame. Any expert who cultivated the eternal brightness flame possessed a great advantage, which was that no one dared to approach the flame. They were extremely fearful of it, unless a primordial realm expert could disperse the eternal brightness flame by not approaching it. However, Yu Xia had an innate ability to spiritualize, turbid. He had become the catalyst for the eternal brightness flame, so even primordial realm experts did not want to attack him. Yu Xia was a peak expert of the myriad beasts territory. He was a rather troublesome existence even among spiritualized primordial realm experts. Defeating him was not easy. However, Luin grabbed the python formed by the eternal brightness flame and pushed it into the stream of the perception immortal. As he ignored the eternal brightness flame, he forcefully tore open the stream. The eternal brightness flame collided with the stream, producing a rumble. The water merged with the flame and shot out in all directions. Yu Xia and the perception immortal both took a step back and looked over in shock. So vicious. The ground around them was pierced by the flames and water, destroying the battlefield where Lu Yin and Bao Qi had fought. Cultivators further away were affected. Some were directly incinerated to nothingness, while others were extinguished by the water as soon as they were incinerated. They were reduced to charcoal, living a fate worse than death. In the wisdom sky domain, Mr. Li casually pushed aside the eternal brightness flame and looked at Jian Yuan deeply. Just how powerful was this third boss body to be able to do something like this? Whether it was Yu Shan or Bao Qi, neither of them had truly pushed him to the limits of his physical strength. Lu Yin casually tossed aside the eternal brightness flame. It was useless against his eternal brightness flame. He took a step forward and approached Yu Xia through parallel time. Yu Xia's eyes swiveled, and the eternal brightness flame burned through outer space, forcefully forcing Lu Yin out of parallel time. Parallel time was extremely effective against progenitors and even experts of the laws of sequence, but it was useless against primordial realm experts. However, Lu Yin did not rely on this move to win. He only used it to increase his speed. Up ahead, Yu Xia stared at Lu Yin. The eternal brightness flame covered the sky, forming a faint blue curtain that pressed down. Lu Yin tore apart the eternal brightness flame and took another step forward, arriving before Yu Xia. Yu Xia could not believe that this person had actually ignored the eternal brightness flame. He did not reject the sequence laws, nor did he avoid it. He simply ignored it. This exceeded his understanding of this person. His physical strength was just too terrifying. Bang! Lu Yin struck out at Yu Xia from across the void. Right Xia raised his claws to block in front of him. Lu Yin's palm strike landed on his two forearms, causing his huge body to retreat dozens of steps. At that moment, raindrops fell from above his head. The Psyche Immortal had once again made her move to boil the rain. Lu Yin frowned and turned around. His cold gaze swept across the Psyche Immortal as his majestic consciousness was released. It was like a storm connecting the heavens and the earth as it crashed down. The Perception Immortal was shocked, but he was already prepared. He raised his arms and said, "Suppress the river." Water flowed all over the void, heading upwards to resist the majestic consciousness. He had fought in the consciousness universe before. Almost all the famous cultivators in the spiritualized universe had fought in the consciousness universe before. How could he not have the ability to resist consciousness? Especially when he was an expert who had crossed bitter adversity. The endless river was bombarded by Lu Yin's consciousness, and the sky was divided into two colors. One was Lu Yin's consciousness, deep and dark, while the other was the spirit immortal suppressing river. It was rippling and looked beautiful, but it kept dispersing. The thought immortal gritted his teeth. This guy has a starry sky level consciousness. He can't hold on. Separation C. There was another loud shout, and an even more majestic water flow rose into the sky, covering the sky and splitting it into two with the eternal brightness flame in the distance. Eternal brightness flame and separation C. Below them was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness kept pressing down, but the Perception Immortal held on. The Perception Immortal panted. "Ninth Spirit, I've really risked my life for your descendant. I haven't encountered the 13 heavenly phenomenon in the consciousness universe, but I didn't expect to face it in the spiritualized universe. It's too difficult. All the spectating cultivators were enveloped by the separation sea and eternal brightness flame, including the cultivators in the starry sky outside the wisdom sky territory. They all looked up, afraid that these two forces would fall. Old Tao and the others were afraid. The perception immortal strength should be close to the level of Bao Chi's cauldron bell. After all, he was shameless enough to spread rumors everywhere. He was a top-notch expert who had survived the ninth spirit Sang Tian's attack and driven her away. He would have died long ago. Bao Chi could resist consciousness, but the perception immortal could resist consciousness. In Lu Yin's opinion, in terms of absolute strength, the perception immortal would definitely surpass Bao Chi. After all, Bao Chi was much younger than the perception immortal. But in terms of destructive power, Bao Chi far surpassed the current perception immortal. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Behind him, a shadow loomed over him. The right summer's body was covered in eternal brightness flame. Its two sharp claws clenched together like a human fist and smashed down. Lu Yin was surprised that the right summer would attack in such a way. He also punched out. Bang! The right summer's body was pushed back again. The eternal brightness flame on its body was extinguished, and cracks spread from its arms to its body. It was shocked. Indeed, this human's physical strength was terrifying. He was much stronger than Yushan. It did not give up and smashed down again. Lu Yin kicked out with a bang. Something was wrong. This attack was not weaker than the previous one, but the right summer was only pushed back half the distance. Its strength was increasing. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time, the right summer was pushed back a third of the distance. Following that, there was another loud collision. More and more cracks appeared on the right summer's body. Blood flowed from the cracks, but its strength was also increasing. At the same time, the eternal brightness flame spread towards Lu Yin with every collision. This was the only way it could defeat Lu Yin. It had to use its strength to restrain Lu Yin and reduce the possibility of Lu Yin using his physical strength to resist the eternal brightness flame. At the same time, the eternal brightness flame burned. Now, it was a competition to see who would be the first to give up. In the distance, many cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border watched in a daze. The mighty right summer was an absolute powerhouse that could shake the heavens in the 10,000 beasts border. Who would have thought that there would be a day when it would be beaten so miserably? The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border had bitter expressions as they watched the right summer being beaten back again and bleeding profusely. I remember now. It's the overlapping fist, the famous technique of the right summer. It can stack the strength of an attack and release it again, someone exclaimed. The bystanders understood. No wonder every time it clashed with the third master, it felt like its strength had increased a little. It's rumored that the overlapping fist can be stacked infinitely. Doesn't that mean that its strength will surpass the third master sooner or later? An old voice sighed. That's not how it's calculated. It also depends on whether the body can withstand it, and who the opponent of the stacked fist is. The third master's strength is too strong, causing Yu Xia to use all its strength every time it uses the stacked fist, causing it to be unable to retain a portion of its strength to withstand the backlash of the stacked fist. Doing so would also harm itself. Now, let's see how long it can last, and how long the third master can last. Last? To Lu Yin, there was no such word. His strength was endless, and the clash with the right summer was just a pretense. It didn't matter to the onlookers, but to Yu Sang Tian, he needed to make him believe that he was truly suffering from a karmic backlash. Otherwise, he was worried that Yu Sang Tian would attack him directly. The right summer's use of strength was truly impressive, but it was about time. Lu Yin's arm flowed with power as he punched out. The moment he punched out, the right summer's pupils shrank. Not good. It wanted to dodge, but the inertia from the overlapping fist forced it to attack as well. With a thump, the right summer's arm shattered as Lu Yin's punch landed on the right summer's body, almost piercing through it as it fell down. Blood stained the heavens, truly stained with blood. The right summer's huge body fell down, leaving behind a trail of blood and remnants of eternal flame. It was like a blue meteor falling from the heavens. Just as Lu Yin was about to suppress the right summer into the hell of appointment stage, a ray of golden light flashed past and arrived in an instant. It was so fast that it seemed to travel through time. Lu Yin leaned to the side as the golden light flashed past. Not far away, a golden bird tore through the void, its light enveloping the abyss. Although this golden light wasn't as divine as the Divine Seal catalog, it was extremely dazzling to the point that it made Lu Yin uncomfortable. Many gasped in the surroundings. The Goldwing. The myriad beasts border actually sent two top powerhouses. I understand now. The right summer is paving the way for the Goldwing. After Bao Qi's defeat, Sang Tian's position is no longer guaranteed. The myriad beasts border wants another seat, so they sent the right summer and the Goldwing. In comparison, the Goldwing is naturally more likely to succeed Sang Tian. During the Battle of Sang Tian, Bao Qi defeated the Goldwing with the cauldron bell bestowed by Yu Sang Tian. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. The Goldwing is here again. The myriad beasts border is determined to win. Emperor No is too overbearing. Isn't he afraid of Yu Sang Tian? The myriad beasts border is ruthless. Of the 7 powers in the spiritualized universe, the Zhikong domain had been around the longest, the Gate of Techniques had the deepest foundation, and the myriad beasts border had the most hidden beast-shaped spiritual molds. This was because the spiritualized universe was split into 2 types of cultivation, spiritualized human molds and spiritualized beast-shaped molds. Although only 1/10 of the spiritualized beast-shaped molds were formed, many powerhouses had settled down over the years. Some were alive, while others were dead. No one knew how many ancient and powerful beasts had survived in the myriad beasts border. The one that had left the deepest impression on the outside world was the old salamander. No one knew how long that old salamander had lived. It was older than Yu Sang Tian, but it had not died. The Goldwing might not have lived as long as the old salamander, but it had lived for a long time as well. It could be considered the next generation of Yuanqi, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. Above the abyss, the eternal flame dissipated. The battle between the consciousness and the separation sea continued. On the other side, the eternal flame was replaced by a dazzling golden light. The perception immortal had long since sensed a familiar aura, but he had not expected it to be the Goldwing. This guy was really persistent in fighting for Sang Tian's position. With a boom, Yu Xia crashed to the ground and looked up at the sky with great difficulty. It had tried its best, but it did not seem to have harmed the third master at all. Fortunately, it had forced out his physical strength. The flapping of its wings made the golden light even more dazzling. The Goldwing's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at Lu Yin. There was hatred in its eyes. Lu Yin could clearly see this hatred. Was it because of the enmity between the Dayu Villa and the myriad beasts border? Without saying a word, the Goldwing attacked, and countless golden slashes covered the sky as they headed toward Lu Yin. Each slash was incomparably sharp, and it was enough to instantly kill an ordinary sequence law powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:15. Lu Yin grabbed one of the golden slashes and looked at it. It looked like a big golden wing, and it was hot to the touch, as if there were countless blades trying to tear him apart. However, these blades were useless against him. He raised the golden wing in his palm and flicked it. The golden wing tore through the void, ignoring time, and slashed directly at the big golden wing's body. The big golden wing was unharmed. Lu Yin was shocked. How could its defense be so strong? He did not believe it. Countless golden slashes covered the sky, and Lu Yin allowed them to fall. Power flowed through his body, and the big golden wing slashes could not touch him at all. He then returned the slashes. From an outsider's perspective, there were two colliding golden lights in the sky. Sparks filled the sky, and they could be seen in the distant sky. Old Tao's voice suddenly entered Lu Yin's ears. "Boss, be careful of the big golden wing's claws. It once left 3 claw marks on Emperor No." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Emperor No was known as the Undying Emperor. No one could kill it, and no one knew how strong its physical strength was. It could be said that it was the strongest beast in the spiritualized universe, and no one could compare to it. This big golden wing could leave 3 claw marks on Emperor No. Also, it cultivates the 7th rank technique, spiritualization. Boss understands spiritualization. The so-called spiritualization is sealed by the universe, and this spiritualization is similar to being sealed by the universe. It forms a defense that has accumulated over time. When it fought with Bao Qi for Sang Tian's position, even when Bao Qi attacked with the cauldron bell, it only caused it to spit out blood. It did not completely break through its defense. Lu Yin was once again surprised by the big golden wing's strength. No wonder it had asked Yu Xia to pave the way for it. It had the qualifications to succeed Sang Tian. As long as it could defeat the other competitors and break through to the bitter adversity realm, the big golden wing would be the next Sang Tian. But whether it was the 10,000 beast territory or the spiritualized universe, everyone had underestimated Lu Yin. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sangtian knew how strong Lu Yin was. In front of him, a golden light flashed. The big golden wing waved its claws and tore at Lu Yin. The perception immortal looked over and was quite afraid. The big golden wing's divine claw had shocked even Emperor No. If the third boss dared to take it head-on, he would be in trouble. The divine claw above Lu Yin's head, and the big golden wing's eyes filled with murderous intent. Die! Lu Yin looked up and reached out with both hands to grab the divine claw. Everyone's eyes widened. They had all heard of the legend of the Great Golden Wing. Even Sang Tian Wuhuang was left with a claw mark. Could the third boss withstand it? In the distant starry skies, Old Tao was stunned. "Boss, I've already warned you, yet you still dare to resist." Mr. Li and Yu Xia were watching from below. This attack might be able to determine the outcome of the battle. The 10,000 beast border was destined to have another Sang Tian. The great golden winged divine claw's sharpness was restrained, and one couldn't see anything special about it. However, Lu Yin could feel that the divine claw's piercingly cold aura made him fearful. His arms were covered with Palm Realm battle force, but that was not enough. Lu Yin was confident that his physical strength was unparalleled, but that did not mean that no one could surpass him. For example, the one true God, Yu Sang Tian, or even Sovereign Wu might not be any weaker than him. The soil spread and covered the battle aura of the mastery realm. This was the mortal world. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the ancient God realm. He had broken through to the next level of the sovereign realm, the sovereign realm. The blackish-gray battle force was something that even Lightning Lord Jiang Feng envied. As the divine claw descended, Lu Yin reached out with both hands and grabbed it. The world rumbled and fell silent for a second. Then, a sharp aura swept out horizontally, as if splitting the universe in two. In the distance, many cultivators happened to be on this level, and their bodies were cut in half at the waist. They did not even know why they had died. Old Tao and the others happened to be below this level. The sharp aura swept past them, causing their scalps to go numb. Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned ugly. The great golden-winged divine claw was terrifyingly strong. Along the way, the third mistress had encountered no weaker than herself. Number 1 under Sang Tian. This title was more of a compliment than a fact. However, the third mistress opponents were all people who had competed for the position of Sang Tian. To a certain extent, they could be considered experts at Sang Tian's level. At this moment, the one who felt the most sullen and wanted to curse the most was the star toad. In order to see the battle clearly, it had crouched on top of the pole. The sharp aura had almost cut it, causing its scalp to go cold. Although the aura could not kill it, it could still tear its skin a little. It would bleed. Lu Yin, that bastard, and that golden mixed bird. Now, no one cared about the cultivators who had died from the shock waves. Everyone stared at the sky above the abyss, where the great golden-winged divine claw and Lu Yin were motionless. Everyone looked at the great golden-winged divine claw. The divine claw was tightly grasped by Lu Yin. On Lu Yin's arm, the mortal world soil and palm realm battle force were torn apart. The sharpness even tore open Lu Yin's skin and flesh. It could be said that it had broken through Lu Yin's defense limit. No wonder it could leave a claw mark on Wu Huang. Lu Yin's arm was torn apart, but the great golden-winged divine claw was not happy at all. Impossible, how could this human block it? He could actually resist its divine claw like Wu Huang Sang Tian. Being able to leave 3 claw marks on Wu Huang was not something the great golden-winged divine claw was proud of. It had wanted to tear Wu Huang's body apart, but it had only left 3 claw marks. However, that had been a huge blow to the great golden-winged divine claw. Instead, it had turned into a spiritual treasure, wanting to have the same defensive power as Wu Huang. At this moment, Lu Yin had dealt it another blow. Its divine claw had also left 3 claw marks on Lu Yin's arm, but that was all. Lu Yin praised, "Not bad. I underestimated you." The great golden-winged divine claw stared at Lu Yin with its sharp eyes. This human had not used his full strength. In the next moment, it felt that its body was out of control. Then, its neck was hit by a huge force. It was dizzy. Everything in front of its eyes was upside down, and its body fell rapidly. Lu Yin had just grabbed the great golden-winged divine claw and punched it. However, it only knocked the great golden-winged divine claw down. It still did not break the spiritual treasure. Whether it was the sharpness of the divine claw or the defense of the spiritual treasure, this great golden-winged divine claw was definitely qualified to compete for the position of Sang Tian. However, it was still far from being able to defeat him. The direction of their battle was too obvious. The onlookers watched as the great golden-winged divine claw fell. It was a golden meteor. It happened to smash not far from Yuxia. Above the abyss, only Lu Yin's clothes were torn. The claw marks on his arm quickly disappeared. He turned to look at the thought immortal. The thought immortal's scalp went numb. He took out a pen made of water and smiled awkwardly. "Let's make it clear first. I won't compete for the position of Sang Tian. Give me face and let Qingyun go. We can talk things out." Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "If you attack me, it means that you're prepared to die." The thought immortal coughed. "That's not true. Speaking of which, why are you so stubborn? Isn't it just Qingyun? There are many beautiful women in the spiritualized universe. If you want one, I'll find one for you. Let Qingyun go. Everyone can talk things out. What do you think?" Looking at the thought immortal's expectant gaze, Lu Yin did not answer. His gaze swept to the other side. There was a group of onlookers. When those cultivators saw Lu Yin looking over, they subconsciously retreated. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Why was the third master looking at them? They were just watching and would not attack. Lu Yin's gaze exerted great pressure on those people. It caused the cultivators in that direction to continuously disperse. Only an old man with a walking stick sat shakily on a rock. Initially, the cultivators in that direction did not pay much attention to the old man. There were all kinds of people in the world of cultivation. However, as the crowd dispersed, the direction that Luin was looking at was completely exposed. It was that old man. The old man looked up. His face was like a decaying tree root. There was still dust in his wrinkles. Many women felt nauseous looking at him. "Old man, how much longer are you going to watch?" Lu Yin's voice was heard. Facing Yu Xia and big golden wings, he did not kill them directly because of this old man. There was an old man here. On the ground, countless eyes fell on the old man. On the other side of the abyss, in the direction of the Jikong domain, Mr. Li looked at the old man. At first, he was puzzled. Then, his gaze changed. The old salamander. Further away, Elder Yu exhaled. This old man is here. Has he not given up on the position of Sang Tian? The old salamander. I remember now. That is the old salamander of the 10,000 beasts border, someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked and looked at the old man. The old salamander was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He had lived longer than Emperor Wu and even Yu Sang Tian. He had seen generations of Sang Tian, witnessed the secret rumors of the Intellicong domain becoming the master of the Intellicong domain. He had also witnessed the many battles between Sang Tian and Sang Tian. He was a living history. No one had expected that the old salamander would actually come. A little fellow walked out from behind the old man. His face was like jade, and he looked very young. However, his eyes were filled with arrogance. Lu Yin had seen this little fellow before. In Ring Sun City, he was the first one to merge with the sun, and his aura was extraordinary. At this moment, the little salamander also looked at Lu Yin. He had a much deeper impression of Lu Yin. He had merged with the sun of the 9 domains, but Lu Yin had broken the rules and caused the sun to descend on Ring Sun City, ruining his plans to become famous. The salamander should have hated Lu Yin, but after hearing about Lu Yin's battles, he did not dare to. This was a ruthless person who reminded him of Emperor Wu. He did not know why he had come with the old salamander today. Especially now, when Lu Yin's gaze fell, his heart trembled. The old salamander looked up at Lu Yin. I'm not here to fight for the position of Sang Tian. I just want to see the third manager's glory. Lu Yin stood above the spatial abyss, using karma to resist the backlash of karma. The god's sealing catalog was enveloped in golden light, making him look like a god. 3 times. Lu Yin's voice resounded through the world. You've shown killing intent 3 times. The first time, I entered Bao Chi's silent power using the cauldron bell. The second time, the bell shattered and Mother Tong attacked. The third time, the great golden claw descended. You've shown killing intent 3 times. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Everyone was at a loss. They did not understand why the old salamander wanted to kill the third manager. Although the Dayu Villa and the 10,000 Beasts border were enemies, the old salamander had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had only borrowed the territory of the 10,000 Beasts border to enjoy his old age. He had never participated in the wars of the 10,000 Beasts border. As for the position of Sang Tian, he had stopped participating in it a long time ago. Why did he want to attack now? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:16. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the little salamander was afraid. Grandpa, you. The old salamander patted the little salamander's head and looked at Lu Yin. Killing intent is killing intent. I didn't attack. Lu Yin said coldly, you can attack. There's no need to ask for a reason. Anyone in this spiritualized universe can attack me. As he spoke, he looked around. I'm sure you all know my background. If you want to kill me, come at me. I'm Luine, the third head of the Dayu Villa. Don't try to hide. I can pick all the experts in this spiritualized universe. Who won't submit? Lu Yin's words shook the starry sky. It was like a gust of wind that swept through Qing Yun, causing her long hair to flutter. She stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He could pick all the experts in the world. This person was invincible. Rumumu's smile widened. Palace Mistress Yao, Old Tao, and the rest were excited. Although the third head was injured, he was still full of energy. Su Wang and Li Shou gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. The star toad rolled its eyes and raised its pitchfork. It also gave a thumbs up. After all, it was from the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin's words angered countless cultivators. They wanted to attack, but they didn't dare to. Who would dare to attack Lu Yin today? They were all top experts who were qualified to compete for the position of Sang Tian. The thought immortal sighed and had a headache. He didn't care about these things. The spiritualized universe, the Tian Yuan universe, and Yu Sang Tian had nothing to do with him. However, he had to take Qing Yun away. He knew how much the ninth spirit cared about the siblings. As long as he saved Qing Yun, he would have a chance against the ninth spirit. Thinking of this, his heart shook. He felt that he had to go. The foolish old man looked at Lu Yin. How good would it be if this kid was from the spiritualized universe? In the distance, the old salamander praised, "Third head, I admire you. However, you shouldn't be lawless and deny the rules of your ancestors. That's not good." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Breaking the rules. The old salamander said, "Some rules can be broken, but some cannot. For example, human and beast molts can't be together." Lu Yin laughed, 8 willows and Yi Yao, that is the love that my Dayu Mountain Villa witnessed. If you have the ability, then go ahead and attack the 10,000 beasts border. Let's see if that Wu Huang has the ability to tear down my 10,000 beasts border. Let's see if you, old man, have the ability to tear down my 10,000 beasts border. Lu Yin's voice shook the void, causing even the Intelliski domain to tremble. He didn't care about the old salamander at all. So what if it had lived for a long time? This old fellow had tried to kill him 3 times. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to leave safely. The little salamander trembled in fear. It had always thought that its bearing was outstanding, but it felt like it was looking up at a giant in front of this domineering Lu Yin. The old salamander placed his hand on the young salamander's head and comforted it gently. "Stay back. Open your eyes and watch this battle. You will benefit greatly in the future." The little salamander thought of the battle at Ring Sun City. She subconsciously grabbed the old salamander's hand and said, "Grandpa, we don't have to fight for the 10,000 beasts border." The old salamander sighed, "We are not helping the 10,000 beasts border. We are helping ourselves. Child, if Grandpa dies, you must not seek revenge. Grandpa has no enmity with this third master. It's just that our standpoints are different." The little salamander grabbed the old salamander's sleeve and whispered with its back to Lu Yin, "I know Grandpa is paving the way for Big Golden Wing." The old salamander's gaze shook. He smiled and said, "Don't think too much." After that, he pushed the little salamander away, got up, and walked towards Lu Yin. With every step, his aura became stronger. With every step, the decaying aura on his body became fainter. After a few steps, the old salamander's body grew several times taller. The deep wrinkles on his face disappeared. His gaze swept past Lu Yin and looked at the perception immortal, fourth water immortal. "You are not a match for this third master alone. This old man is shameless. I want to join forces with you to fight this person. The perception immortal hurriedly said, I don't want to fight with this third master. I just want him to let Qingyun go. As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Third master, Qingyun has a bad temper. I will find you a good one. I guarantee you will be satisfied. How about it? Lu Yin did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the old salamander. This old man gave him a sense of danger. Although it was not as strong as Yu Sang Tian's, it was definitely a sense of danger. Some old men might not be very strong when they were young, but the older they got, the more terrifying they became. This was especially true for this kind of living history. Who knew what he had cultivated? At this moment, a golden light shot up from the ground. It was from Big Golden Wing. Big Golden Wing flew towards Lu Yin. Its divine claws were aimed at Lu Yin's head. It turned into a spirit treasure and wanted to fight Lu Yin head-on. The old salamander shook his head. He raised his walking stick and smashed it towards Lu Yin. The walking stick became countless times larger in an instant. It covered the sky and blocked the golden light of Big Golden Wing and the God's sealing catalog. It smashed down towards Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin raised his hand and the walking stick came crashing down. With a bang, the huge vibration stopped Big Golden Wing's momentum. The strong pressure fell like a curtain of dark gray rain. The moment it came into contact with the ground, it shattered it. Lu Yin's power circulated around his body. He blocked the walking stick with one hand, and cracks spread along his palm. The old salamander held the walking stick and pressed it down again. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This old man's strength was so great that he had a whole new level of respect for him. It looked like it was about to die. This was the limit of a living being's strength. The walking stick bent slowly. The old salamander's strength and Lu Yin's strength caused the walking stick to bend continuously. Finally, it broke completely and scattered into the sky. Big Golden Wing rushed out of the broken pieces of the walking stick. Its divine claws swept past, and its golden pupils shrank. What was this? The sound of metal clashing rang out. The divine claws collided with the hook. In front of Big Golden Wing, a black stream of air floated past. Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper transformation. His pure black eyes met the golden eyes of Big Golden Wing, causing Big Golden Wing to feel a chill. The hair that fell to his waist fluttered in the wind. The black gas from the rotating nebula turned into chains that spiraled behind him. His body was branded with dark red lines. White gas formed a shield on his left arm, and he held the giant hook in his right hand. The black gas behind him rose like clouds. At this moment, Lu Yin looked like a demon. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again, and Big Golden Wing was sent flying by Go Lien. Big Golden Wing turned around and struck out with its divine claws again. Although Big Golden Wing did not focus on strength, it did not lack strength in its beast form. It might not be comparable to Yushan, but it was not much weaker. This was especially true for someone who dared to fight for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin gripped Go Lien tightly and slashed. The divine claws collided with Go Lien. Sparks scattered and ignited the void. Countless people were stunned. What kind of image was that? The third master had actually become like that. All the cultivators were stunned. They had never seen Lu Yin like that before. In the past, Lu Yin had been arrogant, but now, he was invincible. Many of the spectators were women, and many of them were hostile towards Lu Yin because of Yushan. However, at this moment, they were all stunned as they stared at Lu Yin, who was holding Go Lien and suppressing Big Golden Wing. Their expressions kept changing. He was too handsome. This third master was too domineering. Lu Yin. His name was Lu Yin. He was Big Brother Lu. In the distance, old Tao's jaw dropped. What kind of image was this? Qin Yun's breathing quickened as she stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin did not know how much shock his image would bring to the spiritualized cultivators. He had climbed up the ranks of the Tian Yuan universe step by step until he became the master of the Tian Yuan universe. This had to do with his strength, bearing, and responsibility, but also his image. In the final battle of the Heavenly Star Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had used the Reaper transformation to defeat the combined forces of the Prime Clear and the others. The image of that moment had been replayed countless times throughout the Tian Yuan universe, and no one who had seen that battle would ever forget it. Lu Yin's impression of himself was that he was invincible, that he was as powerful as a god. At this moment, this image appeared in the spiritualized universe, accompanied by the big golden wing being smashed down like a meteor. Below, Yu Xia hurriedly moved out of the way, and big golden wing smashed right into her position. There was a loud boom, and dust filled the air. Lu Yin swung his chain down, wanting to grab big golden wing. The old salamander took out a walking stick from somewhere and said, "Third Master, this old man admires your strength." Lu Yin looked up with his pure black eyes. "Old man, I'll send you on your way." Go Lian then slashed horizontally. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it contained Wu Tian's many years of research into weapons. The old salamander's gaze turned cold, and he raised his walking stick to block Go Lian. Bang! Another metallic sound rang out, and the walking stick split into two. Go Lian's blade slashed towards the old salamander, but the old salamander pointed out with a finger. Lu Yin raised a brow, and Go Lian slashed out, causing blood and a finger to spurt out. It was the old salamander's finger, which had been severed by Go Lian. Where did this old man get the confidence to take Go Lian's slash with his body? That was a blade that could suppress Big Golden Wing's claw. It wasn't pure death aura, but rather battle aura of the Palm Realm, mortal world soil, and Lu Yin's strength. Although the Grim Reaper transformation still looked the same, its combat power wasn't purely derived from the Grim Reaper transformation. The old salamander retreated, and his finger was severed. He turned to look at the perception immortal. "Junior, are you still not going to attack? Once I'm defeated, it'll be even harder for you to fight alone. This third master's image has changed greatly. This is his trump card, and it'll be over if you defeat him at this moment." The perception immortal was still resisting Lu Yin's consciousness. Hearing the old salamander's words, he felt that it made sense. The third master had been severely injured by Bao Qi at the cost of breaking his cauldron bell. His current transformation must be his trump card, or else he wouldn't have appeared in the previous battle. "Let's fight." In his hand, the pen danced. Stream, boiling rain, Jinhe, parting sea. For water's deity, as the pen danced, part of the water resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, and part of the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin turned his gaze and frowned. His consciousness planet rotated and gathered. The great sky-carving disk. No one expected Lu Yin to have learned the great sky-carving disk of the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomena in action. As soon as the great sky-carving disk appeared, the perception immortal coughed up blood. Some of his water flow had already been diverted, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist Lu Yin's increased consciousness. "Old salamander, I can't hold on any longer." The old salamander stared at Lu Yin's surroundings. He wanted to see through Lu Yin. However, even Mr. Mu couldn't see through Lu Yin's cultivation. Mr. Mu was once the master of a universe. He could cut off the river of time and stabilize the mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't know how strong he was at his peak, but he wasn't someone the old salamander could fight against. The old salamander couldn't see through Lu Yin, so he could only bite the bullet and attack. At this moment, his severed finger had already recovered. He raised his hand and pointed at Lu Yin again. The old salamander moved his body and looked at Lu Yin. He exclaimed, "Third Master is really invincible. Although my body isn't hard, ordinary people can't do anything to it. I can't even block one slash from you." There was a starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. There was definitely a problem. He found it. There were 3 sequence particles on his body. They were so small that they were almost invisible. These 3 sequence particles were left behind by the old salamander after 3 attacks. This reminded him of Qi Zun's 3 words. Was it similar? Lu Yin immediately tried to disperse them, but he realized that he couldn't. Whether it was the starry sky in his heart that didn't get close to him or using his own strength, he couldn't disperse the 3 sequence particles. How could it be? It seems like Third Master has noticed it. I'm impressed again. Even a spiritual prime powerhouse can't detect my strength. The old salamander sighed. Then, he looked at the Perception Immortal. "Fourth Water Immortal, you can attack now. Third Master can't stop you." The Perception Immortal was doubtful. "Are you sure?" The old salamander was confident. "My deified sequence is not for show." The Perception Immortal's pupils shrank. Deified sequence. Lu Yin was surprised. Deified sequence. He had never heard of it. At this time, old Tao's voice sounded in his ear. "Master, the deified sequence refers to cultivating one sequence method to the level of the base sequence and giving birth to a different kind of power." The old salamander cultivated to the level of the deified sequence. He has lived for so long that time has passed. Actually, this is just a legend. Or rather, it's a possibility. Very few people can cultivate their sequence method to the level of the base sequence. You have to be careful. The sequence method that the old salamander cultivated is called the 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. He had encountered the 8 of the base sequence and experienced their power, but it was different from the old salamanders. When a sequence method was cultivated to this level, it would produce different powers depending on the person. For water's deity. The Perception Immortal attacked again, and the water swept towards Lu Yin. His attack had been suppressed by Lu Yin's great sky-stripping disc. At this moment, he endured the dizziness and was bleeding from his orifices as he desperately attacked. Lu Yin threw out the chain and rushed into the water, heading towards the Perception Immortal. The moment the chain entered the water, it melted. Lu Yin was surprised. A chain that could melt the death aura. The sequence particles around the old salamander surged. The blood that was originally floating in the air twisted and then grew, turning into old salamanders. However, they were not as big as the old salamander. There were 8 of them heading towards Lu Yin. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin retracted the chain, and the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and a terrifying power stopped the water flow. However, the power was constantly being dissolved. The water flow's ability to dissolve was terrifying. This was the combination of 4 battle techniques. The Perception Immortal panted heavily. "Brother, you're the man who's going to create the sequence rules. The combination of 4 battle techniques can assimilate all things. This sequence rule will be called the 9th love spirit." Everyone who heard this was stunned. This name was shameless. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he watched the water flow approach. Behind him, the black air flow rotated and moved towards the water flow. Suddenly, the sequence particles in 3 places vibrated, causing the air flow behind him to be obstructed. Lu Yin hurriedly struck out with his palm, wanting to use his power to delay the water flow. However, he found that his power was also obstructed. This feeling was as if someone had locked his body, locking his movements, his power, and his thoughts. The water flow whizzed past and enveloped Lu Yin. 8 smaller salamanders stood in 8 directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. They continuously sealed Lu Yin's combat power. He knew very well that the water flow alone might not be able to melt this person. The great golden winged sword, and a golden slash entered the water flow and slashed towards Lu Yin. The right summer also appeared, and the eternal flame flowed through the void and entered the water flow. Attacks entered the water flow one after another, drowning Lu Yin. No one could see clearly. Everyone stared at this scene. Silence. This third master would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. Although the perception immortal was shameless, he was definitely extremely powerful. This was especially true for the Four Waters immortal, who could assimilate anything. However, the most powerful person in this battle was still the old salamander. No one knew what he had planned, but Lu Yin could not resist the water flow and could not even escape. Many people looked at Bao Qi, who had died in battle. His corpse was still standing there. The third master was already invincible. Who else in this spiritual universe could make so many powerhouses work together? Mr. Li stared at the sky. Was it really over? In the distance, old Tao's heart was raised. He could not imagine how Lu Yin could survive being surrounded by 2 tribulation transcendents and 2 primordial realm powerhouses, especially when all 4 of them were powerful enough to compete for Sang Tian's position. Only the star-toad grinned. Was it over? What kind of joke was this? That brat had not even used his full strength. The Grim Reaper's transformation was just a facade that the brat had created so that others would think that he had exposed his trump card. But what was his true trump card? No one in the Tian Yuan universe knew. It was time to unleash his full power. The Startoad's gaze turned solemn as it sensed a desolate aura. It was not the only one. Everyone in the wisdom sky domain and around the spatial abyss felt a chill sweep past them. They could not help but tremble. What was going on? Why did they feel cold? In the sky, the old salamander and the perception immortal's expressions changed at the same time. Oh no, it was not over yet. With a whoosh, the Go Lien reached out of the water flow and slashed horizontally. The black slash circled around and cut a circle, splitting the entire sky into 2. The 8 old salamanders were directly shattered. The perception immortal's water flow, Big Goldwing's golden slash, and Yuxia's eternal flame were all severed. Lu Yin walked out of the water flow without a single wound on his body. Even the melted chains had recovered. His pure black eyes glanced at the old salamander and the perception immortal, as well as Big Goldwing, who was not far away. You guys are really interesting. Creating sequence rules is not a sequence rule. You want to use a sequence rule to deal with me. What deified sequence? Even the base of the sequence can't deal with me. Lu Yin pointed at the old salamander with the Go Lien. Show me what you've got. They could not even begin to imagine how many different powers Lu Yin had cultivated. Even if the 3 Dao shackles had locked him down, he could still break through them, and there was more than one way to do so. As for that assimilated flow of water, no matter what, it was just a type of sequence law. Even if it could be considered a destructive sequence law that had reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Daos, so what? It was useless against Lu Yin. The old salamander was bitter. He had already shown his true abilities. The perception immortal's face twitched. This monster made his mind unstable. In the sky, the great sky-carving disc pressed down. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell and smashed onto the ground. All the cultivators were like the perception immortal. They looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Was this guy really human? Sang Tian was no match for him. Even several Sang Tian experts could not defeat him. This made them think of Supreme Emperor and even Yu Sang Tian. No wonder this person dared to challenge all the experts in the world. It was too terrifying. Old Tao and the others were completely relieved. At the same time, they also felt that Lu Yin was a monster. Mr. Li was afraid. Every time he faced Lu Yin, he felt a sense of danger. This feeling could not be wrong. This person was too strong. High up in the sky, the old salamander smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really hard to fight. The third master is invincible. I admire you. But no matter what, I have to suppress you today. Otherwise, my spiritualized universe will lose face. After he finished speaking, he looked in a direction. Still not coming out. If the 10,000 beasts border is wiped out, your royal god mountain will not have it easy. This person is not someone you can defeat alone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:18. There were more people. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. How many experts had been hidden to deal with this third head? Actually, after Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi, some experts had already given up. Even so, there were still some who could take action, and such experts were even more powerful. The old salamander looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk out. He looked up at Lu Yin and said, I am Wu Jin from Royal God Mountain. This battle is for the position of Sang Tian. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly dispersed. Another person had come to fight for the position of Sang Tian. Someone commented, Wu Jin. I remember now. My family's records say that a powerhouse once walked out of Royal God Mountain. He used a technique to bring back the past and loved to collect ancient jade. His name was Wu Jin. Good name, Wu Jin. Speaking of which, brother, I have an ancient jade here. Every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. Unfortunately, my luck is shallow, and I can't hear what the fairy is saying. Brother, do you want to buy it? Shut up, you swindler. Wait, I remember now. Royal God Mountain's Wu Jin is called Jade Sage, and he appeared a long time ago. He's an absolute powerhouse, and he seemed to have participated in the battle for the position of Sang Tian. However, I don't remember which Sang Tian it was. It's been too long. He's also an old guy. Why are all these old fellows here? They should have given up on the position of Sang Tian. The day of the tribute spirit has arrived. If they become Sang Tian at this time, they might be able to see a different scene from the Royal God Mountain's tribute spirit. It's not impossible for them to take another step forward. I have some say in this aspect. Speaking of which, every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. That scene is too beautiful to behold. To be honest, I feel sorry for that third head. If he had challenged Bao Qi's Sang Tian after the day of the tribute spirit, there wouldn't have been so many old fellows. Although he's despicable, that third head isn't from our spiritualized universe. He's an enemy. That's true, brother, don't go. This ancient jade, Lu Yin looked down at Wu Jin. He had not sensed this person before, as he had concealed his aura very well. This was another powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. When Bao Qi fought for the position of Sang Tian, he encountered many experts and fought to the death. In the end, he relied on the cauldron bell to reach the end. Even so, he did not dare to fight for the position of Sang Tian again and called those people mad dogs. In Lu Yin's battle, there were even more of these mad dogs, and they were even stronger. He didn't believe that Sang Tian wasn't involved. Have they all come out? Not necessarily. At this moment, two figures walked out of the void, releasing powerful auras as they faced Wu Jin. Many cultivators looked over. Another expert. It was Dancing Butterfly World's Edge. Third Master, leave this person to us. Wu Jin looked at Dancing Butterfly Horizon solemnly. Even though Dancing Butterfly Horizon was a spirit prime, no one dared to underestimate them. If they worked together, they definitely had the strength to fight against an expert from the bitter disaster realm. When did your Dancing Butterfly's World's Horizon get together with this third master? Jia Wu coldly laughed. It's none of your business. Wu Jin's expression was calm. He wasn't angry. Tianya looked at Wu Jin and then swept his gaze around. Everyone is attacking third master here. Are you not taking the manner seriously? The old salamander coughed. This battle is for Sang Tian's position. It has nothing to do with our stance. Tianya smiled. Then we'd like to fight for it as well. You've joined the manor? The golden-winged man asked, his voice cold and sharp. Jia Wu looked up in disgust. Your golden feathers are too dazzling. I'll pluck them out one by one later. The golden-winged man's claws curled. You're courting death. What about the primordial origin? The old salamander asked. Tianya and the old salamander exchanged glances. He'll appear when it's time. The old salamander was helpless. No one knew how deep the manor's foundations were. After all, they were the top powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe. If they appeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with Third Master. Lu Yin spoke. You don't need to do anything. Dancing Butterfly World reminded Third Master that Wu Jin isn't easy to deal with. Lu Yin gripped Go Lian. It's fine. I've always wanted to challenge the world's experts, so it doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Let's see how many experts from this spiritualized universe dare to appear. Jia Wu wanted to say something, but Tianya stopped her. All right, we'll support Third Master from the side. Wu Jin soared into the sky and surrounded Lu Yin with the old salamander. The old salamander looked down. Is there anyone else? This is the first time he's come out, but I feel like this Third Master is still unfathomable. The surrounding cultivators were left speechless. This Third Master's form had already changed, so how could he still be unfathomable? Lu Yin was also waiting. There were still powers that had yet to make a move, especially Heaven's Hand. Heaven's Hand had used him to eliminate the experts vying for the position of Sang Tian, and it was obvious that Heaven's Hand was also vying for the position of Sang Tian. Once Lu Yin defeated the old salamander and the others, there would be no competition for the position of Sang Tian. At that time, even you Sang Tian wouldn't be able to stop Lu Yin from becoming Sang Tian. How could Heaven's Hand not make a move? However, Lu Yin didn't sense any other hidden powerhouses. Lu Yin exhaled and tightened his grip on Go Lian. He shook it, and a black and white aura swept out in all directions. If you don't want to come out, then I'll force you out. Wu Jin barked, attack. He then faced Lu Yin and struck out with a palm. This palm ignored distance, and Lu Yin had a strange feeling the moment it struck out. Was this the red dust? Carrying on the past and opening up a way for the future. This was Wu Jin. This was the red dust. Lu Yin hadn't expected Wu Jin to be the same as Xiaochen, who had walked the path of the red dust. This path was difficult to walk, but once one walked it, they would become extremely powerful. Ordinary people would find it difficult to deal with Wu Jin's red dust palm. Even Bao Qi had been forced into the bitter adversity realm by the red dust path. However, Lu Yin didn't even need to dodge, as he was currently suffering from a karmic backlash. What was the red dust? It was the path that a person had walked for half of their life. It was both cause and effect. Karma was greater than the red dust, and the red dust was trapped within karma. This red dust palm couldn't break through the karmic backlash at all. This was because the red dust that this palm experienced was all under karma. Lu Yin took a step forward and slashed at Wu Jin with Go Lian. Wu Jin was shocked. How was this possible? His carrying on the past and opening up a way had no effect on this person? He hurriedly dodged, but Go Lian's blade enveloped him. No matter how he tried to dodge, the blade would still land. Compared to Lu Yin, Wu Jin's use of weapons was slightly inferior. The old salamander's body suddenly transformed into his beast form and swung his tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's Go Lien changed direction and slashed at the old salamander's tail. With a hiss, the old salamander's tail was severed, and blood stained the sky. At the same time, Go Lien changed direction again and slashed at Wu Jin. With the old salamander's delay, Wu Jin was able to avoid Go Lien's slash. He was still in shock. The old salamander's voice rang out, "Be careful, this person's weapon technique is extremely strong. It seems to have been tempered thousands of times. Don't underestimate him." Wu Jin already felt it. He had cultivated for so many years and had faced all kinds of weapons, including Go Lien's slash, but he had never felt so powerless. Lu Yin raised Go Lien again and slashed at Wu Jin. In front of Wu Jin, sequence particles spread wildly and devoured. Go Lien slashed at the devouring sequence technique. The starry sky at the heart repelled the sequence particles, causing them to scatter. At the same time, Lu Yin's consciousness crashed down and pressed down on Wu Jin. On the ground, water rose, for water's deity. The thought immortal made a move pathetically, panting with blood at the corner of his mouth. "I'm resisting his consciousness." Wu Jin's gaze turned cold. Lu Yin was shocked. Consciousness. He didn't expect Wu Jin to have cultivated consciousness as well, and had even reached the celestial grade. Lu Yin's head was dizzy, but it was only for a moment. Wu Jin held an ancient jade stone in his hand and struck at Go Lien. The moment the jade stone collided with Go Lien disappeared instantly. One jade, one world, one thought, one life. The old salamander's sharp claws fell and slapped Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin lost Go Lien and a shadow loomed over his head. His consciousness was also resisted by Four Waters deity. The three bitter adversity realm powerhouses joined hands and forced him into a passive position. Everyone looked at this scene. They didn't believe that the third master could defeat three bitter adversity realm powerhouses at the same time. Even Sang Tian of the older generation would find it difficult. For example, Wu Huang and Zhan Ming, they might not be able to do it. The possibility of a draw was high, but the third master had been fighting for a long time and should have been heavily injured. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Wu Jin. His expression was terrifyingly calm, causing Wu Jin's heart to sink. This person. The Qin ancestors' world turned into soil and instantly condensed into land. It turned into an even larger shadow that covered the entire spatial abyss and loomed over everyone's heads. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly. The human race had used the soil of the land to plant a sky. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky, overturning sky palm. The old salamander was shocked. A concept battle technique. Boom! The world shook and the stars in the universe collapsed, spreading into the endless distance. The entire universe seemed to shake. Wu Jin and the old salamander were struck down, spitting out blood as they crashed to the ground. Only one figure was left in the sky. It was Lu Yin. The overturning sky palm's power varied according to the soil that had condensed into land. This overturning sky palm used the Qin ancestors' world as the soil and even condensed the power of the unbounded ancestors' world to illuminate the wordless heavenly book. Even he found it difficult to unleash this palm, but once it was unleashed, no one could resist it. This was the strongest overturning sky palm he had unleashed so far. It was as if the entire universe had been turned upside down. While the wandering immortal had resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, he had also suffered the might of the overturning sky palm. However, he had been standing on the ground and had not fallen like Wu Jin and the others, but his injuries were still not light. This monster actually had such a terrifying concept battle technique. The entire wisdom void territory was silent. Everyone stared blankly. A single overturning sky palm had defeated 3 coup woes. This third master was truly heaven-defying. Mr. Li's expression turned ugly. He had actually wanted to attack earlier, but he was glad that he had not. In the distance, Elder Yu was shocked. This person's battle prowess could be considered the number 1 person in Sangtian. In the distance, Old Tao and the others were also shocked. They had refreshed their understanding of Lu Yin's strength time and time again. This was the third master of the Deyu Villa, a supreme expert of the Tianyuan universe. Who in the spiritualized universe could fight against him? Qin Yun once again felt the domineering aura. Qin Zhao's mouth fell open. His impression of Lu Yin had completely changed. This guy was too abnormally strong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-19. Spatial abyss fell into a temporary silence. Lu Yin stood high in the sky, looking down at the world. On the ground, Wu Jin coughed up blood. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's cold gaze. How did this person cultivate? Why did he seem to know everything? Nearby, the thought immortal was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. Run, he would not be able to answer to the ninth spirit. Fight, he panicked. He was afraid of being beaten to death. The old salamander lay on the ground, panting. He looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Come at me together. No one answered. Many cultivators subconsciously took a step back. Fight? They could not figure it out. In a one-on-one fight, other than Yu Sang Tian, who could win against the third head? He was too strong. Especially the primordial realm experts who had wanted to fight. They were so happy that they wanted to drink and celebrate. Fortunately, they had not fought, or they would have been dead. Yu Xia's ever-bright flame and the golden light of the big golden wing were retracted. If Bao Qi and Meng Sang's fight for the position of Sang Tian was a battle to the death, then Lu Yin's fight for the position of Sang Tian was a one-sided fight. He had suppressed many experts with his own strength. These people were mad dogs to Bao Qi and the others, but they were sick dogs to Lu Yin. Now, what everyone was most confused about was whether or not the third master was injured. Was that change in form his final trump card? Bao Qi's cauldron bell should have injured him. And the palm strike just now had suppressed 3 bitter disaster realm experts. It should have been his limit. Cough, cough. It seems like this old man's life is really going to end here. The old salamander stood up and looked up at Lu Yin. Third head, please give me a dignified death, the same as Bao Qi's. Lu Yin looked at the old salamander. How you die is up to me. The old salamander was helpless. Wu Jin, for waters immortal, go all out. The thought immortal felt his scalp tingle. Why was he still calling him? He wanted to escape. Wu Jin held the jade stone. Blood dripped down his palm. He pressed the jade stone on his forehead. It was like a third eye had opened. Go all out. The old salamander roared. He clenched his claws and opened them. A transparent cube appeared. Fight. Wu Jin, thought immortal, big golden wings, and Yu Xia attacked at the same time. However, their target was not Lu Yin, but the huge cube that the old salamander had created. That's the old salamander's innate gift, which allows him to change the enemy's form. He's been fighting with you for so long because he's been changing your form. That cube is you, and that's a homogeneous attack. Tianya's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked, there was such a thing. Just as he thought of this, Wu Jin and the others' attacks had already landed on the cube. In an instant, Lu Yin withstood 4 attacks. He didn't even try to block them, and he didn't even have the time to do so. His body simultaneously felt the pain of being attacked, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Streams of light shuttled back and forth around his body, reversing time for a second. Lu Yin then used the reverse step to parallel time in an attempt to snatch the cube. The old salamander blocked with his body. They knew that Lu Yin could reverse time, so how could they let Lu Yin snatch the cube? Everything was within their expectations. Lu Yin tore apart the old salamander's body and was greeted by Wu Jin's blood-stained third eye. Blood flowed down his forehead, seemingly splitting his face into 2. An indescribable attack landed on the cube, causing Lu Yin to spit out another mouthful of blood. Big golden wings flapped its claws and attacked Lu Yin from behind, wanting to tear his body apart. In the distance, dancing butterfly Horizon was about to attack, but suddenly, a sense of danger descended from the other side of the spatial abyss, from Mr. Li. Mr. Li had been staring at dancing butterfly Horizon the entire time, preventing them from attacking. Dancing butterfly Horizon was restrained by Mr. Li, and big golden wings claws descended. This time, Lu Yin didn't turn around to receive the attack. He was confident that he could tear Lu Yin's body apart. The cube's homogeneous attack was only one of the things that attracted Lu Yin to snatch it. Whatever Lu Yin would do was within the old salamander's expectations. It could be said that this was the moment they had been waiting for. 2 spirit primes, 3 bitter adversity realms, 5 top powerhouses working together, and Bao Chi's Sang Tian risking his life to create the current situation. There was no true invincible powerhouse in the world. Even Yu Sang Tian would have flaws if he was targeted, let alone Lu Yin. However, the premise of all this was that they truly understood Lu Yin. Big golden wings claws descended and landed on Lu Yin's back. In an instant, Lu Yin's body withered. Things always move in the opposite direction. Big golden wings claws were incomparably sharp. They could leave marks on Wu Huang's body and tear Lu Yin's arm apart, but they couldn't instantly break through Lu Yin's upper limit, especially when things move in the opposite direction. As long as they couldn't break through the upper limit, they were useless. The claws pierced Lu Yin's back, and big golden wings tried to tear it apart, but found that they couldn't move at all. It was shocked. How could this be? A hand fell and grabbed big golden wings' wings. Lu Yin turned around, his eyes cold. Bastard, you think you can kill me? Then, he dragged big golden wings in front of him. Big golden wings resisted, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin stepped on its head, and with a crack, its head broke. This injury couldn't kill big golden wings. Lu Yin stepped on it again. As for the cube that attacked him with the same body, he didn't care at all. These people didn't know how high the upper limit of his endurance was. In the spiritualized universe, the only one who could break his upper limit was Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had completely shocked Lu Yin in the 37 years. Other than that, he had nothing to fear. It was time to show these people what it meant to be invincible. It was also time to unleash his full combat power. The old salamander's tail smashed towards Lu Yin. Nian Xian, Wu Jin, and Yu Xia all attacked the cube. However, it was useless. Lu Yin was completely withered, and no matter how the cube was struck, there was no reaction. At most, his body would recover and then wither, and then recover and wither again. They could not imagine what kind of technique this was, and the mystical concept of things going in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme was vividly displayed at this moment. Big golden wings spat out blood, and his pupils dilated. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. The heavenly Tao of karma expanded again and completely restrained the backlash of karma. Lu Yin took the initiative. Unless Yu Sang Tian attacked personally, it was impossible to rely on karma to deal with him. Of course, Yu Sang Tian didn't know about this, and Lu Yin wouldn't expose it. He was really afraid that Yu Sang Tian would attack personally. Yu Sang Tian had the terrifying strength to suppress everything. The cultivators of the spiritualized universe didn't know how strong Yu Sang Tian was. It was an unshakable strength. At this moment, Lu Yin was also unshakable to the old salamander and the others. They tried their best, really tried their best, but they could only watch as Big Golden Wings was suppressed. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Yu Xia. Yu Xia was terrified and wanted to escape. The eternal flame burned towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the flame and stepped through the void. He also stepped on Yu Xia. Yu Xia wailed as half of his body was crushed. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. Next, Lu Yin looked at the Nian Xian. This guy disgusted him. He dared to attack him not for Sang Tian's position but for a woman. He was courting death. The Nian Xian's face was pale as he smiled apologetically. Third Master, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Yin took a step forward and attacked the Nian Xian. Everyone watched as Lu Yin crushed the powerhouses. They were a little numb. Even now, they couldn't see the third master's bottom line. Suddenly, Lu Yin paused. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. He stepped forward with his right foot and stabilized his body. Dream Realm, Meng Sang. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked in a certain direction. Meng Sang Tian had attacked just now. The only true God. He had never forgotten that the only true God had come to the spiritualized universe before him. This was also a top powerhouse that he was wary of. Yu Sang Tian wasn't the only one in the spiritualized universe. The only true God was there. However, Meng Sang had only attacked once and disappeared without a trace. Even Lu Yin couldn't find her. Meng Sang's goal was achieved. Lu Yin's body swayed. He knew that it was Meng Sang, but others didn't. Everyone thought that he had reached his limit. The old salamander's eyes lit up. This person has also reached his limit. Which old friend hasn't appeared? The day of the sacrifice spirit is right in front of us. If he really defeats us, it's impossible to win against him alone. Wu Jin held his forehead as blood flowed continuously. He had used all his strength. It was time for him to act. A formless power suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head, transforming into an unpredictable killing intent that descended. Boom! The ground shattered, and Lu Yin raised a hand to block the killing intent. Was this sourcebox killing intent? How had it appeared? Before he could react, various sourcebox killing intents appeared from all directions, completely surrounding Lu Yin. It was as if countless attacks were descending upon him, constantly bombarding him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How was this possible? He wasn't surprised by the power of the sourcebox array, but rather by the fact that more than 10 of them had appeared in an instant. How could they all appear at the same time? And how could they have appeared so quickly? Even if there were more than 10 origin array heavenly masters working together, they still wouldn't be able to set up such an array. Had the Spiritual Treasure Society made a move? That shouldn't be the case. The sourcebox array's killing intent grew heavier and heavier, and its power increased as well. Lu Yin stood where he was and released the starry sky from his heart. Boundless power circulated within the mortal ancestors' world to resist the sourcebox killing intent. The range of the sourcebox array grew larger and larger, and the old salamander and the others continuously retreated. Spatial abyss continued to collapse, and all of the spectating cultivators who had already retreated far away retreated even further. There were simply too many sourcebox killing intents. It wasn't just Lu Yin himself, even the cube that the old salamander had attacked was beginning to suffer from the sourcebox's killing intent. Elegant, right? Lu Yin's body began to dry up and recover faster and faster. He suddenly looked towards a corner, where he raised a hand and flicked his finger. His strength tore through the void, and along the way, the sourcebox array's killing intent tried to stop him, but they couldn't stop the strength of Lu Yin's finger. The void was forcibly torn apart, and a middle-aged man's figure was revealed. The man wore an embroidered robe, and he hovered in the air while drawing in the void with a single hand. Every time he drew, a sourcebox array's killing intent would appear. Lu Yin couldn't understand this scene. When had sourcebox arrays become so simple? It wasn't just him, even the old salamander, who had lived for countless years, was stunned. He was also an origin array heavenly master, and he had lived for so long that he had dabbled in a little bit of everything. The more he understood about the Tao of spiritual treasures, the more shocked he was by this middle-aged man's actions. Even cultivators who didn't walk the path of spiritual treasures could see how unbelievable this scene was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-20. The middle-aged man's gaze was gloomy as he continued to attack. An endless stream of sourcebox arrays descended upon Lu Yin. Wu Jin shouted, "Old salamander, attack!" The old salamander struck the cube with a blow. The perception immortal hesitated for a moment before attacking as well. Lu Yin's body had swayed, which gave them confidence that he had reached his limit. Everyone thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit. The middle-aged man's frenzied attacks were especially so. Even if Lu Yin had not reached his limit before, he would eventually reach his limit. Lu Yin stared at the middle-aged man. "Are you that Duke?" The middle-aged man met Lu Yin's gaze. "My son has been taken care of by you." Lu Yin finally understood why the Plain Master sect feared this Duke. He was a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, but he was also not one. Did this person walk the path of spiritual treasures? Lu Yin was confused. How had he managed to instantly set up a sourcebox array? Furthermore, there were so many sourcebox arrays that Lu Yin could not comprehend. This should not even exist. Lu Yin knew that even if he merged with all of the Origin Heavenly Masters and became the #1 Origin Heavenly Master in history, surpassing Ancestor Hui, he would not be able to do this. This was already beyond the level of an Origin Heavenly Master. Did this Duke surpass the Plain Master sect and Ancestor Hui? Impossible. Lu Yin continued to withstand the attacks of the sourcebox array. On the other side, the cube was also being attacked by the old salamander and the others. Even though there was an upper limit to how far things could go in the opposite direction, and these people could not break through it, this situation had persisted for too long, and Lu Yin's combat power had reached its limit. Everything could go in the opposite direction. While he was enduring damage, he was also accumulating damage. When Lu Yin had broken through to become an emissary, he had used this method to defeat Progenitor Qin, a humanoid tribulation origin cultivator. And now, the accumulated damage had reached a terrifying level. Lu Yin looked at Duke from afar and slowly raised his left arm. He waved it gently in the old salamander's direction. The void stilled, and everything came to a standstill. The old salamander, Wu Jin, and the perception immortal felt their scalps tingle at the same time. They felt an unimaginable sense of danger descend upon them. This was a life-threatening danger that they had rarely experienced in their lives. This sense of danger appeared the moment Lu Yin waved his left arm. Lu Yin's left arm gently waved, and a gust of wind blew past him. Lu Yin's hair. Blood dripped, dripping blood. The universe seemed to have just recovered. No one could describe their feelings at this moment. They could only see old salamander, Wu Jin, and thought immortal collapsing on the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. What just happened? Something must have happened. But other than the 3 bitter calamity realm experts, no one else knew. The 3 of them fell to the ground, staring blankly at the starry skies. The disparity was too great. What happened to the agreed limit? Duke Xiang's eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip as he looked at the scene in shock. How was this possible? Everyone was speechless. Among the spectating cultivators, some of them felt their legs go soft and knelt down subconsciously. This was the power of a god. He wasn't afraid, but rather in awe. He was completely in awe, just like how he used to look up to Yu Sang Tian. More and more people looked at Lu Yin in a different light. This person wasn't human, he was a god. Who in the spiritualized universe could defeat him? Defeating 3 bitter disaster realm experts with a wave of his hand, this had never happened before. This scene shocked all the cultivators who saw it. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to be so shocked. The truth was far from being as simple as it seemed. Extreme matter reverses was a mystical technique. While it could defend against external injuries, it could also accumulate damage and release it in an instant. In the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin had battled with extreme matter reverses too many times, but it had never shocked anyone as much. This was because during that time, the accumulated damage he could endure had never reached a level that exceeded everyone's expectations. When he could, there were no more enemies in the Tian Yuan universe. The only true god who could threaten Lu Yin's life was the Grand Empyrean's 6 paths of reincarnation. He had been forced to use a heaven-bestowed spirit seed to be reborn and go to the spiritualized universe. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin's body had almost reached the limit of what he could endure, and the accumulated damage was instantly released. This instantaneous destructive power was strong enough to defeat a bitter calamity realm powerhouse. Let alone 3, even a few bitter calamity realm powerhouses might not be able to endure it. This was a different kind of power. However, this power had actually been given to him by the old salamander. Otherwise, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to unleash such terrifying destructive power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so apprehensive of Yu Sang Tian. He couldn't do this when fighting Yu Sang Tian, because Yu Sang Tian had the ability to break through extreme matter reverses. There was no way for Lu Yin to accumulate damage. In other words, Lu Yin's attack was between his own limit and breaking through it. It was also between Yu Sang Tian and Yu Sang Tian. The shock it brought was naturally great. At this moment, the one with the worst expression was Duke Qing. If he had known that Lu Yin could unleash such a terrifying attack, he wouldn't have come out. He was a spiritual prime, so the old salamander wouldn't have thought highly of him and made him attack. He also wouldn't have been targeted by Lu Yin. After all, there were several spiritual primes watching the battle. He had thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, which was why he had attacked. Now, it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Duke Qing. His Reaper transformation had disappeared, and he looked much weaker. Duke Chang's expression was gloomy. I don't believe that you haven't reached your limit. Those of the Royal God Mountain, kill him. In the distance, several people in the crowd hesitated, not daring to attack. Duke Chang's eyes widened. If you don't attack, you will be punished as a traitor to the Royal God Mountain. Still, no one made a move. At this moment, those who were qualified to attack were at least at the level of the sequence laws. Although they were apprehensive of Duke Qing, they wouldn't be so frightened by his words that they would fight to the death with Lu Yin. No one knew whether Lu Yin had reached his limit or not. Throughout the entire battle, they had all thought that Lu Yin had reached his limit, but he still stood there. On the contrary, it was the bitter calamity realm powerhouses who had fallen instantly. If they attacked now, they might even die. Duke Chang's expression was ugly, and he was about to say something when Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him. Duke Chang's pupils shrank, and his figure faded away. It was another sourcebox array. The starry sky around Lu Yin's heart expanded, and Duke Qing appeared in the distance. Stars rotated in front of him. Lu Yin looked over and saw Sirius art explode. With a boom, the stars exploded, and Duke Qing spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the distance. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else was still standing in the battle of the spatial abyss. Lu Yin looked around and panted heavily. This battle could be said to be easy, but it couldn't be said to be easy either. These old fellows all had their own tricks up their sleeves, but they were still lacking when Lu Yin went all out. If he had not dealt with Jin, the carefree old man, and dancing butterfly in the horizon, he would have been in real danger. If that had happened, he would have been forced to use his karmic wheel, Sky Palace, and True God's freedom technique. In the Wisdom Sky domain, everyone who was watching this battle fell silent. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They all looked at Lu Yin with fear, shock, and an indescribable reverence. It was as if they could see Yu Sang Tian attacking. Who else could compete with this person for Sang Tian's position? Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside Wu Jin. Under Wu Jin's despairing gaze, Lu Yin suppressed him into the Point General platform hell and then went to the Thought Immortal side. The Thought Immortal said bitterly, "I really don't want to fight to the death with you. Can you give me some face?" Lu Yin did not say a word and simply grabbed them. These bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses could increase his karmic heavenly path by too much. When Wu Jin and the Thought Immortal were suppressed into the Point General platform hell, the karmic backlash disappeared. Lu Yin walked towards the old salamander again. The old salamander exhaled and looked blankly at the sky. His body could not move. Even if he had a perfect rebirth, what was the point of it? He could not escape from this person. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the little salamander shouted from afar. Lu Yin was unmoved. An enemy was an enemy. The old salamander did not show any mercy in this battle. He was even the biggest threat to Lu Yin. The several attacks were all arranged by this old fellow. How many bitter Calamity Realm powerhouses were there in the entire spiritualized universe? Lu Yin did not know, but he knew that he had at least captured more than half of them. The foundation that the spiritualized universe had accumulated over time was being weakened by him step by step. Did Yu Sang Tian care? He did not care at all. As long as he reached the eternal realm, these foundations were dispensable. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would announce the matter of the little spiritual universe. If that happened, not only would Lu Yin and the people from the Tianyuan universe become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe, but he would also be attacked. To a certain extent, Lu Yin's continuous weakening of the number of top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe was actually helping him. Even if he was invincible in the universe, he could not suppress all the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. The void trembled as a heavy pressure came from afar and kept approaching. Lu Yin stopped and looked at the sky. There was another powerhouse. The spectating cultivators looked up. Another powerhouse dared to make a move. Could it be Sang Tian? Old Tao and the others suddenly turned around. Behind them, a pair of huge eyes suddenly appeared, releasing a pressure so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. The star toad was immediately frightened. Its body became colorful, and it pointed its pitchfork behind it. The huge eyes stared at the star toad. What species? The star toad grinned and gripped its pitchfork tightly. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. Another old guy who had undergone bitter calamity. How many old guys were there in the spiritualized universe? Familiar. I've seen you before. The creature with the huge eyes appeared in their line of sight. Old Tao's eyes narrowed. Miao. Miao Wuwang. Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Kiching, and the others' expressions changed. It was actually him. Qing Yun, Qing Shao, and Rumu's expressions also changed. Miao Wu Huang was a legendary powerhouse. It had actually come. You've seen me before. The star toad's voice rang out as it stared at the incoming creature. It was a huge monster that looked like a standing lizard. It had a huge tail that fiddled with the stars and covered most of the sky. It was looking down at Old Tao and the others. It was called Miao Wu Huang, an 8-star powerhouse on the dark spirit list. Miao Wu Huang ignored the star toad and charged toward spatial abyss. Finally, it crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to fill the sky. It turned into a gale that swept toward Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-21. The old salamander and Duke were blown away by the wind. The huge crack extended along the ground, causing the abyss to collapse and fall into an unknown underground. The surrounding cultivators gaped. Miao Wu Huang. 8-star dark spirit, the legendary Miao Wu Huang is here too. This is a ruthless person, on the other side of the spatial abyss, in Jikong domain. Mr. Li's expression relaxed. Miao Wu Huang had actually come. This battle could still be fought. At the back, Elder Yu was calm. He wasn't surprised by Miao Wu Huang's appearance. The day of the guardian spirit was about to arrive, and Sang Tian's position was extremely important. Although Miao Wu Huang could not replace Sang Tian, it was still necessary for him to make a move. It seemed like the other side had paid quite a price to invite him. In the current spiritualized universe, the only place where they could find Miao Wu Huang was there. After the Battle of Space Abyss, the other side felt the pressure as well. This third boss had to figure out the depth of the other side, or else no one would feel uneasy. Lu Yin stood on the ground, dust billowing in front of him as he faced Miao Wu Huang. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, it was another beast-form spiritual molt. The 10,000 beasts border was really going all out. Perhaps he would have to make a trip to the 10,000 beasts border and destroy that lousy place. Wait, what's this guy called? Miao Wu Huang. Lu Yin heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and his expression turned strange. Miao Wu Huang. One of the 7 great mulberry skies, the owner of the 10,000 beasts border was called No Emperor. This fellow was called No Emperor Mia. Was it from the 10,000 beasts border? Tianya's voice sounded, Third Elder, this guy is called Miao Wu Huang, an 8-star dark spirit cultivator, a trader of the 10,000 beast border. He once competed with Wu Huang for the position of master of the 10,000 beast border, but lost to Wu Huang in the end. However, he was never satisfied and has always been the enemy of the 10,000 beast border and the outer sky. He is extremely strong and is not easy to deal with. Old Tao's voice could also be heard, Master, be careful of Miao Wu Huang's mouth. He can spit out an extremely strong killing power. Lu Yin looked at Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang also looked at him, his gaze covering the entire spatial abyss. He said loudly, Old Salamander. You're here too. And he lost. Is that Bao Qi? Was he dead? What a pity. I really want to break Sang Tian's neck one by one. It would be best if I could break you Sang Tian's neck, ah. A loud voice reverberated in the abyss. All the cultivators who heard it felt dizzy. The sound was too loud. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked up. Miao Wu Huang laughed for a while before his eyes landed on Lu Yin. You're the 3rd master of Deyu Manor. It must have been hard for you. The old salamander is very cunning. You were able to kill Bao Qi and defeat the old salamander. You are not bad, but this is the end. Let me tell you some bad news. I am coming to beat you. Ha ha ha. Another wave of loud laughter resounded through the starry sky, and it caused the stars in the distance to collapse. The cultivators who were watching were dumbfounded. How arrogant! Miao Wu Huang was indeed worthy of being called Miao Wu Huang. He was even more arrogant than the third headmaster. The third headmaster had defeated many strong cultivators and remained standing, making them think that only Yu Sang Tian could fight him. Miao Wu Huang wanted to beat him up. Wait, he had just arrived and hadn't seen the previous battle. Everyone had the same thought as they looked at Miao Wu Huang strangely. Duke Cheng's eyes lit up. The old salamander laughed. The third headmaster had captured Nian Xian, Wu Jin, Big Golden Wings, Yu Xia, and Tong Mu. Miao Wu Huang didn't even know how many strong cultivators had participated in this battle. He thought that it was just him and Bao Qi. This was interesting. Miao Wu Huang had fought until now with his peak strength. He would definitely be able to find out the third headmaster's strength. Lu Yin looked at Miao Wu Huang laughing wildly. Beat him up. This guy really deserved a beating. Miao Wu Huang looked down at Lu Yin. What, are you scared out of your wits? You must have never seen such a strong spirit-molted beast. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I will only beat you up today. That guy's reward is to beat you up. If it was that idiot Wu Huang standing here, I would have killed him. And that hypocrite Yu Sang Tian, too. Just thinking about them makes me angry. Kid, if you make me angry, I will beat you up a few more times. Everyone listened to Miao Wu Huang's arrogant words, but no one stopped him or reminded him. He was just too unpopular. He was an enemy of Wu Huang's myriad beasts border and was not tolerated by outer sky. He had entered the dark spirit list, but once he appeared, he would offend everyone. He had no friends, and no one in the spiritualized universe was willing to help him. If he wasn't good at escaping, he would have died long ago. Now, he was a rare 8-star dark spirit on the dark spirit list. He was the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his brows at Miao Wu Huang's words. Reward? Who paid you? Miao Wu Huang snorted. I may look down on people who hide their heads but show their tails, but I still have morals. Why would I tell you? Guess for yourself. Looks like you don't have good relationships. Everyone was speechless. No one in the spiritualized universe had worse relationships than Miao Wu Huang. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll make a deal with you. Miao Wu Huang laughed. Beg for mercy. That's impossible. I have morals, and I have to do things after receiving a reward. Next time, you won't die anyway. At most, you'll feel some pain. He lifted his leg and stomped down on Lu Yin, shouting, Old salamander, look carefully. I'm much stronger than that idiot Wu Huang. Boom. The ground cracked, and the Intel space domain shook. Many people couldn't stand still, but they stared into the distance. Miao Wu Huang looked beneath his feet, but there was no one there. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked Miao Wu Huang's head at the same time. Miao Wu Huang was shocked. The power of time. You want to kick me? Learn from me. Kid, I admire you. Lu Yin's kick missed, and he was shocked. So close yet worlds apart. Miao Wu Huang's body was covered in particles, and the majestic particles made many people's scalps go numb. This was the result of his many years of cultivation. Miao Wu Huang was of the same generation as Primal Chaos, and he was definitely an old guy. Dodging Lu Yin's kick, Miao Wu Huang's huge body was extremely agile. He appeared behind Lu Yin and clenched his beast claw into a fist, punching out. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well. Bang! A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth, cracking the void and collapsing the stars. Countless cracks spread along the fist, and the space shattered layer by layer, crushing the surroundings. Miao Wu Huang's body sank into the ground, and his beast claw bent. He was shocked. "You?" Luin sneered. "My deal is to beat you up too, and tell me who paid you." With that, boundless power flowed and pressed against Miao Wu Huang's beast claw. Miao Wu Huang's huge body was pressed into the ground, and he howled in pain. Lu Yin looked down from above and stomped down. Terrifying power accompanied by the explosion of the stars pressed down into the ground. The earth was overturned, and the spatial abyss could no longer be seen. Bao Qi's corpse was buried in the abyss and disappeared. Underground, Miao Wu Huang roared, and a black light spread out and shot into the sky. Lu Yin looked down at the black light. Was this anti-gravity? He punched out, and the terrifying power was offset by the anti-gravity. A huge beast claw rushed into the sky and slammed towards Lu Yin. "Kid, you're too arrogant and immoral." Lu Yin raised his hand, and the dust ancestors' world condensed the soil into land and pressed down. Bang! There was another loud bang as the black anti-gravity twisted and tore apart, and Miao Wu Huang's body was pressed down again. He roared, and an even thicker black light rushed into the sky, overturning the dust ancestors' world. The moment the land was overturned, the black light suddenly flowed in reverse, and Miao Wu Huang punched at Lu Yin with unimaginable speed. This was not just speed, but space itself. Lu Yin clenched his fist, and his body withered as he gathered battle force from the palm realm. Boundless power flowed as he punched out. There was a loud bang, and blood splattered across the sky. The huge beast claw was torn apart and sent flying, blood raining down along the way. Miao Wu Huang brushed past Lu Yin, and his right arm was broken. His eyes flickered. Impossible. Lu Yin loosened his grip and slowly turned to look at Miao Wu Huang. This was a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. From the first clash, Lu Yin had discovered that Miao Wu Huang's body was comparable to Su Wang and the Strength Beast. He did not underestimate him, and that punch just now had used gravity and anti-gravity to unleash a power that surpassed the limits of a living being. Although it was not by much, it was on a completely different level, and he stood on the same level as Lu Yin. The Tianyuan universe was a spiritualized universe. Aside from Yu Seng Tian and the one true God, this was the third existence that Lu Yin had encountered that surpassed the limits of a living being. Even Yu Shan's change of the 9 heavens had not been able to surpass Miao Wu Huang. Of course, the difference between him and Miao Wu Huang was huge. On the ground, half of the old salamander's body was buried by the shattered earth as he stared at the sky. He had lost. In terms of power, Miao Wu Huang had lost to the third manager. This was something that he had not expected. If the third manager had not reached his limit, then he could have defeated Miao Wu Huang, but it should not have been in terms of power. In terms of power, aside from Yu Seng Tian's change of the 9 heavens and Miao Wu Huang, who else in the spiritualized universe could surpass Miao Wu Huang? Such power had actually been defeated. The third manager still had not reached his limit. What was his limit? Miao Wu Huang turned back and stared at Lu Yin. "Think about it," Lu Yin said in a low and slow voice. Miao Wu Huang suddenly opened his mouth, and endless darkness turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lu Yin. Miao Wu Huang cannon. Lu Yin dodged. However, the beam of black light suddenly expanded as if it had flipped the universe upside down, forming a black cross-section that directly enveloped Lu Yin. Light flashed around Lu Yin's body, and in a second, he used the reverse step to appear behind Miao Wu Huang's head. Miao Wu Huang was stunned. How could he do this? Lu Yin kicked out, and Miao Wu Huang's head was kicked to the ground. The beam of black light in his mouth pierced through the ground and tore a corner of the Intelliski domain. That direction happened to be where Mr. Li and Mr. Yu were. Seeing the beam of black light fall, Mr. Li was shocked and hurriedly brought Mr. Yu away. Mr. Yu was still in shock. He was not the third manager, and if he was enveloped by the beam of black light, he would be dead for sure. Mr. Li was also scared. Miao Wu Huang's strength was extremely strong even among the bitter adversity powerhouses. Even Sang Tian was a bitter adversity powerhouse, and there were not many who could defeat Miao Wu Huang. He did not have the confidence to defeat Miao Wu Huang, especially when it came to Miao Wu Huang's ultimate move. Miao Wu Huang's head hurt, and he turned back, only to see Lu Yin kick out again. This time, Miao Wu Huang had learned his lesson and dodged. Lu Yin's kick missed, and he looked to the side. He turned back and attacked again, but his attack was dodged again. Lu Yin continued to attack, but he could not hit Miao Wu Huang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-22. It wasn't like Lu Yin hadn't faced so close, yet worlds apart before. He'd even broken down the landscape map in his heart, so he had so close, yet worlds apart's particles were different from Miao Wu Huang's. Miao Wu Huang had reached the deified level and was comparable to the base of the sequence. World's Edge Mirror. This was Miao Wu Huang's power after completing so close, yet worlds apart and becoming a deified. It was because of this power that he'd been able to escape the 10,000 beast border and outer sky. He'd wanted to use his physical strength to suppress Lu Yin, but he couldn't. He couldn't beat him, so he had to use his brain. Miao Wu Huang's right arm was broken and bleeding. He used World's Edge Mirror to dodge Lu Yin's attacks and create distance between them. Lu Yin stopped and looked at him playfully. "Is this what you meant by beating me up?" Miao Wu Huang grinned. "I was too careless. I can't beat you." Then, he glanced at the old salamander. "Old man, you're so immoral. Why didn't you warn me when this guy is so strong?" The old salamander coughed. "I was injured. I couldn't warn you. Bastard." Miao Wu Huang was furious. The old salamander was helpless. "But it's not too late to warn you. Bao Qi and I weren't the only ones who fought in the Battle of Void. There were others, too, but they all lost to this third master." "Who else?" Miao Wu Huang had a bad feeling. The old salamander grunted. "They're all old friends. For example, Wu Jin, Thought Immortal, Goldwing, Yoxia, and Mother Child. There aren't many of them." Miao Wu Huang gaped at Lu Yin. "You're Yu Sang Tian in disguise, right?" He. Before this third leader defeated Jin, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Tianya, and Su Sherdao. Now that I think about it, he defeated at least half of the top grade beings in the spiritualized universe. How ruthless. Annihilation Emperor, didn't you want to surpass Emperor Wu? Defeat him. If you can defeat him, everyone will admit that you can beat Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang wanted to curse. "Old man, you're still so immoral. I'm just here to watch the show. I'm just standing too close. I'll leave now." Miao Wu Huang turned to leave. Lu Yin's fingertip released a karma spiral, and it headed for Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang felt something. What was it? He couldn't see it, but he instinctively avoided it. The World's Edge Mirror was very convenient, allowing him to instantly disappear into the distance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. Miao Wu Huang swung his tail, tearing the void apart and disrupting time. "I said, stop chasing. I'm just here to watch the show." Streams of light shuttled around Lu Yin's body as the starry sky in his heart released the so close, yet worlds apart sequence particles. He rarely used the sequence laws to prevent himself from being seen through, but it didn't matter now. The origin of the Tian Yuan universe had long been known. The essence of flowing light was space chasing after time. Lu Yin used the so close, yet worlds apart sequence particles to chase after the world's edge mirror, locking onto Miao Wu Huang and preventing him from escaping. The two figures disappeared into the abyss in the blink of an eye. No one could find them. Lu Yin could not let Miao Wu Huang go. He wanted to see through the karmic lines and find out who was targeting him. Miao Wu Huang really wanted to curse. He couldn't run away. How did that guy catch up to him? He had provoked Wu Huang several times, and even if he lost, Wu Huang could only jump around and curse him. Wu Huang couldn't do anything to him, but this guy could catch up. He kept trying to escape, but he couldn't shake off Lu Yin. Lu Yin would always catch up to him. Stop chasing me. We don't have any deep grudges. Who paid you? I can't tell you. It's a moral issue. If I catch up to you, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You're the one suffering a fate worse than death. Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to fight anymore. Look at this. In front of him, Miao Wu Huang took out a snow-white pear flower with his left arm. It swayed in the wind, looking very beautiful with a faint white halo. Lu Yin didn't understand. Your spiritual weapon? Miao Wu Huang was pleased. This is good stuff. It can bring pleasure to a person. Try it. He threw the flower at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he suddenly thought of Qianli from the insectoid civilization. That flying insect covered in thorns could bring pain that even a half-ancestor couldn't endure. This pear flower looked similar. Miao Wu Huang said proudly, once you touch the pear blossom, I guarantee that you'll want to die. This is a pear blossom suppressing Wu Huang specially prepared for that idiot Wu Huang. Don't force me to help you. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. You're courting death. He raised a hand, and the karmic spiral turned into a karmic wheel that pushed forward. The karmic wheel had a miraculous effect against powerhouses who had passed through bitter adversity, and it might even knock them out of the bitter adversity realm. Mr. Li was so wary of Lu Yin because of this. Miao Wu Huang was also very wary at this moment, so he had to run. Lu Yin stared at Miao Wu Huang's back as a stream of light flashed past. Miao Wu Huang paused for a moment before disappearing again. However, the karmic wheel touched him in that moment, and a karmic line was drawn out. Lu Yin saw a person, Old Tao. Old Tao's appearance in the karmic wheel could only mean one thing, Heaven's hand. Of course, this didn't mean that Old Tao had paid Lu Yin. It could only mean that Old Tao was related to the entire karmic situation. Miao Wu Huang ran away. Lu Yin could chase him all he wanted, but he had already obtained the answer he wanted. In Spatial Abyss, everyone was waiting for the final result of this battle. Old Salamander and Duke Qing had run away, as well as a few powerhouses from Royal God Mountain and other major powers. No one was stupid enough to stay behind and wait for Lu Yin. When Lu Yin returned to Spatial Abyss, there was nothing but broken earth. It was a pity that Old Salamander and Duke Qing had escaped. However, he hadn't expected Miao Wu Huang to flee so quickly that Lu Yin didn't have time to catch him. Bao Qi's corpse fell into Spatial Abyss and disappeared. With Elder Yu's appearance, the battle was over. Congratulations, Third Master. You're invincible. Lu Yin looked over. Master of Intellicong Domain, Elder Yu. Elder Yu smiled. That's right. Third Master, are you interested in visiting Intellicong Domain? Are you inviting me? Of course. Yu Sang Tian is my enemy, and I've challenged the realm beyond heaven, breaking the rules time and time again. How dare you invite me? Lu Yin retorted. The continuous battles had exhausted him, and he had indeed been suppressed or countered several times. It wasn't easy to fight these old fellows. Elder Yu laughed. Third Master isn't the only one who challenged the realm beyond heaven. Third Master, you came all the way to my spiritualized universe to fight to the death for your home. I admire your spirit. The relationship between the three universes might not be as you think. Oh. Lu Yin stared at Elder Yu. Intellicong domain had a very high status in the spiritualized universe, and this old man's words represented the spiritualized universe's attitude to a certain extent. Old Tao and the others landed, and Dancing Butterfly Border walked over from afar. Master, are you all right? It's all my fault for being useless. I couldn't help you, and I couldn't even stop old Salamander from escaping. Please forgive me. Old Tao blamed himself, and his face was filled with grief and indignation. That's the truth. The old Salamander, when Old Tao and Duke Qing had escaped, he had wanted to stop them, but Old Salamander had glanced at him, and he hadn't dared to do anything. Although Old Salamander had been heavily injured, as long as Lu Yin didn't interfere, he could regenerate perfectly. He wasn't someone that Old Tao and the others could deal with. Duke Qing was even stranger, as no one knew what technique he had used. Even Lu Yin couldn't understand it, so he paid close attention. Palace Mistress Yao, Qing Yun, and the others arrived at Geyser Abyss. A gust of wind blew past, and the traces left behind by the battle continued to collapse. There were still remnants of various battle auras, which were terrifying. Those who had fought here were all at least at the spiritual prime realm. Since ancient times, such battles had rarely occurred, even in the competition for Sang Tian's position. Dancing Butterfly Border's heart sank. Lu Yin's absolute strength made it impossible for them to kill Yu Sang Tian. Even Lu Yin wasn't confident in defeating Yu Sang Tian, so it was easy to imagine how naive they had been to think that they could kill Yu Sang Tian with just Thunder's World. Butterfly Border felt a lingering fear, and she gripped Border's hand tightly. Border hugged her comfortingly. Not long after, Elder Yu invited Lu Yin's group to head to Intellicong Domain, leaving behind many spectators to recall the battle. This battle was enough to be recorded in history, and it would never be forgotten. From then on, Lu Yin's fame would surpass Yu Sang Tian's. In the spiritualized universe, even the 7 great Sang Tians couldn't suppress him. The first person he killed was Sang Tian Bao Qi. He loved reading books. Beyond Geyser Abyss was Intellicong Domain. In front of him were Yu Sang Tian and Mr. Li. Yu Sang Tian bowed slowly to Lu Yin without saying a word. Mr. Li was afraid, and he only glanced at Lu Yin before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Where is the secret transmission? I want to see it. Elder Yu smiled. It's said to be a secret transmission, so naturally, you can't see it. But he's been watching me, Lu Yin said calmly. Elder Yu shook his head. He's watching the entire spiritualized universe. The Dayu Manor appeared out of nowhere, and the third head is invincible in the universe. He'll naturally be watching you. If the third head isn't happy, I'll ask him to stop watching the Dayu Manor. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. Since ancient times, the Intellicong Domain's masters have been passing down their transmissions secretly. I don't think it's fair. Yu Sang Tian stood there calmly and looked down at the ground. He didn't answer or say anything. Elder Yu said, there's a competition between open and secret transmissions. The Intellicong Domain won't interfere, and the major forces in the spiritualized universe won't interfere either. What if I want to interfere? Lu Yin asked back. Elder Yu laughed. Then it'll be a trial of the secret transmission. After you pass it, you'll be even better than the ancients. The Jikong Domain was just an ordinary region. It did not have rich resources, nor did it have beautiful scenery. Everything looked so ordinary that it was not ordinary at all. Lu Yin easily looked through the entire Intellicong Domain, and there was nothing special except for the Spirit Treasure Array. However, he couldn't tell what the Spirit Treasure Array was. This was the Intellicong Domain, and it was rumored that it was ahead of the current era and had the authority to distribute the spiritualized universe's resources. It was one of the 7 major forces and was feared by many cultivators, including Yu Sang Tian. That's it. Elder Yu only invited Lu Yin to enter the Intellicong domain, and the rest of the people waited outside. Regardless of whether the Intellicong domain was ordinary or not, they couldn't enter without an invitation. This was a sign of respect to the Intellicong domain. The wind was cold, and the withered yellow reeds swayed in the wind. The small boat moved slowly along with the current in the reed marsh. The boat was light and the wine was good, and 2 people sat alone. In the distance, the setting sun brought a little warmth, but it couldn't dispel the chill in the air. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-23. To cultivators, the chills that ordinary people felt were useless against them, but at this moment, Lu Yin felt a chill that could be used as a metaphor to describe a person. Yu Lao poured wine for Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the wine that flashed under the setting sun and picked up the glass to take a sip. Yu Lao smiled, put down the jug, and picked up his own cup, to Third Master. Lu Yin put down his cup. Just say what you want to say. Yu Lao was about to pick up the jug, but he thought for a while. Third Master has 4 maids, why don't we invite one to pour wine for us? Who? Rumu. Sure. Rumu came over and stood beside the table, pouring wine for the 2. Her bright eyes seemed to be flowing with waves as she looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Yu Lao took a sip. Third Master is called Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. You can also call me 7th brother. Rumu smiled faintly. 7th brother. Yu Lao was an old man who had lived for a long time. Yu Lao laughed. Master Lu. Lu Yin was calm. Sure. Yu Lao praised. As expected, Third Master is the master of the Tian Yuan universe. Rumu's eyes narrowed, and she looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Master of the Tian Yuan universe? Now that everyone knew that Lu Yin was from the Tian Yuan universe, how could the primordial origin control them with Lu Yin's power? Boundless and Dayu Villa were both from the Tian Yuan universe, and the primordial origin was also controlled. But Rumu really didn't expect that Lu Yin was the master of the Tian Yuan universe at such a young age. No wonder he had such power and could suppress almost half of the top powerhouses in the spiritualized universe by himself. This was something that only a master of the universe could do. Pour wine, Lu Yin said casually. Rumu sobered up and quickly poured wine for the 2. Master Lu's purpose for coming from the Tian Yuan universe is clear. It is to deal with the spiritualized universe, but I don't understand why Master Lu is taking the risk. Elder Yu was curious, and he looked at Lu Yin curiously as he finished the wine in his cup and put it down. The only points of contact between the spiritualized universe and the heaven's origin universe are Yuanqi and Zhangyan, but Master Lu has led a group of powerhouses from the heaven's origin universe to kill their way into the spiritualized universe with an unstoppable momentum. Also, how did you come to our spiritualized universe? How did he know to set up the springboard? Can Master Lu answer my questions? Lu Yin found it funny and looked at foolish old man. Old man, you're in charge of the intelligible domain and distribute resources to the entire spiritualized universe. Can you tell me what role you played in the 3 Sang Tian's expedition to the spiritualized universe decades ago? Yu Lao thought for a moment. I agree. Lu Yin's lips curled up. So, you're also an enemy. The foolish old man shook his head and looked at Rumu as he poured wine for him. Standpoint is not only determined by benefits, it is also determined by strength. All this time, we thought that the Tian Yuan universe was within our grasp. We were just waiting for the best opportunity to restart it. Origin was sent to weaken the future scale of the Tian Yuan universe, which is equivalent to making the Tian Yuan universe unable to resist our spiritualized universe. But with your arrival, Master Lu, it changed everyone's impression of the Tian Yuan universe in the spiritualized universe. Yu Lao's expression was solemn. The Tianyuan universe is not easy to deal with. If things go wrong, a large number of people will die, and the deaths of these people will cause the spiritualized universe to lose their best opportunity. Lu Yin listened calmly. For example, Yu Seng Tian wants to wait for the spiritualized universe to have at least 30 powerhouses who have crossed the bitter adversity and nearly 100 spiritual primes before restarting the Tianyuan universe. He wants to bring these powerhouses to a higher level in one fell swoop. Among them, how many eternal realms will be born, how many will cross the bitter adversity, and how many of those spiritual cultivators will break through to the spiritual primes realm? These are all things that we are considering. We can afford to wait. The spiritualized universe is like a large family, and everyone's life and death is for the sake of this family. It is not just for the sake of a single person or a generation. But at this moment, the Tianyuan universe's strength has exceeded the spiritualized universe's expectations. If the two sides go to war, even if the spiritualized universe wins, no one knows how many bitter adversity and spiritual primes will survive. This is a price that the spiritualized universe is not willing to bear. Lu Yin disdainfully replied, "Nonsense. If you don't bear this price now, the price you will have to pay in the future will be even greater if you want to restart the Tianyuan universe." Yu Lao nodded. In theory, this is the case. The longer it takes, the harder it will be to restart the Tianyuan universe. But what if there is a better choice? For example, restarting the consciousness universe. Lu Yin raised his brows. Yu Lao continued, "The consciousness universe is not easy to deal with. You have already experienced Wu Wei's strength. For many years, our spiritualized universe has been thinking of ways to restart the consciousness universe. Of course, sometimes, it is the same as restarting the Tianyuan universe. We are waiting for the right opportunity. This is the relationship between the three universes. But now, Master Lu, your arrival has allowed the spiritualized universe to see the strength of the Tianyuan universe. Since the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are both ruled by humans, there is a second option, which is to restart the consciousness universe and let our two universes work together." Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Yu Lao looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Master Lu, you are very clear about the relationship between the three universes. From your point of view, the consciousness universe is suppressed by the spiritualized universe, and the war is the same as the Tianyuan universe. In theory, you should work together, but in reality, the true standpoint is not the direction of the war, but the living beings themselves. Master Lu, never forget that the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are ruled by humans. The consciousness universe is different. It is a different kind of living being, or rather, it is not even a living being. It is a kind of pure power that was cultivated. Humans must always think for themselves, even if the result is very cruel. Since Master Lu has cultivated to the position of master of the Tianyuan universe, you must have seen through the word cruel. You also have your own opinions on what is right and what is wrong. Everything I said is true. Of course, the Tianyuan universe is weaker than the spiritualized universe, which will make Master Lu feel uneasy. I can only guarantee that Master Lu will have a chance to attain eternal life. Compared to Master Lu leading the boundless universe to the death, the spiritualized universe will be much safer. Compared to Master Lu, this path is better." Lu Yin's goal was very clear. Although Yu Lao did not understand how the Tianyuan cosmos knew about the spiritualized universe's situation and why they were so desperate to court death, the path that Lu Yin had given them was much better than courting death. A chance to step into the eternal realm was equivalent to giving the Tianyuan cosmos a chance. They would not have to risk their lives to fight the spiritualized universe. Especially since no one wanted to die, and all cultivators wanted to step into eternal life. Rumu poured wine again and looked at Lu Yin. Elder Yu had presented Lu Yin with two options. The first option was to continue causing trouble and wreak havoc in the spiritualized universe. In the end, he would definitely become an enemy of the entire spiritualized universe, and the outcome was unknown. The second option was for the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe to work together and restart the consciousness universe. This would allow Lu Yin to obtain the opportunity to step into eternal life. What would this person choose? Ru Mu was curious. Lu Yin picked up his cup and took a sip before looking at Elder Yu. Seeing Yu Lao staring at him, Lu Yin was puzzled. Continue. Don't tell me you are done. Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin deeply. Master Lu, what else do you want to hear? Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Old man, do you think I am a madman who only cares about cultivation and knows nothing else? First, you explained the relationship between the three universes and made me inclined to change my position. Then, you tempted me with eternal life. Finally, you gave me two paths. Next, you should talk about the trouble of Yu Sang Tian. Your thinking is very clear. Ru Mu blinked and looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled bitterly. Master Lu, you are prejudiced against me. Lu Yin sneered. He picked up his wine cup and shook it. No, I think you are very amiable. Yu Lao was puzzled. Why? Lu Yin smiled. Because I often fool others like this. Yu Lao was startled and then laughed. Ru Mu looked at Lu Yin and her eyes became brighter. Lu Yin finished the wine and put down the cup. To fool people, you must have a clear thinking. You must see what the other party is thinking and analyze the other party's mentality. Make the other party subconsciously think that you are right, then quietly change their position and finally give them a choice instead of waiting for them to choose. Old man, your method doesn't work on me. Tell me, my biggest concern is Yu Sang Tian. How do you plan to fool me? Yu Lao smiled. Before that, I would like to ask Master Lu a question. Who is behind Saint Daliu? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu deliberately released the news that Saint Daliu exchanged his life. At the same time, you let the intent realm find out that Qi Gong was the one who stole the white willow. You deliberately led the intent realm to lead out a non-existent person behind this. What is Master Lu planning to do? Lu Yin looked at the reeds in a daze. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. This old man saw through it. Everything he had set up was to conceal his ability to absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe. If it was exposed now, the consciousness universe would definitely become his mortal enemy. The spiritualized universe would also be more hostile towards him because of fear. This was troublesome. Saint Daliu doesn't have anyone behind him. Qi Gong was the one who stole the white willow, but he was influenced by Wu Wei. Master Lu guided all of this to take away the consciousness universe's life forms. In fact, Master Lu had already united with some kind of existence from the consciousness universe in Torch City and achieved the conditions, right? Yu Lao guessed. Lu Yin looked at him in surprise. Really? Yes, there was such an explanation. It was very reasonable. Yu Lao smiled. As expected. Let me guess, only the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomenon can do such a thing. The other consciousnesses can't reach Torch City without being hindered. Master Lu, I told you all those things in the beginning because I didn't want you to be confused by the consciousness universe's life forms. The consciousness universe's life forms cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us humans. If Master Lu united with the consciousness universe, let's not talk about whether or not you can fight against my spiritualized universe. Even if my spiritualized universe loses, the consciousness universe will still be the Tianyuan universe's greatest enemy in the end. Lu Yin didn't think too much about it and said faintly, it's still better than facing the spiritualized universe, a colossus that can conquer two universes at the same time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-24. Looking at Lu Yin's calm expression, Yu Lao sighed, "That's why I'm looking for you and offering you another path." A spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe might not necessarily be mortal enemies. In the end, the purpose of a spiritualized universe is to restart a certain universe and achieve a transformation. This restarted universe could be the Tian Yuan universe or even the consciousness universe. I'm more inclined toward the consciousness universe. After all, after so many years of war, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe have too many blood feuds. Those consciousness lifeforms don't care about hatred, but the spiritualized universe does. Many cultivators from various families have died in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin frowned. "Since it's a war, let's not talk about this nonsense." All right. In short, I'm inclined toward restarting the consciousness universe and joining forces with the Tian Yuan universe. As for you Sang Tian. He paused for a moment. Ru Mu looked at Yu Lao. Lu Yin also looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao spread his fingers. "Of the 7 Sang Tians, 5 can support you, Master Lu." Lu Yin was astonished. "That many?" Yu Lao said, "First, Master Lu, you defeat Bao Qi and clearly compete for the position of Sang Tian. I can get the other Sang Tians to agree, and even you Sang Tian can't object. After all, the day of sacrifice spirit is coming, and you Sang Tian needs to lead the 7 Sang Tian's guardian spirits. Then, Master Lu, you'll be one of the 7 Sang Tians, regardless of where you come from." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He felt that this was a very strange point. He couldn't figure out how someone who didn't belong to the spiritualized universe could compete for the position of Sang Tian. His confidence in competing for the position of Sang Tian came from the day of sacrifice spirit. If you Sang Tian could appoint a Sang Tian, then Lu Yin would deal with that Sang Tian. A defeated Sang Tian wasn't qualified to become a Sang Tian. Thus, because of the day of sacrifice spirit, he might be able to become a Sang Tian. But that was because he was forcing the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe felt that someone from the Tian Yuan universe like him could become a Sang Tian, then there was a problem, a very big problem. It was as if the position of Sang Tian wasn't that important. However, Sang Tian's position was very important. This gave Lu Yin a strange feeling of contradiction. There was also a strange sense of contradiction, and that was origin. On the day of sacrifice spirit, Yu Sang Tian would lead the 7 Sang Tian's guardian spirits. Then, what about the Genesis? Genesis was the Tian Yuan universe. Where were the 7 Sang Tian? The spiritualized universe's solution to this problem, which was also the origin. He arranged for the land of the sacrificial spirit to be in the Lushan domain. The Lushan region was where the Zhen family resided, and it was also where the Zhen family had established themselves. Since primordial origin wasn't here, he would arrange for the guardian spirit's location to be in the Lushan region. Yu Sang Tian would lead the other 6 guardian spirits, and that would be enough. When Lu Yin had first heard about the day of the sacrifice spirit, he had asked Yuanqi about it. Since the day of the sacrifice spirit was so important, how could Yuanqi casually replace it with the Lushan domain? This was what the spiritualized universe had always done. It was impossible for the 7 great mulberry skies to be present on Spirit Sacrifice Day every single time. If anyone was not present, then the Spirit Sacrifice Day would be moved to the place where the absent mulberry sky was present. Such an important festival could force the spiritualized universe to accept an outsider like Lu Yin as a mulberry sky, but it was so simple that it made people's hair stand on end. This contradiction left Lu Yin unable to find an explanation for it. As for the people from the spiritualized universe, they felt that this was normal and didn't need any explanation. It was just like how ordinary people felt that the sky was above them and the earth was below them. This was how it should be. There was no need to explain. The position of mulberry sky, the day of the sacrifice spirit, it was important, but it also didn't seem important. We can make a deal with the mulberry sky and have him agree to let Master Lu become a mulberry sky. I'm sure he won't refuse, especially after what happened at the border. He took a sip of wine. There's also the School of Arts and the Zhan family. Master Lu, you don't have to worry about them. Your relationship with the Zhan family can be resolved with just a word. Lu Yin wasn't surprised that Yu Lao could see through his relationship with the Zhan family. The Intelliski domain seemed to have nothing, but how could it have nothing when it was constantly being allocated the spiritualized universe's resources? Moreover, the battle of the 5 regions are empty had been the work of that secret messenger, so he could easily see the source of the Dayu Villa's information. If the secret messenger knew, then Yu Lao would naturally know as well. Rumu didn't know, and she was shocked. The School of Arts was related to the Dayu Villa. Since when? Yuanqi hasn't been stripped of his position as mulberry sky. He already has the support of 3 mulberry skies. The remaining ones are Meng mulberry sky, Emperor Wu Huang, and the 9th spirit. Yu Lao smiled and glanced at Rumu. As long as Master Lu is willing to release Qin Yun, there won't be any problems with the 9th spirit. I will resolve this conflict. Meng mulberry sky's position is unknown. Emperor Wu Huang. Lu Yin laughed. He's definitely against it, but it doesn't matter. If his opposition is effective, I'll kill him. Rumu pursed her lips. Yu Lao laughed. Don't underestimate Emperor Wu Huang, but I believe in Master Lu's strength. Then, I have a question. Can Master Lu answer it? Lu Yin looked up. You mulberry sky. Yu Lao nodded. When Wu Jiang entered the spiritualized universe, Master Lu provoked the realm beyond sky to fight for the position of mulberry sky. Yu mulberry sky didn't do anything, so it's impossible that he doesn't know. He hasn't shown up until now. Can Master Lu answer my question? Lu Yin stared into Yu Lao's eyes. Yu Lao also looked at him without any intention of backing down. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. It seemed that this old man really didn't know about the little spiritual universe. Yu mulberry sky didn't do anything because he was afraid that Lu Yin would reveal the little spiritual universe. Once it was exposed, he would really become the public enemy of the spiritualized universe. This was the only thing that could be used against Yu mulberry sky. Lu Yin shook his head. I won't. Yu Lao was disappointed. Master Lu must have something on Yu mulberry sky that made him unwilling to show up. Master Lu, you're good. After saying so much, do you have a choice, Master Lu? Lu Yin didn't care. How can I choose so quickly? Helping Yu mulberry sky doesn't mean killing him. If you can help me kill Yu mulberry sky, I'll definitely cooperate with you. Yu Lao was helpless. Yu mulberry sky is invincible. To deal with him, we can only plan slowly and not fight to the death. Master Lu led Dayu Manor here and was prepared to die, but it doesn't mean that you will die. Lu Yin was curious. You don't seem to oppose me killing Yu mulberry sky. Why? Yu Lao said, if there were no 3 universes, Yu mulberry sky's existence would be a good thing for the spiritualized universe. But now that there are 3 universes, Yu mulberry sky acts arbitrarily. With his personality, even if he reopens a universe in the future, he might not transform the entire spiritualized universe. So, his existence might not be a good thing. It's mainly because he doesn't want the Zhikong domain to have mulberry sky's position, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao laughed. Is mulberry sky's position in the Zhikong domain important? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The Zhikong domain's position in distributing the spiritualized universe's resources was higher than mulberry skies. After all, Lu Yin couldn't see through Yu Lao even after facing him for so long and the boat had drifted so far away. This was very abnormal. He really wanted to slap this old man. However, not being able to see through him didn't mean that this old man was stronger than him. It only meant that their paths of cultivation were different. "Help me get rid of the royal god mountain," Lu Yin suddenly said. Rumu paused and looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Yu Lao sighed. "The royal god mountain isn't easy to deal with. Master Lu, why do you have to be enemies with Yu Mulberry Sky now? Since you have something on him, you don't have to be afraid of him." Lu Yin was dissatisfied. "What about the 10,000 beasts border? That should be fine, right?" Yu Lao was helpless. The 10,000 beasts border's Emperor Wu is about to return. Furthermore, the 10,000 beasts border has a special position in the spiritualized universe for collecting the spiritualized beasts. If you attack the 10,000 beasts border, it will give the spiritualized universe the impression that you want to get rid of the spiritualized beasts. Especially since the Zhikong domain can't interfere, it will change the pattern of cultivation. "This won't work, that won't work, what's the use of cooperating with you? Even if the Zhikong domain doesn't help me, I can still become Sang Tian," Lu Yin said coldly. Yu Lao shook his head. "I really want to cooperate with the Tian Yuan universe." Master Lu brought a group of experts from the Tian Yuan universe, but not all of them. If the Tian Yuan universe and the spiritualized universe work together, the consciousness universe will be rebooted very quickly. Why not? There's no need to affect the big plan for a temporary dispute. Be it the 10,000 beasts border or the royal god mountain, no one knows the future. At least, Master Lu has to consider the current situation of the boundless universe. Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. "Are you threatening me?" Yu Lao smiled. "Of course not, but there are some situations that I should make clear. The key to the Gate of Arts might not be able to threaten the Zhan family. Even though the Zhan family obtained a lot of benefits from the sky beyond sky with the key, the Zhan family might not want to open the Gate of Arts. There's a group of old men waiting for death in the Gate of Arts. Some of them are even comparable to old salamanders. These old men don't want to wait for death, but they have no choice. If they can die on the battlefield, they would be more willing. Master Lu doesn't want the boundless universe to become the burial ground of a group of old men, right?" Lu Yin was disdainful. "What do you think those old men can do? At least they can consign the boundless universe to eternal damnation." Yu Lao said solemnly. Lu Yin didn't seem to care. "If you say so, I would like to go to the Gate of Arts to take a look. I want to challenge all the experts in the world. A group of old men waiting for death is also qualified. Master Lu, why do you put yourself on the opposite side of the entire spiritualized universe?" Yu Lao was helpless. "I've said so much before, could it be that Master Lu isn't moved at all?" Lu Yin raised his eyes and looked at Yu Lao for a while. He raised his wine cup and shook it. "I believe what you said, and I also believe that you are sincere in cooperating with us. I even believe what you said about you Sang Tian. There's only one thing that I don't believe." Yu Lao looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin said indifferently, "Everything is for the spiritualized universe. Time is just a concept. This is the concept that you instilled in me. But in reality, you don't have much time left. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to cooperate with us and talk with me for so long." Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao and asked, "What changed your original idea?" Rumu looked at Yu Lao and silently poured wine for them. Yu Lao laughed. "Master Lu is extremely wise. I admire you. But you think too much. Every master of the wisdom sky domain is maintaining the stability of the spiritualized universe. They are one generation ahead of the current era, and they hold the right to distribute resources and cultivation. Through you, I see the next era of the Tianyuan universe. It's a colorful era full of vitality. An era that has the qualifications to surpass the spiritualized universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-25. After a pause, Yu Lao continued, the future of the Tianyuan universe will surpass that of the spiritualized universe. Once the Tianyuan universe is on the right track, the spiritualized universe will be at a disadvantage. Eradicating the boundless universe is not a price the spiritualized universe is willing to pay. Since that's the case, we can only fix this future. Lu Yin was confused. Ru Mu was equally confused. Yu Lao said solemnly, eternal life is the end of cultivation. However, it is extremely difficult to step into eternal life. The only way is to restart the universe. Currently, only the 3 universes that we know of can be restarted. Restart the consciousness universe as soon as possible so that those who should step into eternal life in the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe can step into eternal life. Under the current situation, the number of eternal life experts in my spiritualized universe will definitely surpass your Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of your Tianyuan universe will be in the future, the result of restarting a universe has already been determined. The number of eternal life experts will be fixed. My spiritualized universe will forever surpass your Tianyuan universe in terms of the number of eternal life realms. This is an unchangeable fact. Even if the Tianyuan universe has a peerless genius like you, the number 1 hero of all time, it will still be the same. Lu Yin stared blankly at Yu Lao and then laughed. What a laughable conclusion. Yu Lao took a sip of wine and stopped talking, allowing Lu Yin to ridicule him. He knew very well that Lu Yin was not ridiculing him, as what he said was the truth. The spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe had different futures. In the beginning, the spiritualized universe had restrained the Tianyuan universe's development, causing the Tianyuan universe's cultivation model to be chaotic. There was no order to the cultivation of the sequence laws, and one could only fumble around. This also allowed the spiritualized universe to easily control the Tianyuan universe and restart it at any time, just waiting for the right time. At that time, everyone in the spiritualized universe was indeed working for the benefit of the entire universe. They did not care about the life and death of a generation, only the overall strength of the spiritualized universe. However, with Lu Yin's rise, the spiritualized universe could not wait any longer, which was why they had invaded the Tianyuan universe. However, time had been reversed, and Yu Sang Tian saw that it was useless even if the spiritualized universe sent out more experts. Thus, he changed his plan and lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe to make up for his karma, but Yu Sang Tian did not expect Lu Yin to know the secret of the small spirit universe and use it to threaten him. Lu Yin could not be sure whether Yu Sang Tian knew that Lu Yin knew the secret of the small spirit universe before he lured Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe. But that was Yu Sang Tian's plan. From the foolish old man's point of view, the spiritualized universe would be able to deal with the Dayu Villa's group of people from the Tianyuan universe, but the price to pay was too great. If Wu Jiang had just entered the spiritualized universe, then the foolish old man would have been willing to pay such a price. However, Lu Yin had fought his way here, and not only had he suppressed a group of spiritualized universe elders, but he had also joined forces with Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. This was a completely different story, and the price that Lu Yin had to pay was far beyond what the foolish old man could accept. Even if the Grand Universe Villa was completely eradicated in the end, the spiritualized universe would still weaken greatly, which would make the war against the consciousness universe much more troublesome. From Elder Yu's point of view, Luyin had already joined forces with the consciousness universe, and once the spiritualized universe weakened too much, the consciousness universe would definitely retaliate. In the end, none of the three universes could gain an advantage. This had led to Elder Yu's scheme, which was to give the Tianyuan universe a new lease of life so that Luyin would no longer have to worry about the Tianyuan universe being rebooted. This also gave him a chance to step into the eternal realm. However, in comparison, the spiritualized universe would definitely have more people stepping into the eternal realm, which would forever suppress the Tianyuan universe. No matter how high the scale of the Tianyuan universe was in the future, the eternal life stage was already the limit. As long as the consciousness universe was rebooted, the number of eternal life stage cultivators in the spiritualized universe would surpass that of the Tianyuan universe. That would be the end of the competition between the two universes. Can never change. This also achieved his goal. This was Elder Yu's plan. This was a plan from the perspective of the entire spiritualized universe. Whether or not Elder Yu had his own personal interests in it had nothing to do with Luyin. 2K The only path Luyin could take now was the path that Elder Yu had given him, or else it would be a life and death struggle. Luyin was very glad that he had suddenly thought of the person behind Saint Daliu, causing the intent realm to mistakenly think that everything was orchestrated by the person behind Saint Daliu. He had also misled Elder Yu, making him think that he had joined forces with the consciousness universe. Otherwise, Elder Yu might not have made such a plan. It could also be that the battle in the abyss had shown Elder Yu his strength. Along the way, Luyin had challenged all the experts in the world, which had caused the spiritualized universe to be frightened and had no choice but to compromise. A small boat and wine accompanied by beauties. In the reed marsh, fish swam and leaped, drawing beautiful stripes under the afterglow of the setting sun. Luyin stood beside the small boat with his back facing Elder Yu. The scenery is very ordinary, but it makes me feel comfortable, as if I have returned to being an ordinary person. Elder Yu looked at Luyin's back. If Master Lu is willing, you can stay in the Jikong domain, and you can enter and leave the Jikong domain freely. Luyin smiled. Old man, is your idea really ahead of an era? Elder Yu shook his head. The world is overpraising. The so-called ahead of an era is just a setup in advance and grasping the corresponding power. Luyin said, but what you are doing now is indeed ahead of the ideas of many people. By fixing the number of eternal realm experts forever, the spiritualized universe does not have to fight to the death with the Tianyuan universe, and it can also suppress the Tianyuan universe forever. Elder Yu said seriously, the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe are both dominated by humans, which is why it can be achieved. If it was the consciousness universe, it would definitely fight to the death. There would be no other choice. Luyin turned around and looked at Elder Yu. What if Sang Tian does not agree? He does not care about my weakness. What will you do? Elder Yu and Luyin looked at each other. That is your Tianyuan universe's business. Luyin looked at Elder Yu, and Elder Yu looked at Luyin as well. Rumu poured wine for herself. This scene had happened many times. This was their confrontation. After a while, Luyin sat down again and drank the wine. Rumu poured wine again, but Luyin suddenly grabbed Rumu's hand. Rumu was startled and looked at Luyin. Master. Luyin did not care about Rumu. He stared at Elder Yu. Kill. Rumu's face turned pale and looked at Elder Yu. Elder Yu shook his head. No need. She heard our conversation, and she is from the Imperial God Mountain. Luyin said indifferently. Rumu pouted. Master, let him speak. Luyin interrupted. Elder Yu said, this girl is Rugua's daughter, she can be trusted. Luyin narrowed his eyes. You trust her, but it does not mean I do. Then, he looked at Rumu with cold eyes. Why did you take the initiative to be my maid? Give me a reason not to kill you. Rumu looked at Luyin. I took the initiative to monitor you for the Imperial God Mountain. I can also lead the way to the Imperial God Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Rumu deeply and slowly let go of her hand. Rumu looked at the fingerprints on her wrist. She did not dare to say anything and continued to pour wine. I have a condition. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu. Give me that, Mr. Li. Elder Yu frowned. I am not begging you. This is the only way out for your Dayu manner. Master Lu, I hope you understand. Lu Yin nodded. Head, I understand. You don't have to do it. I will catch him myself. Elder Yu had a headache. Why does Master Lu want this, Mr. Li? He is the Tao protector of the Zhikong domain successor. I also promised to give him a chance to step into immortality. Lu Yin sneered. It is impossible for him. I was besieged by old Salamander and the others. Dancing Butterfly Horizon wanted to help me, but this guy stopped him. Elder Yu sighed. Mr. Li is a powerhouse who crossed the bitter adversity. Such a powerhouse would rather die in the consciousness universe than be wasted. It is not a waste to give him to me. Lu Yin wanted this, Mr. Li. At this time, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. Old Tao contacted him. Lu Yin answered. Master, big news, Yi Sangtian was defeated by the Master of Heaven's Hand. His position is no longer guaranteed. The Master of Heaven's Hand will replace him. Lu Yin suddenly looked up. Where? Grand Domain. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared. Elder Yu stood up. Not good. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's expression was gloomy as he headed towards the Grand Domain alone. The Master of Heaven's Hand had played a good move. Previously, he had used Lu Yin to eliminate Jin, Old Man Wang Yu, Dancing Butterfly Horizon, Master Su, and other powerhouses. After Lu Yin defeated Old Salamander, Big Golden Wings, and other powerhouses in the spatial abyss, he had made his move. Now that he had defeated Yi Sangtian, in the entire spiritualized universe, most of those who were qualified to compete for the Master of Heaven's Hand had been defeated by Lu Yin, and no one would compete with him. He had a 99% chance of becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. However, if he wanted to become the Master of Heaven's Hand, he would have to ask for Lu Yin's permission. At this time, the void distorted, and Lu Yin turned around to see Elder Yu chasing after him. Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yin's eyes were cold, killing the Master of Heaven's Hand. Elder Yu was puzzled. The Master of Heaven's Hand becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand has nothing to do with you. Why make enemies? I will guarantee that the Master of Heaven's Hand will agree to you becoming the Master of Heaven's Hand. Lu Yin looked at Elder Yu and sneered. I was wondering how he was able to grasp the timing. It turns out that you are the one. Old man, who do you think I am? To be manipulated by you? Elder Yu's tone was deep. This is the spiritualized universe. Even if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe, you should have some concerns. Blindly making enemies is not beneficial to you. Lu Yin casually struck Elder Yu with his palm, and the old man hurriedly dodged. This palm was extremely powerful. I, Lu Yin, don't need to compromise to obtain the Master of Heaven's Hand. Since Wu Jiang is here, he is not afraid of death. All of us should be prepared to die, including myself. The Master of Heaven's Hand used me to eliminate his opponents, and he also wanted to use the Master of Heaven's Hand to deal with me. If the Master of Heaven's Hand couldn't deal with me, he would have leaked Bao Qi's whereabouts to me and lured me to the spatial abyss. Previously, it was also you who instructed Mr. Zhanli to stop Dancing Butterfly Horizon from attacking, and Miao Wuhuang was also hired by the Master of Heaven's Hand. Do you think I don't know anything? You saw through the Dayu Villa from the very beginning. You wanted to see the Dayu Villa's methods in the spiritualized universe, and you saw the Gate of Arts. After that, the Master of Heaven's Hand used me to deal with the powerhouses vying for the Master of Heaven's Hand's position, which should also be related to you. You were also the one who told the Master of Heaven's Hand about Bao Qi's location. Otherwise, how could the Master of Heaven's Hand have found Sang Tian's location? Your series of plans didn't manage to deal with me, so you changed your plan and want to cooperate with me. Old man, what do you take me for? Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want to me? You are still far from being able to play with me. Once I deal with the Master of Heaven's hand, your wisdom void domain will be next. Lu Yin then used the reverse step and disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-26. Foolish Old stood in place with an ugly expression. How had he been seen through? How had Lu Yin known that the celestial hand had hired Miao Wang? The celestial hand's master had become Sang Tian, and it was indeed related to the Jikong region. Although the Jikong region could not become Sang Tian himself, he could control the position. Sang Tian had once been one of the celestial hand's masters. Sang Tian had not truly been defeated by the celestial hand's master, but rather, he had abdicated at Foolish Old's behest. Lu Yin's use of the battle at Spatial Abyss had exceeded Foolish Old's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to deal with this person in Spatial Abyss, but the experts had been defeated one after another. In the end, even Miao Wuhuang had been defeated. However, he still could not see Lu Yin's limits, which had changed his mind. He had not expected this person to see through him. Did this person really not care about limitless survival? How did he know that Miao Wuhuang was related to the celestial hand? Elder Yu was having a headache right now. He had assumed that Lu Yin was the kind of person who had exceptional cultivation talent and was shrewd enough to know how to seek benefits and avoid losses. Lu Yin should have agreed to cooperate with the Jikong realm to protect Limitless. However, he hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so shameless and completely disregard the situation. Lu Yin had actually wanted to kill the celestial hand and ruin Foolish Old's plans. Foolish Old did not understand Lu Yin at all. Throughout Lu Yin's path of cultivation, there had been times when he had endured patiently and times when he had exploded. His only goal had been to clearly see his future path. He had once endured the Day-Night clan and borrowed their strength to fight against them. He had even joined the Lockbreakers Society and continuously looked for backers to continue walking down this path. Whether it was the Cosmic Tree Society or the Six Paths Society, he had endured patiently. However, in this spiritualized universe, enduring patiently was no longer useful. From the moment Limitless had entered the spiritualized universe, they had been schemed against. If he endured patiently, he would only be schemed against even more ruthlessly. Under such circumstances, he could only fight until the spiritualized universe lost its voice and until no one dared to use them aside from Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin could tolerate Yu Sangtian's schemes because he was not Yu Sangtian's opponent. However, he would not allow anyone else from the spiritualized universe to scheme against him, including the Jikong region. They had schemed against him over and over again. He was not confident that he could always see the future, so he would make all those schemes disappear. The spirit cloud stone vibrated, and Old Tao's voice rang out, "Master, the Master of Heavenly Hand is no longer in the Grand Universal Domain. He is in the Southbound World. Southbound Realm." Lu Yin had never heard of this place before, as it was not one of the 36 filaments. South Turing World is a rather remote place in the spiritualized universe. It has nothing to do with the 36 regions. In fact, it's where the Master of Heavenly Hand resides. Outsiders don't know that the people of Heavenly Hand are scattered across the 36 regions. They don't have a fixed location. In fact, South Turing World is the birthplace of Heavenly Hand. Yabunko, how did you know? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Although Old Tao was the fourth Heaven's Hand, he had asked Old Tao before, and Old Tao did not know the relationship between the Southbound Realm and the Heaven's Hand. Old Tao said solemnly, "Heaven Hand told me of his own accord just now." Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone and followed Old Tao's directions to the Southbound World. Foolish Old had told the Master of the Heaven's Hand that he wasn't confident in fighting against Lu Yin in the Grand Universal Domain, so he had returned to the Southbound Realm. It seemed like he wanted to use the entire heaven's hand to contend against Lu Yin. On the other side, outside the Jikong domain, old Tao put down the spirit cloud stone and exhaled. Another battle was about to break out. Couldn't the leader take a break? Did he have to attack the heaven's hand at this time? Besides, other than using the Su Master's path to plot against the leader, the heaven's hand did not seem to have done anything else that would make the leader want to kill him. Why was the leader in such a hurry? Southbound realm. What is he doing there? Qing Yun asked. Old Tao said, to find trouble with the heaven's hand. I thought. The ninth spirit is back. He is going to find trouble with the ninth spirit, Qing Yun muttered. Her words shocked old Tao, Palace Master Yao, and the others. The ninth spirit is in the southbound realm. Palace Master Yao asked. Qing Yun nodded and did not hide it. Actually, no one knew where Sang Tian was. Previously, Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss, and no one in the spiritualized universe knew. The ninth spirit, Meng Sang Tian, and the other Sang Tian who did not belong to the seven major powers. Similarly, no one knew where they were. Even Palace Master Yao, who was so close to Yu Sang Tian, did not know, let alone old Tao and the others. They felt like they had heard a huge secret. Bao Qi was in the spatial abyss, next to Jikong domain. The ninth spirit was in the southbound realm, next to Heaven's hand. No matter how they looked at it, it was not a coincidence. Right, since he wants to deal with the Heaven's hand, this is for him. Qing Yun took out a piece of jade. It records the distribution of the Heaven's hand and the 36 domains. Old Tao took it and looked at Qing Yun, puzzled. Qing Yun said, the ninth spirit dislikes the Heaven's hand very much, especially the first difficulty. When she has nothing to do, she investigates the Heaven's hand. If he can solve the first difficulty, the Heaven's hand should disappear. Old Tao looked at the contents of the jade and contacted Lu Yin again. Before long, he contacted Deyu Villa as per Lu Yin's instructions. It was time for Deyu Villa to move around again. In space, Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the southbound realm. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Qian Men Faidu greets the third master of Deyu Villa. Lu Yin looked at the mouth in the dark space not far away and was surprised. Just one mouth. Spiritualized talent. Yes, I've embarrassed myself in front of the third master. Lu Yin laughed. You don't dare to appear personally. I'm afraid of the third master. I'm timid. Please forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. Qian Men Faidu, is the Heaven's Hand's master on the surface? Qian Men Faidu said respectfully, Third master, are you going to the southbound realm? So what if I am? What should the Heaven's Hand do to make the third master stop? Lu Yin's speed did not change, and so did the mouth. This surprised Lu Yin. It was just a mouth. How could it keep up with his speed? He stared at the void and gradually saw that it was a door. In this dark space, from where the mouth had appeared, there were countless doors leading into the distance. The mouth was not relying on speed to keep up with him, but on passing through door after door. Interesting. There was such a spiritualized talent. The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified. Although it was not as creative as the Tian Yuan universes, the spirit molting Tao was truly magical. There were very few people in the Tian Yuan universe who had the talent. Once a cultivator had the talent, their status would be different. The spiritualized universe's cultivators could obtain spiritualized weapons or spiritualized talents once they spiritualized. Lu Yin once thought that the probability was very low, but looking at the countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe, there were still a lot of them. In this regard, the spiritualized universe was far superior to the Tian Yuan universe. Qian Men Faidu was just a spiritual prime. Logically, he should not be able to keep up with Lu Yin's speed in space and time, but he was able to keep up with him with just a mouth. Myriad beasts border, royal god mountain. Pick one and help me deal with it. Third master, you have the heaven's hands full support. Nonsense. I'll deal with anyone who stands in my way. I don't need your support to decide who I want. The heaven's hand has the information of the spiritualized universe. Third master, you can use it. Lu Yin looked at the mouth. For example, Zhen, Wang Yu old man, dancing butterfly. Qian Men Faidu was silent for a moment. Third master. Before he could finish, Lu Yin slapped out. The void shook, and a terrifying force shattered one side. It spread out and shattered all the doors. These doors stood in the starry sky. Ordinary people could not see them, not even cultivators at the level of the spirit progenitor. It was similar to the transparent power in the Tian Yuan universe's burial garden, but it was much more powerful. But no matter how amazing the talent was, it could only be shattered in the face of absolute combat power. The moment Lu Yin shattered those doors, far away in the southbound world, Yinan opened his eyes. He still came. Qian Men Faidu walked out of the void. We can't stop him. Yinan stood up. Jianyuan has been fighting continuously, and he still dares to come to the heaven's hand. Does this person really have no limits? Impossible. Even Lord Yu Sang Tian has his limits. Yinan shook his head. The result is the same. It seems that he really wants to eliminate Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beasts border. Go to him and tell him that once he starts a war with the heaven's hand, the entire spiritualized universe will know that the great Uvilla came from the Tian Yuan universe. Sang Tian was originally controlled, and they will be the enemies of the entire spiritualized universe. Knowing it by default was completely different from knowing it openly. Before this, everyone knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tian Yuan universe and that the great Uvilla was a cultivator of the Tian Yuan universe. But as long as no one said it openly and Yu Sang Tian did not say anything, no one would seek death. The 7 major forces alone were not a match for the great Uvilla. They would need at least half of the forces to fight against it. But if they said it openly, Lu Yin's following actions would be taken into consideration by the 3 universes. Any action would be magnified and would be seen as an insult to the entire spiritualized universe. For example, starting a war with the heaven's hand. In this way, the great Uvilla would have a hard time in the spiritualized universe. Of course, this was a difficult idea. Qian Men Faidu hesitated. The third master might not care. He challenged the world's experts, took in those who violated the rules, and threatened to carve words outside the extreme palace. Even if he is not from the Tian Yuan universe, these actions are enough to make the great Uvilla a public enemy of the spiritualized universe. Yinan had a headache. Why did he encounter such a person? The foolish old man was confident that he could persuade this person, which was why he chose this time to fight for Sang Tian's position. He did not expect that this person would want to fight to the death. If he had known this, he would not have stood up now. He would have at least waited until the day before the sacrificial spirit. At that time, he might not have provoked this person. Also, Miawu Wang was hired by him, so how did this person know? Old Tao. Impossible. He was only number 4, so he did not know about the heaven's hand hiring Miawu Wang. This was the trigger for this person to come to the southbound realm. If he had known that Miawu Wang could not deal with this person, then he would not have done anything unnecessary. The main problem was that no one knew where this person's limits were. So many top experts had come, and even Miawu Wang had not been able to reach this person's limits. Moreover, Miawu Wang had even escaped. He kept saying that everyone was immoral, but in reality, he was the most immoral. Miawu Wang was truly disgusting, and the most important thing right now was to resolve the crisis that was Lu Yin. Qian Men Faidu went to find Lu Yin again, and the same mouth appeared in the void. At this moment, they were very close to the southbound realm. Third Master, the Heaven's Hand created the black and white spiritual lists, and it controls many intelligence channels in the spiritualized universe. It will be of great help to the great Uvilla. Third Master, are you really not going to consider cooperating with the Heaven's Hand? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-27. Lu Yin looked at the mouth with disdain. I'll consider it, but do you dare to cooperate with me? We can provide information for the Dayu Villa. We don't need your information. There are plenty of people who will provide it for us. If Third Master insists on fighting with Tian's hand, the Dayu Villa's origin might spread throughout the spiritualized universe in the shortest time possible. At that time, even if everyone pretends to be deaf and dumb, someone will definitely stand up and attack the Dayu Villa. Third Master, do you really want to fight to the death? You're not worthy. Lu Yin struck out with his palm, and the mouth instantly disappeared. However, he did not realize that the flowing light had traveled ahead of time and reversed for a second. The spiritualized universe was naturally at a disadvantage when faced with the power of time cultivated in the Tian Yuan universe. Qian Men Faidu was weaker than Lu Yin to begin with, so it was even more impossible for him to resist. Lu Yin's palm smashed the mouth into pieces. In the southbound realm, First Master heard a wail from not far away. He looked over and saw Qian Men Faidu's face covered in blood. He stood up angrily. This is too much. Does this person really think that Tian's hand is afraid of him? Activate all the spirit treasure arrays and pass down the order. Everyone in Tian's hand is on standby and be prepared to announce the Dayu Villa at any time. Understood. Qian Men Faidu's teeth had been knocked out, but he was only taught a lesson and would recover quickly. After all, he was a spiritual prime powerhouse. However, this slap had left him without any dignity. It was just like how Lu Yin did not need to give Tian's hand any dignity. This slap had hit Qian Men Faidu, but it was actually a slap to First Master's face. Even so, First Master did not plan to fight to the death with Lu Yin immediately. Tian's hand did not want to become cannon fodder that would perish together with the Dayu Villa. Why did the 7 major powers not besiege the Dayu Villa? It was because of this. No one was willing to work for someone else. As long as there was room for negotiation, they would not start a war. First Master was waiting for foolish old man. The wisdom void territories wait and foolish old man's methods were his bottom line. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived in the southbound realm. First Master and Qian Men Faidu were all in the southbound realm, looking at the starry sky. The southbound realm was not considered small, and it was about half the size of the fifth mainland's outerverse. However, it was located in a remote area, and it did not have many resources. It also did not have any famous powerhouses. There were too many places like this in the spiritualized universe, and no one knew that this was where Heaven's Hand was located and where the ninth immortal, Sang Tian, lived. Heaven's Hand's numinous treasure spirit design covered 2/3 of the South touring world, avoiding the ninth spirit. There was more than one numinous treasure array formation because Heaven Hand had 2 numinous treasure heavenly masters. Lu Yin looked down at the southbound realm and frowned slightly. He could decipher the numinous treasure array formation below, but Qian Men Faidu's words made him concerned. It wasn't a good thing for the Dayu Manor to completely reveal Wu Zhang's background, even though they had already prepared for it. Since that was the case, he decided to give the Dayu Villa some time. Qing Yun had provided the locations of many of the Sky Hand's branches. If the Sky Hand wanted a life and death struggle, news would have to spread from these branches. It all depended on whether the Ninth Spirit's investigation was complete. Now then. Luin slowly descended and entered the spirit treasure array. He was surprised. They did not believe that there was someone in the Dayu villa who could surpass Luin. Figures walked in all directions of the boundless. They were the Tianyuan army, mechas, and black energy source users. The crazy director stood at the bow of the boundless ship and looked into the distance. Everyone had left. Another big commotion. Chu Yi, desolate god, Lu Tianyi, celestial victor, second fate, Mu Zhu, Yi Luo, and Luo Shan all left the boundless to eliminate the Heaven's Hand branch according to the list and location sent by Old Tao. In the outside world, Dancing Butterfly Horizon and several other powerful people who were friends with them were also on the move. The Heaven's Hand was distributed in all directions of the spiritualized universe, especially the 36 domains. Fortunately, there were many powerful people on the boundless. Together with Dancing Butterfly Horizon and the others, they were able to eliminate all the branches on the list. The closest branch was the 100 Herb domain. The 100 Herb domain also had a branch of the Heaven's Hand, which had been handed over to the ancestor of the past. When Luin arrived at the southbound realm, all of the Heaven's Hand branches received orders from Qianmen Faidu to remain on standby and organize all information regarding the Dayu Villa so that they could be prepared to announce it to the spiritualized universe at any time. The Heaven's Hand branch in the 100 Herb domain was very far from the boundless realm. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary valley with many ordinary people living there. Among these ordinary people, there was one family that was clearly wealthier than the others. They had large doors and even guards. To the surrounding people, this was just a rich family. However, they did not know that this was the Heaven's Hand branch. Everyone here was an ordinary person. They really were ordinary people who had been sent to prevent the boundless realm from being discovered. Jiang had seen the problem. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely be noticed by the boundless realm. Thus, this branch was filled with ordinary people. However, these ordinary people could pass on information to the outside world. The ancestor of the past arrived at the valley, but no one saw her. She naturally walked into the rich family's house and sat in the courtyard, waiting for the right time. In the Alan domain, the water curtain domain had recovered a lot. With the help of powerhouses, it could be easily repaired. There was a power not too far away from the water curtain domain called the Sunset Court. It was filled with women and had a lowly status in the Alan domain. They needed to hand over resources to the larger Sunset Court, which belonged to the Sunset Sect. The Sunset Court was one of the 12 sects in the northern half of the Alan domain, and all of them had to hand over resources to the spiritual masters who ruled the Alan domain. No one would have thought that the lowly Sunset Court was actually a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Yi Rou arrived outside the court. Lu Tianyi arrived at the Cloud Crane domain and saw the scene of thousands of cranes flying together. Here, the Crane sect was in charge of a domain, and the strongest person was the Crane Guard. However, he did not fear Lu Tianyi. Powerhouses at the same level could rarely fight against Lu Tianyi. He found the Heaven's Hand branch, and the person in charge was a loose cultivator called Crane Guard. This person did not know that Lu Tianyi had his eyes on him. "Who are you? Coming uninvited is against the rules of etiquette." Lu Tianyi looked over. He did not know how the Crane Guard found him. The Crane Guard was not loose cultivator Crane Guard, but the master of the entire Cloud Crane domain. The Crane Guard's expression was solemn. Lu Tianyi gave him pressure. This person was very strong. Lu Tianyi of the Dayu Manor. The Crane Guard's eyes narrowed. "You are from the Dayu Manor." Lu Tianyi did not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Now, there was no need to hide anything from the Dayu Manor. The more they hid, the more guilty they would be. "I wonder why someone from the Dayu Manor has come to my Cloud Crane domain." The Crane Guard did not understand. Lu Tianyi looked at loose cultivator crane guard who still did not notice him. This person is the manager of the Heaven's Hand branch. The crane guard was shocked. He is from the Heaven's Hand. He did not doubt Lu Tianyi's words. Otherwise, why would Lu Tianyi come? However, even if he was from the Heaven's Hand, what did he have to do with the Dayue Manor? Suddenly, the crane guard thought of something, and his expression turned solemn. The third master wants to fight the Heaven's Hand. After the battle at the Abyss of Time, Lu Yin went to the Jikong domain as a guest. After the news of Yi Sangtian's defeat in East Sangtian spread, he went to the southbound domain. Those who were watching Lu Yin did not know at all. They thought that Lu Yin was still in the Jikong domain. Now that Lu Tianyi had found the Heaven's Hand branch, the crane guard was not stupid. He naturally thought of this. Lu Tianyi put his hands behind his back and waited for the right time to strike. The timing could not be early. Otherwise, the other branches of the Heaven's Hand would know and flee. Everyone had to strike at the same time. The crane guard looked at Lu Tianyi deeply. The Dayue Manor was indeed full of experts. He could not afford to offend them. He turned and left, pretending not to have seen anything. Qianlan White Region, Ghostfire Region, Boat Region, and even East Sangtian's Daquan Region had sent experts from the Dayue Manor. The one who went to Daquan Region was Chu Yi. The one who also had the Heaven's Hand in his domain was Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon. No one knew why Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon had suddenly left his domain, but no one was watching them. The domain, however, did not welcome them. Dancing Butterflies in the Horizon did not cultivate consciousness and had now joined the Dayue Manor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-28. Why have the two of you come to my realm? Shi Xiu personally blocked them outside the realm. Dia Wu frowned. What, we can't go in? Shi Xiu said in a low voice, the concept here is different from the other 36 domains. The two seniors should know this. Tianya's tone was gentle as he said, don't worry, we're not looking for trouble. May I ask if Miss Wudong is here? Shi Xiu was puzzled. Are the two of you looking for Wudong? Dia Wu replied, Third Master asked us to give Miss Wudong a gift. Shi Xiu didn't think that there would be such a thing. Although Wudong wasn't bad, she was far from being comparable to Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing. As for having dancing butterflies from the horizon come to the intent realm to deliver a gift, he couldn't figure it out. What's wrong? Are you not going to give the third head any face? Dia Wu was unhappy. Shi Xiu didn't understand Lu Yin's intentions, and he wanted to refuse. But if he did, it was hard to say if he would provoke the third master again. As for asking Wudong to come out, the reason was the same. He didn't give her any face. Helpless, Shi Xiu said, Of course not. Please. The dancing butterfly horizon was extremely powerful, and Shi Xiu admitted that he had no confidence in blocking it. Looking at the artistic conception, it was fortunate that he still had inaction. Wu Wei's consciousness was enough to restrain the two of them, which was also the source of his confidence. The two of them still couldn't compare in terms of intent realm. Soon, the butterfly dances in the horizon entered the intent realm. One by one, the experts of the Dayue Manor headed to the Heaven's Hand branch. Time continued to pass. Lu Yin, who was far away in the south traversing world, observed the spirit treasure array formation with interest. Lu Yin had rushed over to southbound realm in a hurry, but he had not immediately taken action. He had also not accepted Sky's Hand's offer to reconcile. There had to be some sort of scheme, but they did not know the specifics. Even though Sky's Hand's information network was powerful, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on so many powerhouses in the Dayue Villa. They could not understand why the ninth spirit had investigated so many branches of the Heaven's Hand, and why Qing Yun had told old Tao and Dayu Villa about it. Otherwise, the Dayu Villa would have been made public long ago. Finally, Lu Yin received word that everyone had arrived. He lifted his foot and took the next step, breaking through the lingering winter-dispelling summer spirit treasure array and arriving at the next level, Clearwater Whitestone. The eyes of Heaven Hand's group trembled, and they began to move. Yi Nan frowned. He had a bad premonition, but he didn't know what was going on. Third Master, is it really impossible for Heaven Hand and Your Excellency to reconcile? Lu Yin looked around at his surroundings, brimming with killing intent. Royal God Mountain or Myriad Beasts border, choose one. Yi Nan's eyes were sinister. Since that's the case, don't blame the Heavenly Hand for being merciless. Pass down the order. Publish the information on Dayu Villa. Let's see who else will pretend to be deaf and dumb. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Yi Nan. You're dead, old man. Yi Nan's expression was grave. Beside him, Qianmen Faidu immediately ordered. However, his expression quickly changed. Something has happened. The branch has lost contact. Yi Nan was shocked. What did you say? He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. It's you. In the 100 Grass region, the ancestor of the ancient era left the valley. The courtyard was deathly silent as fresh blood flowed out from the cracks of the door, dyeing the fields red. Cloud Crane region. Lu's cultivator Shuha was lying at Lu Tianyi's feet. In the Alan region, the sunset court disappeared without a trace. At this moment, rivers of blood were flowing in every domain of the spiritualized universe. Within the intent realm, Dia Wu suddenly attacked, using the sequence of annihilation to attack a region, completely erasing that region. Shi Xiu was shocked and released his consciousness. Dancing butterflies in the horizon, what are you doing? The cultivator stared warily at Dancing Butterfly World's horizon. Wu Wei's consciousness shrouded the area and pressed down on the intent realm. World's horizon calmly said, don't panic. It's just a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Shi Xiu's eyes narrowed. A branch of the Heaven's Hand. You just destroyed a branch of the Heaven's Hand. Dia Wu sneered, do you really think that we gave that Wudong a gift? Shi Xiu stared at the two, not knowing whether to believe them or not. Master Feng quickly reminded him, it might really be a branch of the Heaven's Hand. He did not want to become enemies with the Dayu Villa. If that third master was lured here, the alliance might end up like the Qi family. Beyond Heaven would not save the Qi family or the alliance. Even if they did, they might not be able to save them. That third master had become invincible after the battle at Jinyuan, and even Sang Tian had not been his opponent. Unless Yu Sang Tian personally acted, the intent realm would be in danger, and Shi Xiu did not want to die. Whether or not that region was a branch of the Heaven's Hand, they had to believe it. At this moment, Wu Wei's consciousness dissipated, as he did not want to interfere. Helpless, Shi Xiu could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger. Please leave. Dancing butterflies in the horizon did not say anything else and left the intent realm. Looking at their backs, Shi Xiu's expression darkened. Since when had his intent realm been humiliated like this? Master Feng smiled bitterly and could only sigh. Alliance leader, in my opinion, that is really a branch of the Heaven's Hand. I know, but they did not even greet us. They are looking down on the alliance. Shi Xiu clenched his teeth. Master Feng did not know what to say. Faced with that powerful third master, what else could they do? Dancing butterflies in the horizon was also an absolute expert. Suddenly, the two exchanged glances. A branch of the Heaven's Hand. The Dayu Villa attacked a branch of the Heaven's Hand. First disaster, they just defeated Yi Sang Tian and might very well succeed him. Why would the Dayu Villa attack them now? Master Feng did not understand. Shi Xiu looked at the sky again. The heaven's hand is unlucky. It was not a big deal that a branch of the heaven's hand had been massacred, as many people did not know that it was a branch of the heaven's hand that had been massacred. Even the battle at the southbound horizon had not attracted much attention. No one knew that Lu Yin had gone there, much less that the heaven's hand and the ninth spirit were there. First disaster, how did they know that the Dayu villa had massacred a branch of the heaven's hand? Even old Tao could not have known. Lu Yin looked at a puddle of clear water in front of him. There was a snow-white stone in the water. This sourcebox's danger zone was unique, but its power was too weak. He easily broke through it. He broke through 2 layers of the array, and the 3rd layer was scroll 16. Activate, the 2 heavenly masters shouted and activated scroll 16. It was clearly daytime, but it was shrouded in darkness. Moonlight sprinkled down, bringing with it a chill. A figure sat alone on a mountain range, facing the moonlight. Lu Yin looked at the scene formed by the sourcebox's danger zone. Was this a humanoid sourcebox's danger zone? He had experienced many humanoid origin tribulations, but humanoid sourcebox's danger zone was extremely rare. How could a sourcebox's danger zone take on a human form? Suddenly, the figure raised a hand and pointed a finger at Lu Yin's back. The killing intent descended, and the sky cracked. At that moment, whether it was Lu Yin, First Disaster, or Qian Menfaidu, they all felt a chill run down their spines. That finger represented death. Lu Yin faced that finger directly, and his expression changed. What a powerful finger, but its power was not enough. He also pointed a finger, using the Tao of Tianyi. Bang! The ground of the southbound realm cracked open, and Lu Yin's finger shattered the plains. With a wave of his hand, the sourcebox's killing intent completely tore apart the array. That finger's intent was extremely strong, but its power was not enough, and it felt like it could not withstand it. This sourcebox's array piqued Lu Yin's interest. His gaze fell on the 2 heavenly masters, and he took a step forward, instantly appearing in front of them and grabbing them. At that moment, a blade flashed past, and Lu Yin casually grabbed it. Lu Yin crushed the blade with a single hand, and First Disaster tightened his grip on the hilt and slashed out again. Lu Yin had not expected First Disaster to not use any assassination techniques, but to fight with a blade instead. This person's blade technique was rarely seen in the world. After all, he was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Every strike broke through Lu Yin's understanding of blade techniques, even if he had experienced Wu Tian's martial arts. However, no matter how strong the blade technique was, it could not hurt Lu Yin. Unless it reached the sharpness of the great golden-winged divine claw, it could not threaten Lu Yin at all. In the surroundings, the people from Heaven's Hand all distanced themselves. Qian Menfaidu immediately retreated, not daring to participate in this battle. First Disaster's blade slashed down, combining the power of the previous strikes to create a new world. Lu Yin still raised his hand, and his palm realm battle force spread out, grabbing the blade and shattering it with a bang. The shard streaked across the void, cutting through the southbound realm in all directions. Qian Menfaidu's shoulder was pierced by the shards, and he retreated with a pale face. First Disaster tightened his grip on the broken hilt and pressed forward. The hilt suddenly transformed into a bony hand that was as white as jade, grabbing at Lu Yin. The moment Lu Yin saw the bony hand, he paused. The bony hand was about to land on his head. Light flashed around Lu Yin's body, reversing for a second. First Disaster could not avoid the reversal of time, and that second was enough for Lu Yin to pull away. First Disaster charged at Lu Yin again, his body transforming into a blade of light that tore through the void with the bony hand. Lu Yin was surprised. The power of thought. First Disaster was shocked. How did this person know? Thought was a very mysterious power in the spiritualized universe. Consciousness, spirit, and essence were not thought. Thought was a biological ability to move. First disaster was able to create the heaven's hand and reach the level of Dooku air. Yusang Tian valued him and sent the ninth spirit to monitor him because he was adept at the power of thought. Lu Yin thought that he could defeat the third master by attacking with thought. Who knew that this person not only grasped the power of time, but also saw through the power of thought? Lu Yin praised, looking at the three universes, there are very few people who can cultivate the power of thought. Unfortunately, I've met more than one. Master Wei, Ancestor Hui, and even Bai Wuxian all had the power to change thought. Although Lu Yin did not cultivate this power, he was not unfamiliar with it. No wonder Yi Nan attacked with his saber. He knew that even the divine claws of the big golden wings could not hurt him, but he still attacked like this. It was because he wanted to take advantage of the moment when the blade was broken to grab his thoughts with his bone hand. If he had not reversed time and understood the power of thoughts, he might have really fallen into his trap. Third Master, since you know the power of thought, you should know that it is not easy to deal with. Everything the heaven's hand has done to you can be compensated. Tell me what you want. This is the heaven's hand's sincerity. First Disaster was afraid and clenched the bony hand tightly. His trump card had been seen through, and he was not confident. He would not fight if he could. He was better at assassination. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Booyah, Chen, Wang Yu old man, dancing butterfly world, Su Shidao, the battle of Jianyuan, Miao Wu Huang, and that Mr. Li. Your heaven's hand and Jikong domain have schemed against me so many times. What do you think you can compensate me with? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-29. Yi Nan could sense the killing intent in Lu Yin's voice. The sky's hand and Jikong domain support your ascension to Sang Tian, but they will not participate in any operations against the Tian Yuan universe. This is against the will of you Sang Tian. This is more than enough sincerity. You should know the sky's hand's integrity. Lu Yin raised his hand and waved it at Yi Nan. Kanyang, I have long since passed the point where I need to compromise. The heavens of this spiritual universe will change for me. Kanyang, burn your martial arts. Yi Nan's 7 orifices bled, and his bony hand could no longer hold steady. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned red. Calamity. He opened his bony hand and an indescribable power gathered. It was the power of thought. Let me experience the calamities of the mortal world. You asked for it. Yi Nan pointed his bony hand at Lu Yin. Thoughts were also a type of power that could not be seen clearly, but if his thoughts were being altered or robbed, then he could still avoid them. However, if he was faced with a collision of thoughts, then it would be very difficult for him to immediately avoid it. For example, he was currently facing Yi Nan, and he knew that Yi Nan would take action. Yi Nan's calamity also collided with Yi Nan the moment Lu Yin knew about it. This sort of collision wouldn't cause any harm. How could a person's thoughts cause harm? Unless they could cause their cultivation to go berserk. At Lu Yin's level of cultivation, he had a strong will. How could his thoughts cause his cultivation to go berserk? However, Yi Nan's calamity came from the countless years of suffering that he had seen in the mortal world. This was also the reason why he had created the sky's hand. How much suffering could a person experience in their lifetime? Some people had very little while others had a lot. What about 20, 200 million? Or even more? This suffering was instilled in a person, and that person would experience it for the rest of their life. In that instant, Lu Yin experienced it as soon as his thoughts collided with hers. It was an indescribable pain that caused his will to crumble. It was as if his loved ones had died at the hands of his enemies. It was as if everything he had was taken away from him. It was as if he was enduring the most painful torture. It was as if it was an indescribable pain that countless people had experienced. Lu Yin had no choice but to use flash to reverse Nan's situation. First calamity was also a clash of thoughts. This was the greatest drawback of this technique. Since it was a clash of thoughts, the person bearing the calamity would have to face it, and the person releasing it would also have to face it. For countless years, he had endured the suffering brought about by the calamities of the world. Even for someone like him, it was difficult to bear. He had tried again and again, countless times, before he had a chance to act. Lu Yin's will was instantly crushed by the suffering of the world, but he could still hold on for a few seconds. He was confident that those few seconds were enough to crush anyone's will, and even Yu Sang Tian might not be able to withstand it. This was the terrifying aspect of thinking. It was completely different from consciousness, essence, energy, and spirit. He wanted to become the founder of the path of thinking in the spiritualized universe. At this moment, his confidence swelled like never before. Perhaps he could fight Yu Sang Tian, as long as Yu Sang Tian could withstand the clash of minds. Lu Yin's ability to rewind time by 1 second was nothing in Yi Yugen's eyes. So what if he rewound time by 1 second? No matter how much time flowed backward, he could just keep attacking. The countless years of suffering he had endured allowed him to persevere. This was the pain he had endured for countless years. This person had to bear it as well. In the universe, anyone who wanted to be his enemy had to bear it. In that 1 second, Lu Yin was drenched in sweat. His will had collapsed in an instant, and he knew very well that he could not bear it any longer. What kind of person could bear the suffering of countless people? He definitely could not do it. His heart was like a boulder. This was the strength of the master of the celestial hand's first calamity. None of the powerhouses who had survived the calamities were easy to deal with. In comparison, the star toad was simply adorable. All of the powerhouses in the spiritualized universe had their own trump cards. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin, and the first calamity's eyes turned red. The calamity continued. Lu Yin raised a hand, and the karmic spiral formed into a karmic wheel. Calamity originated from the suffering of the world, from the people who had endured it. Some came from the body, while others came from the spirit. However, no matter what kind of suffering one experienced, there was always a cause and effect. No one in the universe could escape karma. Since there was karma, then this karma had to be negated. The skeletal hand pointed at Lu Yin, and their thoughts collided. The karmic will spun in front of Lu Yin, and their thoughts collided. First calamity was overwhelmed. How was this possible? His calamity was being continuously cancelled out. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person was not doing anything and was just standing there, but his calamity was constantly being cancelled out. He could not use his thoughts to clash with this person. Impossible, no one could do this. Not even Yu Sang Tian could do this. Such a thing did not exist. Even if someone could endure or avoid the calamity, how could they cancel out the calamity? This was the suffering of the world that he had grasped over countless years. It was a type of experience, a type of life. Even the power of time should not be able to cancel it out. The only way to do so was to use the power of time to go back to the time before the suffering occurred and prevent it from occurring. But even so, the amount of suffering he seized wasn't just one portion, but countless portions. Could it be that this person had erased the long river of time? Had he made time meaningless? This was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. The power of karma was not inferior to that of time. Yu Sang Tian had attacked the Tian Yuan universe because he had sensed that Lu Yin had cultivated the Tao of karma. This was a power that even someone like him, who had a small spiritual universe and could step into the eternal realm, feared. No one could say for sure what the future of cultivating the Tao of Karma would be. Even Yu Sang Tian and a grass grandmaster were afraid of this power. Lu Yin's current understanding of karma was enough to see through the threads of karma. He could use the karma spiral to trace back to the source, and he could use the karma wheel to cancel out the karma of events. If he was given more time, he did not know what level he would reach. At the very least, this was something that Lu Yin could not figure out. Tears of blood flowed from Lu Yin's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. He had endured the pain of the calamity for countless years, and he did not even dare to leave the southbound realm. He had given up on fighting for Sang Tian's position many times. Otherwise, how could Meng Sang Tian, Bao Qi, and the others have become Sang Tian? He had sacrificed too much for the calamity technique. Why should it be cancelled out? Why? Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang Tian as an enemy, and not only had he created the calamity technique, but he had also imagined that Yu Sang Tian had used his heart of boulder to withstand the calamity. For this reason, Lu Yin had specially thought of another technique, reverse calamity. This technique would use the enemy's life experiences and willpower to resist the calamity as a foundation, negating the calamity to negate the opponent's experiences. It was as if he had reversed the enemy's life in order to defeat Yu Sang Tian. Even though this technique had not been completed, Lu Yin was certain that it could be realized. Given enough time, he could even defeat Yu Sang Tian with a sneak attack. He was an assassin. Why was this happening? No matter how much he thought about it, he could not have predicted that someone would be able to cancel out the calamity. He would never have guessed it. Lu Yin could not have guessed it either. Lu Yin had imagined Yu Sang Tian as an enemy and wanted to create a technique that could deal with Yu Sang Tian. There were too many geniuses in the universe, and some had walked out while others had not. Yu Sang Tian was a genius among geniuses, and he should not be underestimated. It was a pity that he had met Lu Yin. Lu Yin had once been trapped in the consciousness of the fifth mainland's technocracy's ancestor, Huizu. He had faced Mr. Mu and raised his doubts. Lu Yin had cultivated too many different powers, and he did not know what his future path would be. At that time, Mr. Mu's words were still fresh in his mind. All he had to do was walk to the end of each path. This was the goal that Mr. Mu had set for him. He had to walk to the end of each path. There were millions of paths to cultivation in the universe, but humans were still humans, and all of their paths would eventually converge. Lu Yin alone had cultivated the paths of many others, and they had all converged to reach the end. He was the nemesis of countless people. It was just like how this spiritualized cultivator could not figure it out. Only Mr. Mu had pointed out his future path. However, even Mr. Mu had not thought that he would be able to walk to the end of these paths. Lu Yin looked at Yi Nan through the karmic wheel and saw tears of blood flow from Yi Nan's eyes. He struck out with a palm, and Yi Nan fell into a state of confusion due to the disaster he had endured. A voice suddenly traveled to Lu Yin's ears. I'm giving this person to you to resolve your grudge against the Jikong domain. I hope that Master Lu can see my sincerity. Endless illusions appeared before Lu Yin's eyes. This was a sequence technique, the second image. It was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques, and Lu Yin had encountered it before. The endless illusion seemed to flow through time and space, and Lu Yin almost could not tell the difference between reality and the past. A sword appeared from behind him. Reason in clarity, sword of calligraphy, wild grass. Lu Yin grabbed the sword's edge and exerted force, causing the blade to bend. A terrifying force vibrated along the curved blade and forced Mr. Li back. Mr. Li suddenly attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin reversed the blade and slashed at Mr. Li. The 13th sword. Mr. Li's gaze turned cold. This person knew swordsmanship. The air around him transformed into a long sword again, and he slashed out again and again. Sword of Calligraphy, Wild Grass. Lu Yin's 13th sword slashed out. This sword did not attack the human body, only the emotions. The sword flashed past, and Mr. Li spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin suddenly twisted his sword again, causing a flash of light that silenced everything. Silence reigned as the silent sword slashed out a bloody wound. Another flash of light followed, and yet another bloody wound appeared on the man's shoulder. Then, Lu Yin's autumn flower sword intent, lightning sword technique, calm heart sword, and karmic flame sword all combined into one. Sword light pierced through the man's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. The sword flashed continuously, coming from the various sword techniques that Lu Yin had experienced at the beginning of his cultivation. These sword techniques were actually very ordinary, and they were not enough to be used on a battlefield of this level. However, in Lu Yin's hands, they had transformed into terrifying sword techniques that could injure Mr. Li. This was not only because of Lu Yin's own strength, but also because he had seen Wu Tian's celestial vault and received guidance from Wu Bei. He was using the celestial universe's sword techniques to slash at Mr. Li. More than a dozen wounds appeared on Mr. Li's body, causing him to bleed profusely. He did not block at all, allowing himself to be slashed by the sword light. His own sword fell down, and a grass character formed from sword chi fell down towards Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3530. After Lu Yin, Yinan also walked out of the disaster state. His long hair was disheveled and he looked exhausted. He raised his eyes and turned into a blade, slashing out with heaven-slashing art. Lu Yin swept the blade with his right hand and pulled out his left hand from Yinan's direction, hitting Mr. Li with his palm. With a bang, the blade shattered. It was from heaven-slashing art, but it was also restrained. On the other side, Lu Yin struck out with his palm, borrowing the heaven-slashing art's blade will to hit Mr. Li's wild grass of calligraphy. The word grass was scattered and a few scratches appeared on Lu Yin's palm. Mr. Li was also a powerhouse who had crossed the disaster state, so he was definitely not weak. Compared to Yinan, the old salamander was much weaker, but he could still injure Lu Yin. Yinan panted heavily and stared at Lu Yin with unprecedented seriousness and fear in his eyes. On the opposite side, Mr. Li's face was ugly. He did not want to fight at all, but the foolish old man said that he must kill the third master in this battle. This person was completely uncontrollable, and the foolish old man himself would also fight, so he had no choice but to fight. He and Yinan together could not take down this person at all. Why was the foolish old man still not fighting? Lu Yin looked at his palm and saw blood dripping from it. He raised his head and looked at Mr. Li with a cold smile. The Zhikong region finally sent you here. Mr. Li squinted his eyes. You are too arrogant. The Battle of the Abyss has just ended, and you have fought so many battles consecutively. There must be a limit. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, there must be a limit. Unfortunately, trash like you can't force me to use my limit. After he finished speaking, his consciousness suddenly burst out and swept out, turning into two large sky-stripping plates to suppress Yinan and Mr. Li. The two stopped using battle techniques and resisted the consciousness bombardment while attacking Lu Yin to stall for time. They had a tacit understanding that they wanted to stall until Lu Yin reached his limit, but Mr. Li wanted to stall until Lu Yin showed a flaw, giving the foolish old man the opportunity to attack. As for Lu Yin's consciousness bombardment, although it was at the starry sky level, Yinan and Mr. Li had fought in the consciousness universe before, so they were not unfamiliar with consciousness. At their level, they had also encountered 13 celestial phenomenon. If Lu Yin used his full consciousness bombardment, it might be able to suppress one of them and make it difficult for them to resist, but if it was both of them at the same time, they could withstand it. Louis naturally, he knew this, but he did not want to use his consciousness to win. His goal was to wait. Old Yusheng. Does this old man really want to give up on Mr. Li? Or would they use this as an excuse to get the Jikong domain to intervene in this battle? Even though Lu Yin had said that he would head to the intelligible void domain after dealing with Heaven's Hand, if he really attacked the intelligible void domain, then the spiritualized universe would probably explode. Extreme Palace's carving was a provocation to Sky Beyond Sky and Yusang Sky. Many people were happy to see this happen. However, it was different when it came to dealing with Jikong domain. No matter how one looked at it, Jikong domain was the leader of a portion of the spiritualized universe who were dissatisfied with Yusang Tian. Mr. Li was right, Lu Yin was indeed tired from the continuous battles, and he had his limits. Before the Battle of the Abyss, he had already made preparations. However, he had yet to make those preparations. Lu Yin fought 1 against 2, attacking Mr. Yi Nan and Mr. Yi Nan in an attempt to find their opponent's weakness. Time continued to pass, and First Disaster and Mr. Li found it increasingly difficult to hold on. This was especially true for First Disaster, who had already been injured by Lu Yin and had to endure Disaster's tribulation. If this situation dragged on any longer, it would be disadvantageous for him. He had wanted to escape for a long time, but Mr. Li's actions represented the attitude of the Jikong domain. The Jikong domain would definitely take action, forcing him to stay behind. Lu Yin purposely revealed a few openings, but Elder Yu didn't make a move. Lu Yin wasn't interested in waiting any longer. With Kanyang in one hand and consciousness in the other, he pressed down on Yi Nan and Mr. Li. Yi Nan's face paled, and he retreated step by step. Mr. Li fainted and almost fell to the ground. When was Elder Yu going to make a move? He suddenly recalled Lu Yin's words. Was the Jikong domain planning on abandoning him? Impossible, he was still a powerhouse who had transcended disaster. How many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe could do that? The Jikong domain still needed his protection. Yi Nan swung the skeletal hand at Lu Yin, trying to seize his thoughts. At the same time, he forced himself to endure disaster once more. Their thoughts collided. Lu Yin frowned. Again. Right, Mr. Li had made a move. He didn't care that the disaster would be cancelled out by his own karmic wheel, he just wanted to create an opportunity for Mr. Li. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's body shuttled back and forth for a second. He flicked his finger, causing a gust of wind to strike the skeletal hand and split it in two. Yi Nan coughed up blood. Now. Mr. Li looked over and saw Lu Yin suddenly crouch on the ground, clutching his heart. His eyes flickered, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. What's this? Life's End Chapter. Yi Nan had cultivated the 6th echelon technique, Life's End Chapter, and created a poison that targeted Lu Yin only at this moment. Lu Yin had just used flowing light and reversed the flow of time for a second. From Yi Nan's point of view, Lu Yin would definitely have to endure the poison of Life's End Chapter as well as Mr. Li's attack. Mr. Li's eyes went wide, and his sequence particles burst forth. Whether it was before or just now, he had never used so many sequence particles. The boundless sequence particles flowed like a lake. Mr. Li leapt up and looked down at Lu Yin. He raised his hand and pointed his index and middle fingers at Lu Yin. Sky Lake, divine might of 2 elephants. All of the sequence particles instantly condensed at his fingertips, and when he pointed down, a giant figure could be vaguely seen behind Mr. Li. This was an illusion that the second elephant had displayed in the void for countless years, and it had been magnified dozens of times. At this moment, it was as if it had been deified. Although Mr. Li had yet to cultivate the second elephant to the level of a deified sequence particle, his terrifying sequence particles and techniques allowed him to unleash an attack that was close to a deified sequence particle. This was also his greatest trump card, one that not even the Jikong domain knew about. Lu Yin squatted on the ground and exhaled. In the end, he had still used it. Some trump cards could be exposed, while others could not. The starry sky in his heart was released, and the sky palace circulated. Facing Mr. Li's finger, Lu Yin looked over and saw mountains and rivers appear. The mountains were mountains, and the water was water. The mountains and rivers were one, and the landscape tomb was the same. Mr. Li and Lu Yin seemed to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. With a single finger, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but Mr. Li did not relax in the slightest, as it was too easy. Lu Yin was squatting on the ground, not dodging or evading. What did he rely on? Did he rely on his physical strength that even the great golden-winged divine claw could not scratch? However, this finger was not aimed at the body, and Mr. Li should be able to tell. Since that was the case, and Lu Yin did not dodge or evade, he must have a backup plan. Suddenly, another landscape tomb appeared, and it was destroyed by a single finger. Mr. Li's finger started from him and ended at Lu Yin. Everything along the way would be destroyed. However, more landscape tombs appeared one after another, and then one after another, continuing to connect. Mr. Li used his finger to continuously break through the landscape tombs, and he kept getting closer to Lu Yin. However, the landscape tombs continued to exist, as if they were endless. Nan stared blankly and blurted out, "Grafting flowers onto a tree." Mr. Li was shocked. The plain master sets grafting flowers onto a tree. Lu Yin's gaze was deep. Grafting flowers onto a tree. Something like that. The Plain Master sect was known as the first spiritualized universe's heavenly master of spiritual treasures because of their grafting flowers onto a tree. They could continuously graft ancient swords onto a tree, becoming the fruit of that tree. Every ancient sword was enough to threaten a spiritual prime, and even Meng Sang Tian would not be able to withstand it. This was also the reason why the Plain Master sect had the confidence to compete for Meng Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin could not learn grafting flowers onto a tree because the Plain Master sect had relied on their spiritualization innate gift to graft it onto a tree. He could not graft it, but he had the Azure Sky Palace. Grafting flowers onto a tree and the Azure Sky Palace were sourcebox arrays and techniques. Grafting flowers onto a tree could be used to graft sourcebox killing intents, while the Azure Sky Palace could also be used to store killing battle techniques. This was because the Azure Sky Palace could be inscribed, and anything inscribed could be used as a power source. The Three Realms 6 Daos requirement for completing their apprenticeship was to be able to unleash the power source inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. However, these power sources were not enough to deal with those above the primordial realm, and they would take too long. The weaknesses were obvious, and the primogenitor did not use the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace. After all, if the primogenitor was forced to use the Azure Sky Palace, the power of the enemy would not be something that the power inscribed in the Azure Sky Palace could resist. Lu Yin had gained inspiration from grafting flowers onto a tree, and he had used the flowing energy of the stars as killing intents to create a sourcebox array in the form of a battle technique. The sourcebox array was fixed within the Azure Sky Palace, and at a critical moment, he did not need to take action. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-31. The Tomb of Mountains and Rivers defended its surroundings. The ancient sword spun and slashed towards Mr. Nan and Mr. Li. Mr. Li's hair stood on end, and he fled without thinking. Nan also wanted to escape. There was no way to fight, so he also fled. The two of them fled in opposite directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire southbound realm. Stars appeared in front of First Disaster and Mr. Li. Explode, serious. Mr. Li spat out blood and retreated. If he were to change directions, he would not be able to tear the void in time. Another star appeared and exploded. In the blink of an eye, stars appeared, exploding, exploding, exploding. The southbound world was shattered. In the starry skies, Elder Yu watched calmly. Was this the limit? No, he hadn't reached his limit yet. Just where was this kid's limit? He had become the master of the Tianyuan universe at such a young age. His power was indeed terrifying. If he was given more time to cultivate, he might be able to surpass Yu Sang Tian. Seeing Mr. Li being suppressed while vomiting blood, old Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He had to change his way of thinking about this Master Lu. This person wasn't afraid of anything, he was too domineering. Mr. Li was overwhelmed. Lu Yin looked to the other side. The first calamity had not fled into space, but had instead gone to a corner of the southbound realm. Lu Yin's gaze froze. If he had not guessed wrongly, that was where the ninth spirit resided. The ninth spirit was in the south roving world. It was because of the ninth spirit that the Dayu Mountain Villa had been able to clear out the Heaven's Hand branch. First disaster was very clever. He had hidden at the ninth spirit's place. Even if Lu Yin wanted to kill him, he would destroy the ninth spirit's residence and make enemies for Lu Yin. Lu Yin watched as Nan charged into the valley, stars swirling around him as he exploded. With a boom, the valley shattered. Lu Yin was astonished, there wasn't even a sourcebox array. He had thought that the ninth spirit's residence would at least be guarded or protected by a sourcebox array. There was nothing at all. She had made up her mind to let Heavenly Hand guard the door for her. The star exploded, and Nan spat out blood. Like Mr. Li, he had reached his limit. He had fought with all his might to reach the ninth spirit, and now he had collapsed. The two experts who had crossed the bitter calamity were defeated. This scene was only seen by Yu Lao and the people from the southbound world. Qian Menfaidu also wanted to escape the moment Nan and Mr. Li escaped. The rest of the Heaven's Hands also wanted to escape, but they were all intercepted by one person, and that was old Yu. Foolish old man made his move, sealing off the entire south touring world and the surrounding starry skies. Qian Menfaidu shouted something, but his voice couldn't be heard outside. Only Lu Yin could hear him. Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived at the shattered valley. He casually suppressed Nan within the general appointment platform hell, but just as he was about to leave, he paused and slowly turned his head to look at the ground not too far away. Under the pile of rubble, a portrait floated up with the wind and flew into the distance. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the portrait landed in his palm. As he looked at the portrait, he revealed the most shocked expression he had seen since coming to the spiritualized universe. This was Fengbue. The Count of the Wind, one of the Eternal Tribe's 3 masters and 6 heroes, who had toppled the Mavis godly tree, and who had been dealing with Beauty Mavis in the Mirage realm. His portrait had actually appeared in the Ninth Spirit's Valley. How could this be? Fengbue definitely wasn't someone from the Tianyuan universe. Back then, Lu Yin hadn't known much about this universe. It was only after he had killed Fengbue and released Hongyan Mavis that he had gradually interacted with the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions that he had learned about this universe. Before that, although Lu Yin had known that Fengbue wasn't from the Tianyuan universe, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He also wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, or else Butterfly Tianan would have known about him. At that time, Lu Yin had used Fengbue to stall Butterfly Tianan and cause trouble for the Above Heaven sect. Butterfly Tianan truly hadn't known about Fengbue's existence, and he had even caused trouble for the Eternal Tribe. The protectors of the 4 cardinal regions were lackeys of the spiritualized universe, which proved that Fengbue definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe. Ever since Yuan Qi and Zhang Yan had been captured, Lu Yin had asked them whether there were still people from the spiritualized universe around, but they hadn't mentioned Fengbue. In the 37 years he had spent reversing time, Luyin had captured many spiritualized cultivators, but none of them had mentioned Fingbua. Fingbua definitely wasn't someone from the spiritualized universe, but Luyin hoped that he was. Otherwise, there would be another universe that was related to the one true God. How had someone from the spiritualized universe come to the Tianyuan universe? Fingbua hadn't gone there on his own. His dying words had made Luyin understand that his trip to the Tianyuan universe was related to the one true God. Could the one true God have gone to Fingbua's universe? But what did this have to do with the spiritualized universe? What did it have to do with the ninth spirit? There was more than one portrait, and there were many more buried in the shattered valley. Each one was filled with charm, and they were all of Fingbua. They vividly portrayed Fingbua's viciousness and forbearance. The person who had drawn this portrait knew Fingbua very well, and it was filled with hatred. Was it drawn by the ninth spirit? Luyin stood in place, his thoughts in a mess. Another universe had appeared. The Tianyuan universe that he was in had been closely followed by the spiritualized universe, followed by the Lost Tribe's insect nest universe, and then the consciousness universe. And now, the universe that Fingbua was in had appeared, and this universe was related to the one true God. The one true God had come to the spiritualized universe, and the ninth spirit, one of the 7 great mulberry skies, had a portrait of Fingbua. What was the connection? Luyin really hoped that Fingbua was from the spiritualized universe. When he thought of this, Luyin contacted Yuan Qi. Not long after, he put down the spirit cloud stone. Yuan Qi's reply was very certain. He did not know who Fingbua was, and Zhang Yan also said that he did not know. Luyin stared at the portrait in a daze. Yuan Qi and Zhang Yan were working together with the everlasting tribe, and they could sense auras that did not belong to the current universe. This meant that Fingbua had remained in the Mirage domain to deal with Hongyan Mavis. It was not just to deal with her, but also to avoid her. He was avoiding Yuan Qi and the others from the spiritualized universe. At that time, there were still the 4 guardians. If Yuan Qi and the others knew of Fingbua's existence, then they would definitely know that there was another universe. It was no wonder why Fingbua had remained in the Mirage domain. Luyin had felt that something was wrong at the time. Was it really worth it for Hongyan Mavis? He had stayed in the Mirage domain for so many years. Now, there was a second explanation. If his guess was correct, then the one true God was not just working with the spiritualized universe. He also had another universe behind him. Luyin put down his hand. He had thought that he had seen through the 3 universes, but he had discovered that there was an even greater secret hidden in the depths of the darkness. This secret needed to be explained by the one true God, and the person who could confirm its existence was the ninth spirit. If it could be confirmed that Fingbua did not belong to the spiritualized universe, then all of his guesses would be confirmed. Luyin released his hand and allowed the portrait to fall to the ground. He then turned around and crossed over to the traverse domain. He appeared beside the collapsed Mr. Li and suppressed him in the Point General platform hell. Finally, he looked at the remaining members of the Heaven's Hand. The southbound domain was the headquarters of the Heaven's Hand, and there were many cultivators of the Heaven's Hand here. After being defeated by First Calamity, most of these people had committed suicide. After all, they were assassins, and their understanding of death was completely different from that of ordinary people. In the end, only the cultivators of the Tao of Spiritual Treasures and Qian Men Faidu were left. Qian Men Faidu had hidden countless doors in the southbound domain and the surrounding space. This was his trump card, but it paled in comparison to foolish old and Luyin. Luyin also saw Qian Men Faidu's face clearly. Previously, he had only seen his mouth. Qian Men Faidu was a pale-faced youth with turbid eyes. He looked young, but he had lived for a very long time. After all, he was a spiritual prime. Facing Luyin, he could only plead, "Third Master, the heaven's hand is in charge of first calamity, not me. Everything targeting you is done by first calamity. It has nothing to do with me. I can help you obtain any information about the spiritualized universe. I'm very useful. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, all information. Qian Menfaidu nodded and hurriedly said, most of the heaven's hand's information comes from me. I was the one who found out about Jin, Carefree Old Man, and the others. No one else could find them. I'm very useful. Let me follow you. I can definitely help Dayu Manor gather information. Lu Yin nodded, all right. Qian Menfaidu's eyes brightened, thank you, Third Master. I can give you the opportunity, but it depends on your ability to seize it. Lu Yin looked at Qian Menfaidu, find Meng Sang Tian for me. Qian Menfaidu was stunned, Meng Sang Tian. Lu Yin stared at Qian Menfaidu and moved his finger, causing a karma spiral to pass through him. He saw his karma threads colliding with each other in a mess. Third Master, Meng Sang Tian is one of the 7 great Sang Tians. He's not someone I can fight against. Once I find him, he'll be able to sense it. Please give me a chance. I'm willing to do anything for you. Third Master, I beg you. As he listened to Qian Menfaidu's pleas, Lu Yin saw more and more karma threads. Qian Menfaidu felt uncomfortable under Lu Yin's gaze, as if he had been seen through. He couldn't even beg for mercy. Just now, he had indeed felt that he had been penetrated, but he didn't dare to dodge. He could only stand in place. He could tell that Lu Yin wasn't looking at him, but above his head. What could be above his head? Qian Menfaidu couldn't understand this Third Master. This lasted for a full hour, which was the longest he had ever looked at a single causal line. He saw many conflicting causal lines, and in the end, he saw a very interesting causal line. He also saw a person, the intelligence void domain's dark transmission. The master of the celestial hand had actually sided with the dark transmission of the wisdom domain. The wisdom domain had both overt and covert transmission. The overt transmission traveled the world, while the covert transmission sat alone outside the world. They used the overt transmission's eyes to experience the world and ultimately succeed. The wisdom domain's master had always been a covert transmission, including Elder Yu. There had never been an exception. For an overt transmission, competing with a covert transmission was extremely stressful. This was because everyone knew that the covert transmission was the master of the wisdom domain. Over and over again, the overt transmission couldn't compete with the covert transmission. Everyone supported the covert transmission, and the overt transmission faced too much pressure. The foolish young master had sought out Lu Yin many times in order to use the Dayu Villa to turn the tables and defeat the covert transmission, becoming the first overt transmission in history. However, he had no idea how powerful the covert transmission was. Lu Yin didn't know whether the 5 realms' emptiness was the work of the covert transmission or Elder Yu, but Qian Menfaidu had sided with the covert transmission. This was something that Elder Yu didn't know, or rather, Qian Menfaidu thought that Elder Yu didn't know. The master of the celestial hand, a spiritual prime, had actually sided with a junior whose cultivation wasn't very high. This wasn't just because the covert transmission had the ability to find him and convince him, but also because of the wisdom domain itself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-32. Elder Yu was the first one, and the secret transmission had promised Qian Menfaidu that he would be the second. To Qian Menfaidu, this was a cooperation, but to Lu Yin, it was a surrender. That secret transmission was amazing. Lu Yin looked at the sky and saw Elder Yu. This old man had let the others die. Some had committed suicide, and some had been killed by him, but he had left Qianmen Faidu alive. Lu Yin wasn't sure how much of it was because of the secret transmission, but he didn't believe that Elder Yu didn't know that Qianmen Faidu had surrendered to the secret transmission. It was indeed a pity for a spirit prime to die. Qianmen Faidu's cultivation was lower than Mr. Li's, but Mr. Li couldn't compare to him. The saddest thing was that Ming Chuan and Mr. Li had been abandoned. One couldn't see the secret transmission at all. Both were pitiful. Lu Yin slowly raised his hand and pressed it on Qianmen Faidu's shoulder. Qianmen Faidu subconsciously wanted to escape, but he forced himself to hold back. He knew he couldn't escape. Go, find Meng Sang Tian and tell me. Qianmen Faidu begged. Third Master, the corners of Lu Yin's lips curled up, his gaze deep and unfathomable. You can leave now. Qianmen Faidu was stunned. Me. Go. Lu Yin withdrew his hand and said casually, go and find him. Tell me when you find him. Qianmen Faidu couldn't understand Lu Yin. Let him go. How could he get close to this person if he left? Wasn't that just courting death? But what was the situation now? Was he just going to let him go? Then, I'm really leaving. Seeing no response from Lu Yin, Qianmen Faidu flew into the sky at a moderate speed. He left the southbound realm and ascended into the sky. His heart was constantly in his throat. Sometimes, what people feared the most wasn't death, but unknown death. This was what he was feeling now. Could he leave? Why did Third Master let him go? He didn't know. Compared to those cultivators who had committed suicide, he was no different from an ordinary person. He didn't want to die either. Qianmen Faidu looked back and recalled what had just happened. There was nothing. Why did he let him go? It didn't make sense. Third Master patted him. His heart sank, and he looked behind him deeply. The South touring world was already very small. In the distance, Elder Yu looked over. The thousand gates flying fairy bowed slowly and left with fear and trepidation. Foolish old man didn't stop him this time. He looked at the land of the South roving world, and his eyes flashed as he vanished. On the ground, Lu Yin looked up into outer space. There was no point in killing Qianmen Faidu, and suppressing him would only increase the number of spiritual primes by a single level, which was not that significant. However, if Qianmen Faidu was allowed to leave, then the intelligencer realm would have a helper, and the pressure would be transferred to the intelligencer realm. This would be interesting for the intelligencer realm. How would Ming Chuan feel when he found out sooner or later? If he killed Qianmen Faidu and secretly sent a message to find another helper, Lu Yin wouldn't even know who it was, which would put him in a passive position. Since old Yu also wanted Qianmen Faidu to live, he would let him live. The Zhikong domain had schemed against him, so how could he let them off so easily? Was there not a single person in history who could become the master of the Zhikong domain? Not far away, old Yu landed. Looking at the shattered land, he sighed. Heaven's hand was at its peak. It controlled a lot of information about the spiritualized universe, created the black and white spiritual lists, and had countless blood debts. I didn't expect that it would be gone today. Lu Yin looked at foolish old Yu. The next one is the intelligencer realm. Do you plan to fight here or go back to the intelligencer realm? Foolish old Yu was helpless. Master Lu, are you still angry? Mr. Li has already given him to you. Lu Yin looked at foolish old Yu deeply. Is he really giving him to me? Foolish old Yu said, Master Lu hasn't reached his limit yet. I can see this clearly, and I don't think that Mr. Li alone can defeat you. Otherwise, I would have done it myself. Old man, many people think that they can see through me, but they all end up in a miserable state. There are too many examples in our universe, and you might be the first example of a spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was disdainful. Foolish old Yu smiled. Master Lu, have you calmed down? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You guys have done so much for the first disaster to take over Sang Tian's position. Especially in the battle of the abyss of space, it was me who helped the first disaster to suppress those mad dogs. Now that everything has gone down the drain, I would like to hear your thoughts. Foolish old you shook his head bitterly. There's nothing we can do when we meet someone as domineering as Master Lu. In fact, the compensation we gave Master Lu is far more than just defeating the first disaster. Heaven's Hand's information is all for Master Lu to use, and the first disaster's Sang Tian will also support Master Lu. Does Master Lu not care about these? Lu Yin walked towards the Ninth Spirit's Valley. It doesn't matter. If I want it, I will take it myself. If I don't want it, it's useless for others to force it on me. Foolish old you followed Lu Yin's footsteps, walking slowly. I finally understand Master Lu's temper. If there's anything in the future, I will definitely discuss it with Master Lu. Fontuan was reading. Lu Yin didn't say anything and walked silently. What existed under the ground? In the 9-domain ring, he saw 7 karma lands. One of them should be around here. 7 major powers occupied 7 karma lands. Was it a coincidence? Or was it man-made? He saw the concept wonder. In the battle just now, he also used the karma spiral to penetrate the ground, but he didn't see that wonder. Could it be that it required Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven? Why is the Heaven's Hand's headquarters located in the South Turing world? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Foolish old you didn't understand. Why is Master Lu curious about this? Curious? Do you need an explanation? Foolish old you choked, but he didn't care. There's only one specific reason that I don't know. This old man has never thought about it. Lu Yin said indifferently, the 7 major powers are located in 7 different directions of the spiritualized universe. This isn't a coincidence. Foolish old you said, that might be related to Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian constantly wants to control the spiritualized universe. On the surface, it seems that he has done it, and no one dares to go against his orders. However, the 7 major powers are different from the 7 major Sang Tian. In some situations, Yu Sang Tian can't act arbitrarily. Since Master Lu said so, we have to study the locations of the 7 major powers. Some situations are subtle and only outsiders can see it clearly. Foolish old you said with a thoughtful look. What he was thinking was completely different from what Lu Yin was thinking. Other than Yu Sang Tian and Master Green Grass, no one knew what Lu Yin saw. This was another world. Slowly, Lu Yin approached Ninth Spirit's Valley. Foolish old you didn't know what Lu Yin was doing here. Lu Yin stepped into the valley. The ground was shattered, and many portraits were crushed under rocks. Lu Yin sat on a rock and took out wine from his cosmic ring. He tossed a bottle to foolish old you. Old man, you gave me a bitter adversity expert just to appease my anger. Is it worth it? Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. Foolish old you looked at the wine bottle, opened it, and smelled it, smiling. Wine from the Tian Yuan universe? It's fragrant, not bad. He drank a mouthful of wine. At the same time, he sat on the rock opposite Lu Yin. If one didn't know them, no one would know that one of them was the master of the Tian Yuan universe and the other was the master of the spiritualized universe's wisdom domain. Good wine. Foolish old you put down the wine bottle and looked at Lu Yin. To be honest, it's a pity, but it's worth it. Yu Sang Tian is invincible, and someone has to stop him. You can't find such a person in the spiritualized universe, but I see hope in you. Lu Yin disdainfully said, use and be used. You treat others as pawns, but in the end, you're the pawn. Old man, compared to Yu Sang Tian, who do you think is the pawn, you or him? Foolish old you smiled, we're both pawns. The real chess player is this universe, and the human heart. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows, don't make the topic so profound. I just want to know if Yu Sang Tian knows that you're plotting against him. Of course he knows. So you're working with me openly. You can't say that. Although the wisdom domain has a high status, it can't openly violate the rules. Foolish old Yu paused and said, speaking of which, there are some paths that Master Lu shouldn't take. Adapting to the situation is the truth. Lu Yin drank a mouthful of wine. That depends on whether or not you have the ability to make me adapt to the situation. Foolish old Yu was solemn. If you don't, why did Master Lu come to this spiritualized universe? Why violate the rules and provoke Yu Sang Tian? Why do you need to hold on to his weakness? Lu Yin nodded. I admit that I'm not Yu Sang Tian's opponent right now, but will I be able to fight against him if I cooperate with you? From the beginning, you weren't clear about how to deal with Yu Sang Tian, but now you're impatient. What made you change? Foolish old Yu smiled bitterly. It's not a change, it's a fact. At the beginning, I only thought that Master Lu wanted to protect yourselves, including the Tian Yuan universe. That's why I advised you to stop while you're ahead and seek the greatest benefits for both sides. But you didn't hesitate to kill Tian Shou. You don't care about Yu Sang Tian's position or being surrounded by the entire spiritualized universe. I've seen the will of your Dayu manner. I've also seen the spirit of your Tian Yuan universe. Maybe it's impossible to make you submit to Yu Sang Tian forever, so we can only change our direction and fight against him. Lu Yin stared at foolish old Yu. If we really win against Yu Sang Tian, the Tian Yuan universe will suppress the spiritualized universe. Are you willing to see that? Foolish old Yu and Lu Yin looked at each other. You can't win. Lu Yin frowned. Foolish old Yu said, when I said we'll fight against Yu Sang Tian, I'll change our direction and help you, not ourselves. Yu Sang Tian, you can't win, but doing this will make you cooperate with us. The final result will be the same as what I predicted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-33. A cold wind blew past, bringing with it Yu Sang Tian's aged voice. I don't know what Yu Sang Tian's weakness is, but to be able to contain him is the limit of what you can do. I sincerely hope that the spiritualized universe and the Tian Yuan universe will not be at war again. Humans are the rulers of the universe, and in the future, we will have to face the infinite and unknown universe, the unknown beyond the springboard. Humans should unite. Be it Yu Sang Tian or you are both the future leaders of humanity. Lu Yin smashed the bottle, causing the shards to fly across Yu Sang Tian's face. Enough. Yu Sang Tian stared blankly at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Why had he come to the spiritualized universe? Just to make up for the karma. Then he could have done it alone. Why had the Tian Yuan universe rewound by 37 years? It was all because the spiritualized universe wanted to destroy the Tian Yuan universe. This was the prerequisite for everything. If Lu Yin did not have his current strength and the Dayu Villa did not have the strength, would Yu Sang Tian have sought him out? Would Yu Sang Tian stop him from reactivating the Tian Yuan universe? For those from the spiritualized universe, reactivating a universe meant one more chance to step into the eternal realm. Lu Yin did not believe that Yu Sang Tian did not want to seize this opportunity. Now, he was only saying that he was afraid of his strength. It was a possible truth based on his strength, but it was not sincere. This was the world of cultivation, and this was the human heart. He did not deny that many people hoped that humans would unite to deal with unknown dangers, but this did not include Yu Sang Tian or Yu Sang Tian. This old man had schemed against him many times, each time more ruthless than the last. Whether his scheme succeeded or failed, it did not affect the Jikong domain, but how many people had died. These words should not have come out of his mouth. Luin slowly sat down and looked at the broken bottle. He was tired, not physically, but mentally. At this moment, he wanted to return to the Tian Yuan universe and see the people he missed day and night, surrounded by his loved ones. That was life. Immortality. It was all fake. He did not seek immortality, he only wanted to live comfortably, freely, and carefreely. He did not want to fight and scheme. If there was a next life, he really did not want to step into the world of cultivation. This journey had been too tiring. The wind blew past, bringing with it the scent of green grass. Luin walked through the broken valley and arrived at the grassland. The green grass made him feel relaxed and happy. This was the happiness of ordinary people. After a while, Luin said, "Now that the first calamity is gone, who will take his place?" Seeing that Luin had calmed down, the foolish old man slowly shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet. Many people who had the absolute strength to become Sang Tian were defeated by you, Master Lu. People like the old salamander are not on the same path as us. There are also some old fellows who are still alive, they, Master Su Dao," Luin replied. Yu Lao was astonished. "Plain Master Dao. He seems to have sworn not to fight for Sang Tian's position." Luin said indifferently, "As long as no one fights with him, he will directly succeed Sang Tian. It will not be a fight." Elder Yu was speechless. There was actually such a saying. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Master Su swore that he would not fight for the position of Sang Tian, but he did not say that he would not sit on the position of Sang Tian. As long as no one fought with him, it would be fine. Now, how many people could compete for Sang Tian's position? More than half of them had been defeated by this Lu master, especially Yilan. Outsiders did not know about the grudge between Tian Shou and this person. They thought that Yilan had defeated Yi Sang Tian, which piqued the interest of this Lu master and made him want to challenge other experts. This was the impression of outsiders. Under such circumstances, no one dared to compete with Master Su Dao. They were also afraid that once they defeated Master Su Dao, it would arouse the interest of this Lu master and he would look for trouble. That would be the end of them. Under such circumstances, they could not refuse as there was no difference between refusing and admitting defeat. Those experts who lost to Lu master ended up in bad condition. As for whether Master Su Dao had been defeated before, no one had seen it. To a certain extent, this Lu master's entire spiritualized universe had lost its voice. Yu Lao agreed to let Master Su Dao step forward to succeed Sang Tian's position. "Master Su Dao is rather stubborn, you should persuade him yourself." Luin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted Master Su Dao. No answer. Continue. Still no answer. Maybe he was busy, or maybe he was fishing. Luin frowned. He waited until the second day to try again, but still no answer. On the third day, no answer, no answer. He looked at Yu Lao. Yu Lao took out a spirit cloud stone and tried to contact Master Su Dao. No answer. Luin raised his eyebrows. What was the meaning of this? Yu Lao looked at Luin in astonishment. Master Su Dao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. "Old friend, why did you suddenly think of contacting me?" Luin extended his hand and Yu Lao passed the spirit cloud stone to him. Luin said in a low voice, "It's me." The other party was silent for a moment. Isn't this the third master's voice? Why are you with that old guy? Speaking of which, I just finished fishing and wanted to contact you. Look, that old guy contacted me. Ha ha ha. Luin didn't care. It doesn't matter. Are you done? No, that fish came to provoke me again. I must catch it. Are you busy? If not, I'm busy. Master Su Dao was very anxious. Lu Yin said indifferently, "Okay, go ahead. I will go to Spirit Treasure Domain personally to find you." Cough, cough. What's the matter? It's a long story. Then make it short. You succeeded, Sang Tian. Master Su paused. Are you crazy? You defeated Bao Qi and defeated so many experts, shaking the entire spiritualized universe. Now, everyone is saying that no one can defeat you except for you, Sang Tian. You are only one step away from announcing to the public that you are Sang Tian. Now you want me to succeed. Lu Yin said, I am also Sang Tian. You are also Sang Tian. Master Su was puzzled. What do you mean? I am in the southbound realm, Lu Yin said. Master Su was stunned. Southbound realm. That sounds familiar. I remember now. I always felt that this place was not right, but I forgot about it after a while. What are you doing there? Lu Yin said, the Heaven's Hand's headquarters is here. I caught Yinan. Master Su was shocked. The Heaven's Hand's headquarters is in the southbound realm. Also, you went to deal with Yinan again. No one knew that Lu Yin had come to the southbound realm to find trouble with Yi Sang Tian after learning that Yi Sang Tian had defeated him, including Master Su Dao. Now, the outside world had confirmed two facts. One was that the third head of the Deu Villa, the top powerhouse of the Tianyuan universe who called himself Lu Yin, had defeated Bao Qi and the others and was about to succeed Sang Tian. The other was that the master of the Heaven's Hand, Yi Sang Tian, had replaced Yi Sang Tian. It was difficult to change the 7 major Sang Tians because they were very strong and only changed one every few years. Now that 2 had changed at once, it caused a huge commotion in the spiritualized universe. Master Su Dao didn't expect Lu Yin to find trouble with Yinan again and even catch one. What was this? Did he occupy 2 Sang Tian's positions? Right, there were 2 Sang Tian positions, which was why this guy had given him one. Master Su Dao's teeth hurt. Why did you find trouble with the Heaven's Hand? It can't be because the Heaven's Hand lured you here to use me to deal with you, right? This is their nature and not against you. It wouldn't be surprising even if you Sang Tian was schemed against by them. Lu Yin's tone was cold. It's not just that. During the Battle of Abyss, Miao Huang was also hired by the Heaven's Hand to kill me. I see. Then Yi Sang Tian deserves to die. He's just unlucky. There are 2 Sang Tian positions now. One for me and one for you. You make it sound like there are 2 pieces of candy, one for you and one for me. Those are Sang Tian positions, not candy. That's not how you divide them. Lu Yin looked at the sky. I can divide them that way. To the side, Foolish Old looked at Lu Yin. Only this person dared to say such domineering words. Even Yi Sang Tian couldn't say such things because he was from the spiritualized universe. This person was from the Tianyuan universe and had positioned himself as an enemy of the spiritualized universe from the very beginning. He could say whatever he wanted and do whatever he wanted. The spiritualized universe was very tolerant of his actions based on both sides' standpoints. This person might end up being besieged by the entire spiritualized universe in the end, so no one dared to provoke such a person. This madman was domineering just a moment ago. This was the madman who had beaten up the entire spiritualized universe. Why didn't Master Su Dao accept his spirit cloud stones? Master Su Dao also knew that this person was a madman. However, it had to be said that this madman was the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe. He was the kind of person who was revered by the entire universe. In the spirit treasure realm, Master Su Dao sat in front of the fish pond and was choked by Lu Yin's domineering words. He said helplessly, "Kid, there are some things that you have to pay a price for saying." Lu Yin's voice rang out. My price has always been there. It doesn't matter if I say it or not. That's true. Master Su Dao rubbed his head. But this has nothing to do with me. You can find anyone but me. I don't want to be Sang Tian. You should be. I don't want to be. You can be. I can't. If I say you can, then you can. The spirit treasure Dao needs a Sang Tian. Master Su Dao was speechless. To be honest, the spirit treasure Dao doesn't need a Sang Tian. With a Sang Tian, the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao might not be able to walk so steadily. Lu Yin was silent. Master Su Dao was right. The Sang Tian position was a benefit for the cultivators of the spirit treasure Dao to compete with other cultivators. It might not be a good thing for the spirit treasure Dao. I say, don't you hate you Sang Tian and want to carve words in the Ji Palace? There's no need for that. The Ji Palace's carving words is too extreme. Why don't you take two Sang Tian positions and attack whoever wants it? The day of the guardian spirit is near. You Sang Tian must lead 7 Sang Tian guardian spirits. If he doesn't have a Sang Tian, what face will he have left? You can disgust him. Master Su Dao suggested. Foolish old frowned. This idea was indeed disgusting. The day of the guardian spirit had always been extremely important to the spiritualized universe. Even the Sang Tian who was far away in the consciousness universe had to rush back. The primordial origin had always been in the Tianyuan universe, so the location of the guardian spirit was in the Lushan region. The primordial origin became the Sang Tian and represented the primordial origin itself. This was a rule that had been passed down since ancient times. Lu Yin was tempted. Foolish old said, even if there is one less Sang Tian in the end, it won't bring too much trouble to you Sang Tian. At most, they will lose some face, but there won't be any substantial effect. Lu Yin held the spirit cloud stone. Senior Su, I hope you can become a Sang Tian. Why does it have to be me? Master Su Dao was depressed. Lu Yin said, no one else can do it besides you. What about the dancing butterfly world? They really want to become a Sang Tian. They're still a bit lacking if they're alone. I'm also afraid that Jia Wu will be impulsive. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-34. Su Shidao didn't know about the grudge between Dancing Butterfly World Horizon and Yu Sang Tian. You can find anyone but me. I swore that I wouldn't fight for the position of Sang Tian. Lu Yin said naturally, no one will fight with you. You swore that you wouldn't fight for it. How about if no one fights for it? Beside the fish pond, Su Shidao was stunned. There was such a thing. How could no one fight for the position of Sang Tian? Especially on the day of the sacrifice spirit, many old men would risk their lives to come out. How could they not fight for it? But he was like Yu Lao, he quickly figured it out. With the third head, no one would dare to fight for it. How could they fight for it? Whoever fought for it would be unlucky. Those who didn't want to die couldn't fight for it. Bao Qi, Yinan, and the others' fates were there. Although those old men were tempted, they weren't stupid after living for so many years. Compared to being targeted by the third head, it was better to struggle at death's door for a few days. Su Shidao rubbed his head. Third head, I really don't want to participate in the battle of the outside world. Fishing in the spirit treasure domain and guiding the younger generation is quite leisurely. Lu Yin said, when I find a suitable person, you can lose to him and let him replace you. Su Shidao was dissatisfied. Is my face not your face? If you don't agree, I will go to the spirit treasure domain now. Come, what can you do there? You want to fight with me? If you win, I won't be able to be Sang Tian anymore. By the way, we fought before in the spirit treasure domain. As long as I spread the news that I lost that battle, I will never be able to be Sang Tian. Master Su said confidently. Lu Yin said indifferently, I want to join the Spirit Treasure Association. The Spirit Cloud Stone was silent. You are ruthless. Same to you. Alright, this old man agrees. Let's go fishing. I must catch that fish today. How dare it spit at this old man? I must pull out its tendons, peel off its skin, and dry it. With that, the Spirit Cloud Stone ended the call. Lu Yin threw the Spirit Cloud Stone to Yu Lao. Yu Lao smiled, he agreed. I have to. Lu Yin said. The foolish old man couldn't help but laugh. In the first half of Su Shidao's life, he was actually pursuing the position of Sang Tian. It wasn't until the battle with Meng Sang that he became disheartened. The position of Sang Tian wasn't as beautiful as he thought. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, no matter what you think of my Jikong realm, I have already confirmed this result. Weren't you curious about the fact that the Jikong realm is one generation ahead of us? I'll show you the results. The valley quieted down, and Elder Yu also left. The Jikong region and the Heaven's Hand had schemed against Lu Yin many times, but the Heaven's Hand had been destroyed, and the Jikong region had paid the price of Mr. This matter was temporarily put aside. No matter what happened in the future, Lu Yin could not do anything to the Jikong domain right now, even though he really wanted to. Compared to Elder Yu, the plain Master Dao was simply too simple. Several days later, news spread from the South touring world that the Master of Heavenly Hand had been defeated by the third head of the Great Uvilla. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The competition for the position of Sang Tian was once again filled with suspense. The spiritualized universe shook again. Everyone had yet to recover from the battle of the Void Abyss, and here came another battle in the southbound domain. It was still that third head. What exactly did he want to do? Did he want to monopolize two Sang Tian positions by himself? Everyone thought of the arrogant words that this person had spread to the outside world, such as harboring a criminal, challenging all the experts in the world, and even wanting to carve words in the extreme palace. Every single one of his actions challenged the bottom line of the entire spiritualized universe. This person was too arrogant. However, no one said anything else, as even Bao Qi's Sang Tian had been defeated. The battle of the Void Abyss had completely suppressed that person's strength. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Yu Sang Tian could suppress him. Why hadn't Yu Sang Tian made a move yet? Many people were worried that Lu Yin would really monopolize two Sang Tian positions by himself. What would happen on the day of the sacrifice spirit? Before anyone could react to this matter, the plain Master Dao announced to the spiritualized universe that they were going to support the Sang Tian. This was no different from a thunderclap that resounded throughout the spiritualized universe. Everyone's attention was drawn to the numinous treasure region. The plain Master Dao was the spiritualized universe's #1 numinous treasure heavenly master. They were unparalleled and extremely powerful. They had once competed for the position of Sang Tian, but they had been defeated by luck rather than strength. But hadn't this person sworn that he would no longer compete for the position of Sang Tian? The Numinous Treasure Society did not react to this, but they all supported the plain Master Dao, as their position among cultivators of the Dao of Numinous Treasures was too high. When the plain Master Dao announced that they were going to support the position of Sang Tian, everyone was curious about Lu Yin's reaction. Would this person act against the plain Master Dao? This person had stayed in the Numinous Treasure region for a period of time, and it was rumored that he had an extremely good relationship with the plain Master Dao. Not long after, Lu Yin announced that he was going to support the position of Sang Tian. This news was not surprising. If this had happened in the past, his actions would have caused countless experts in the spiritualized universe to attack him. After all, he was not from the spiritualized universe. But now, Luin had used his absolute strength to take the position of Sang Tian, which caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to be speechless. Even if they did not want Luin to take the position of Sang Tian, it was not up to them to make the decision. It was up to Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian was the one who made the decision, and the others were just there to watch the show. However, when Luin announced that he was going to support the position of Sang Tian, many people thought of something, especially when he announced that he was going to support the Plain Master Dao. The third keeper of the Daiyu Manor was protecting the Plain Master Dao so that the Plain Master Dao could support the Plain Master Dao. Whoever went against the Plain Master Dao for the position of Sang Tian would be targeted by the third keeper. Even if they defeated the Plain Master Dao, would they be able to stop the third keeper? Furthermore, the Plain Master Dao had the strength to support the position of Sang Tian. Countless people in the spiritualized universe were discussing who would find trouble with the Plain Master Dao. As for the third keeper, no one would dare to find trouble with him. No matter how they thought about it, all the experts in the spiritualized universe who could compete for the position of Sang Tian seemed to have been defeated. The third keeper had defeated too many experts by himself, causing no one in the spiritualized universe to dare to step forward. In the Spirit Treasure region, a group of cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association gathered outside the Plain Master Dao's residence. The Plain Master Dao walked out. Everyone bowed. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Sang Tian. Congratulations to Senior Su for achieving the position of Sang Tian. Congratulations, the Plain Master Dao frowned. What's the hurry? You have yet to achieve the position of Sang Tian. Heavenly Master Ji Shan smiled. Currently, no one can compete with Senior Su. Heavenly Master Yuran said, Senior Su, did you achieve the position of Sang Tian in the Spirit Treasure region? Heavenly Master Inghan smiled and said, of course. Our Spirit Treasure region also has a Sang Tian. Ha ha ha. Everyone was happy. Who wouldn't want to achieve the position of Sang Tian? Not everyone was as far-sighted as the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao's gaze landed on Heavenly Master Inghan. Are you really that happy? Heavenly Master Inghan was puzzled. Senior, are you not happy? Everyone looked at the Plain Master Dao. The Plain Master Dao looked at Heavenly Master Inghan deeply. How can you be happy that Heaven's hand has been destroyed? Heavenly Master Yuran and the others looked at Heavenly Master Inghan with astonishment. Qian Huifeng frowned. Senior Su, do you mean that Heavenly Master Inghan is Heaven's hand? Someone from Heaven's hand. Many cultivators from the Spirit Treasure Association looked at Heavenly Master Inghan differently. Heaven's hand was hated in the spiritualized universe. After all, they walked in the dark and specialized in assassination. No one liked them. No one was surprised that Heaven's hand could place someone in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, they were surprised that Heaven's hand was a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure. It was not easy to become a Heavenly Master of Spirit Treasure, especially when one had to climb the Heavenly Master ladder and become a Heavenly Master of the Spirit Treasure Association. Heavenly Master Inghan's face turned pale. She laughed dryly. Senior Su, how can I be from Heaven's hand? Senior, please don't joke with me. The Plain Master Dao said in a low voice, before the third leader came to the Spirit Treasure region, only you approached the Heavenly Master ladder. He came to the Spirit Treasure region because of Heaven's hand. It must be related to your operation. Heavenly Master Yuran's gaze turned cold. I remember now. You were the only one who approached the Heavenly Master ladder. Inghan, are you from Heaven's hand? Qian Huifeng, Jishan, and the others' gazes turned cold. If Inghan was only from Heaven's hand, they would not do anything even though they were dissatisfied. After all, there were people from different forces in the Spirit Treasure Association. However, Ying Han had helped Heaven's Hand to lure Lu Yin here in order to sow discord between the Spirit Treasure Society and the Daiyu Villa. At that time, everyone in the Spirit Treasure Society felt that a great disaster was about to befall them as they were about to start a war with the Third Master. If the Third Master had not also cultivated the Tao of Spirit Treasure and was different from the rumors, the Spirit Treasure domain would not be as peaceful as it was now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-35. Within a shattered valley in the southbound realm, Lu Yin retrieved the karmic spiral. He still could not see anything. This was one of the 7 karmic lands. Logically speaking, it should have allowed him to see something, just like the intent domain, but he could not see anything. He had been able to see it in the intent domain because he had forcefully blocked Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven. Could it be related to this? Several months had passed since the announcement that Sang Tian was going to take over, and Old Tao and the others were about to arrive. However, Lu Yin still had not learned anything. Every day, besides trying to use the karmic spiral, he looked at Fengbo's portrait and tried to deduce the truth. However, he had to wait for the 9th spirit. Besides this, he also did something else, which was to learn the Heaven's Hand Sourcebox Array, Scroll 16. The 2 Origin Array Heavenly Masters were miserable. They were forced by Lu Yin to set up Scroll 16 every day, and their hair had turned white. Third Master, we've tried our best. It's too difficult. Third Master, please spare us. No matter how powerful that sourcebox array was, it was still broken by you. A broken sourcebox array is no longer a threat. Third Master, please let us go. Lu Yin frowned. Continue. Scroll 16 Sourcebox Array. The finger sitting alone on the mountain rock with its back facing Lu Yin was very powerful. Although its power was about the same as the ancient sword, it felt different, especially since it was a humanoid sourcebox with a murderous aura. How could Lu Yin miss out on such a sourcebox array? The spiritualized universe's lock-breaking development had also far surpassed the Tian Yuan universes, and the one that had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the public sourcebox array. He did not know how it had been done. Lu Yin had always kept this matter in mind. And now, Scroll 16 piqued his interest, regardless of whether it was its power or its name. Scroll 16. Could it be the 16th? Were there 15 sourcebox arrays in front of it? His eyes lit up. If so, then where were these sourcebox arrays? The Su Master Dao had never mentioned this before. Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Su Master Dao. No, still no. This old guy had decided not to contact him. He continued. After a few days, the Su Master Dao finally answered. What is it? Have you heard of Scroll 16? The Su Master Dao was taken aback. Scroll 16. Not Scroll 15. Lu Yin's brows. Scroll 15. Scroll 16. The two simultaneously thought of the same thing. Where's Scroll 16? Heavenly Hand, Southbound World, Scroll 15. I've been to the Jikong domain before. I saw a strange spirit treasure array called Scroll 15. That old guy told you? Of course not. That old guy didn't say anything. He was competing with that old guy for Ming Chuan. Unfortunately, Ming Chuan lost. The 16th scroll was in the Heaven's Hand, and the 15th scroll was in the Intellicong domain. So, there really was one. Furthermore, the Intellicong domain and the Heaven's Hand were connected to each other. Could the 16th scroll of the Heaven's Hand have come from the Intellicong domain? How is the power of Scroll 16? Master Su was curious. Lu Yin described the 16th scroll to Su Sherdao, which made Su Sherdao's heart itch, learn it quickly and show it to me. Interesting, a humanoid spiritual treasure with murderous intent, it's rare. Where's volume 15? I don't know. I didn't go into the wisdom sky domain. I only sensed a strange numinous treasure formation. Ming Chuan also mentioned it. I wanted to test it out, but I was stopped by that generation's protector. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The protector of Elder Yu's generation. Master Su grunted. Every generation in the Intellicong domain has a protector. So you didn't stop me from dealing with him, Lu Yin said. Speaking of this, he suddenly realized, old man, you're really cunning. He understood that Master Su did not stop Lu Yin from dealing with Master Su not because he could not interfere. This old man did not care about cheating and his reputation. He wanted to use Master Su to deal with Master Su, just like how Heaven's Hand used Lu Yin to deal with the other experts. Su Sherdao laughed complacently, you were the one who killed and waited, I didn't force you. What does it have to do with me? Furthermore, you also retaliated by forcing me to stand out and help Sang Tian, disrupting my peaceful life. Lu Yin was not angry, as this matter had nothing to do with Master Su. Furthermore, Master Su was also what he wanted to do. In the Tian Yuan universe, Lu Yin used the Dai's 6 pips and had foresight. But in the spiritualized universe, he was passive everywhere. Even if he could gain the upper hand occasionally and find out the secrets, he could not change the situation. Master Su did not even need to scheme against him, as he could achieve his goal. This was the situation. It was not exactly using him, but just going with the flow. Master Su's expression was solemn. Master Su's methods. Scroll 16 and Scroll 15 are hiding something. I can't find it, so I can only rely on you. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone. He had to go to Imperial God Mountain. Perhaps Scroll 16 had something to do with it. But Scroll 15 was in the Wisdom Sky region. Was it a problem with the Wisdom Sky region or Imperial God Mountain? He did not want to think about it. He would deal with them one by one. Eventually, he would have to clash with these powers. He would study Scroll 16 first. A huge battleship sailed slowly towards the spiritualized universe within a square inch of space. On the battleship, the cultivators were silent. All of them stayed in their own quarters, not daring to leave. Only 2 people stood on the deck. One was 5 meters tall, and his every movement carried an unparalleled aura. Even if he just stood there quietly, no one dared to approach him. The pressure was immense. The other was a woman. Her beauty was unparalleled, and she carried a hint of sacredness. She held a wine gourd in her hand, looking half drunk and half awake. They were Wu Huang and the 9th spirit. It's almost the day of the spirit sacrifice. How nostalgic. The feeling of home. The 9th spirit leaned against the side of the ship, sipping her wine. Her face was rosy. Nearby, Wu Huang said coldly, what a waste of time. The consciousness universe knows about the day of the spirit sacrifice as well. That's why they set up such a trap. We have nothing to gain. The 9th spirit laughed. Why do you care so much? Didn't we also catch a 13 heavenly phenomenon? Can't compare to Wu Wei, Wu Huang said solemnly. The 9th spirit looked below the deck. Speaking of which, the 13 heavenly phenomenon are all at the starry sky level. But the difference in power between them is huge. Wu Wei left the previous revered Qi helpless. If not for his injuries, the revered Qi would not have been able to capture him. This is much easier. We can catch him. It's the same for those who have passed the bitter disaster level in our universe. What's the use of that Meng Sang and Bao Qi? If not for you Sang Tian, they could not have become Sang Tian. Wu Huang was unhappy. The ninth spirit said, if not for you Sang Tian, that Miao Wu Huang might have become Sang Tian. Kiki. At the mention of Miao Wu Huang's eyes flashed with killing intent. I'll kill him when I get back. Help me deal with the thought immortal while you're at it. The ninth spirit was vexed. Wu Huang looked at the ninth spirit. A few decades ago, Yi Sang Tian and the others were about to invade the Tian Yuan universe, but were stopped midway. I'm curious as to what happened. The ninth spirit put down her wine gourd. Her eyes flashed as she looked ahead. I'm curious too. That's why I rushed back early. The Tian Yuan universe is not easy to deal with. Can the primordial origin really suppress the cultivation progress of the Tian Yuan universe? Not just the primordial origin. The Tian Yuan universe also cooperates with our spiritualized universe. It's the eternal tribe. Eternal tribe. Who can be eternal in this world? They're even more famous than eternal life. She looked at Wu Huang. Actually, I'm most curious about that old salamander from the 10,000 beasts border. That old guy has lived for too long. He's just a coward, Wu Huang said disdainfully. The ninth spirit took a sip of wine. If the position of Sang Tian is vacant, who do you think can take it? Wu Huang's eyes flashed. My 10,000 beasts border. Fengbu's portrait flew with the wind, constantly reminding Lu Yin that there was a connection. On the other side, in the 100 Herb domain, the people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa had almost all left. There was no need to monitor them, and they could not beat them. Even if Yu Sang Tian had said that they would attack the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not be the first to die. The Dayu Mountain Villa's strength, even without the third master, surpassed any of the 7 major powers. If the third master was included, no one knew how many people would die in the spiritualized universe. They did not want to be the first to die. With no one monitoring, the 100 Herb domain returned to its former bustling state. Many cultivators came to search for herbs, and many others wanted to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. These people were arranged to stay in the 100 Herb domain, waiting for Lu Yin to return before deciding who could join and who could not. The change in the outside world's attitude towards Wu Jiang was not seen most clearly by Lu Yin or Wu Jiang's people. Instead, it was Yu Shan, who had been hung on a tree at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship. When he had first been hung there, people had come to see him every day, especially the women. They had all said bad things about Wu Jiang and comforted him, telling him what had happened outside. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to see him. It was not that the women did not want to come, but that most had been grounded by their families and could not enter the 100 Herb domain. Some had even changed their attitude towards the third master. What disgusted Yu Shan the most was that one of the women had blamed him for causing trouble for the Dayu Mountain Villa. She had hoped that he could put aside his differences with the third master and obtain his forgiveness. This truly disgusted Yu Shan. Yu Shan was unable to predict the development of the situation. He originally thought that he would not be hung here for long, that realm beyond heaven would definitely take action. He originally thought that the boundless expanse would be destroyed quickly. He originally thought that there would be a lot more, but he was wrong. The boundless expanse was fine, and that third head was known to be invincible. If Yu Sang Tian did not appear, no one would be his opponent. The people monitoring the Dayu Mountain Villa were gone, and the people inside the villa began to leave without fear. They did not even care if they violated the rules, and no one dared to act against the people of the Dayu Mountain Villa. This was the first time Yu Shan had experienced what it meant to be helpless. He had been able to destroy a domain by himself because he had Yu Sang Tian behind him. But now, no one could help him. How could this be? In front of him, Bian Ji and Yen Xiang walked past with Bian Xiaoxiao. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant. Geniuses, Yu Block, and the others had all left Wujiang, so they did not have to worry about the outside world. If someone really wanted to deal with them, then hiding in Wujiang would be useless. This meant that the entire spiritualized universe had begun to surround Wujiang. Bao Lu and Yi Yao walked past with the sentient kitten in their arms. They glanced at Yushan and then disappeared hand in hand. He wrapped Seven in a blanket and slowly crawled to the edge of Wujiang. He seemed to want to leave, but after some thought, he turned back. He had nowhere else to go in Wujiang, so there was no reason for him to leave. The Tian Yuan army, the users of the black energy source, and the large mechas all walked out and scattered outside Wujiang, spreading towards the 100 Herb region. The spiritualized universe's skies were beginning to change. Several months passed in the blink of an eye, and Luyin finally learned Scroll 16. The main problem was that the two heavenly masters of spiritual treasures had been too slow to set it up, and this was under the premise that they had experienced it once before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set it up in a few years, or even decades. Luyin quickly learned Scroll 16 through their setup. He used the power lines as killing intent and set it up within Jade Sky Palace. The Jade Sky Palace now had an additional sourcebox array. Luyin had originally thought that he could wait in the valley for the ninth spirit to return. But on this day, a piece of news came that forced him to leave the southbound realm. Luyin's expression was gloomy as he sat on the pole. Bao Lu and Yi Yao had died in 100 Herb region. This news forced Luyin to return to 100 Herb region, and it also shook the spiritualized universe. Bao Lu and Yi Yao had originally been minor characters who were not worth paying attention to. Even if they had broken the rules, many people thought that they had been used by the Dayu Villa. They were not the main point, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. The Dayu Villa was not protecting them, but rather the fact that they had broken the rules. But now that they were dead, the significance was different. This was especially so when Luyin had just conquered Spatial Abyss and Southbound Realm. His reputation was at its peak, and dying at this time was equivalent to provoking Luyin. Who would be so bold? Countless eyes in the spiritualized universe were drawn to 100 Herb region once again. Ever since the Dayu Villa had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe's view had changed along with the villa. Luli headed towards the 100 Herb region at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, no one spoke. Until they reached 100 Herb region. 100 Herb region was very far away from Wujiang. It was almost at the border of 100 Herb region, and Yuan Qi stood on the ground with a gloomy expression. He was surrounded by the Tian Yuan army. Luyin arrived and saw Bao Lu and Yi Yao's corpses. They had been crushed to death by a huge force, and there were no signs of any other attacks. These two were at most at the level of a spirit progenitor, and crushing them to death was neither easy nor difficult. The kitten was also dead, but it was a life form from the consciousness universe, so its corpse had not been left behind. I've searched, but there are no traces. It's just pure strength, and I can't find any clues. Yuan Qi's tone was gloomy. Bao Lu and Yi Yao were his disciples, and even though Luyin had forced him to take them in, he had taught them well during this period of time. Luyin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This place was rather far from Wujiang, which was why he had been able to silently kill these two. If he had approached Wujiang, Yuan Qi would have been able to sense it. Unfortunately, the progenitor was in seclusion, and unless someone stepped into Wujiang, he would not be able to monitor the entire 100 Herb region. To be able to kill these two meant that the attacker was not weak, but that did not mean that they were very strong. The main thing was that they had caught them off guard and suppressed their aura. Strength? Lu Yin's first thought was the myriad beasts border. Very few humans could rely on strength alone to easily kill a spirit progenitor while suppressing their aura. The difference was too great, and only the spiritual molds of the beasts in the myriad beasts border could do it. Spirit progenitors who were adept at strength could do it, and it would be even easier if they were at the spiritual realm. Karma spiraled around Lu Yin's fingertip, but karma was useless against the dead. Who is that person? There was another corpse not too far away, and it was even more miserable than Ba Lu and Yi Yao's. All that was left of it were bone fragments, and the ground was stained red by a mixture of flesh and blood. This was the center of the suppression, and no matter how one looked at it, both Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected. From the looks of it, the attacker might not have been targeting Ba Lu and Yi Yao, but rather that person. Luo Shan went to investigate, Yuan Qi said. He could naturally see that Ba Lu and Yi Yao had been affected, but that was not important. The attacker had dared to kill them without any regard for their well-being, which was no different from directly attacking them. Not long after, Luo Shan arrived. The other person who died is called Yu Qing. He was a cultivator who wanted to join the Daiyu Villa half a year ago. He wanted to join the Daiyu Villa. Lu Yin was surprised and looked at the person. Was it a vendetta? Anyone who wanted to join the Daiyu Villa would have been forced into a corner, or else they would not have taken the risk of starting a war with the entire spiritualized universe. It's obvious that Ba Lu and Yi Yao were affected, and the attacker's target was Yu Qing, Luo Shan said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-37. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. One wanted to join the Daiyu Villa, and the other two already did, but they were all killed in the 100 Herb territory. That person is looking down on us. I want to know who is so bold. The Daiyu Villa had not been in the spiritualized universe for long, and they did not have their own intelligence network. There were many things that they could not find out. However, Lu Yin had his own ways. Regardless of whether it was the Gate of Arts, the Zhikong territory, or other intelligence organizations like Heaven's Hand, he could find them all and get them to investigate this matter. If someone was forced to join the Daiyu Villa, then this person would definitely be famous. Half a year later, the Gate of Arts and the Zhikong territory did not provide the information that Lu Yin wanted. This was strange. The Yu Qing was only at the level of the spirit progenitor, so why couldn't the 7 major powers find out? For this reason, Lu Yin deliberately talked to Foolish Old and Zhan Ming, but the results were that they could not find anything. According to them, there were too many cultivators in the spiritualized universe, and as long as they were not too famous, it would not be easy to find out. Master, I found him. Rumu suddenly came over. Lu Yin was surprised. Yu Qing. Rumu nodded and smiled. This Yu Qing is not simple. Our royal god mountain spent a lot of effort to find him. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to let her speak, and he asked curiously, Royal God Mountain is willing to help me investigate? Rumu said, not for you, but for me. I'm still a member of the Ru family, and I have some status in Royal God Mountain. Lu Yin looked deeply at Rumu. Speak. Rumu's expression was serious. Yu Qing is from the Grand Universe Territory's Four-Horse Merchant Association. He is the nephew of the association's president, Yu Ting. He is in charge of transportation in the Four-Horse Merchant Association, and his status is not low. That's all the information that the Royal God Mountain has gathered. As for why he joined the Daiyu Villa and who killed him, we haven't been able to find anything even after several months of investigation. Otherwise, we would have told the master a few months ago. Lu Yin raised his brows. How long did it take you to find out Yu Cheng's identity? Rumu said, less than a month. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Royal Divine Mountain had been able to track down the Yueqing in less than a month, but neither the Gate of Techniques nor the Jikong domain had been able to. This was interesting. Because Shan Yan was under Lu Yin's control, the Gate of Techniques had no choice but to cooperate with Lu Yin at times. However, there were certain rules to this cooperation. For example, when it came to matters like this, they could say that they couldn't find anything even if they wanted to. Lu Yin couldn't do anything to them, and it was fine as long as everyone was aware of this. Lu Yin did not treat himself as the master of the door of techniques, and he did not expect them to give him an answer unless it was something major. However, it was strange that Jikong domain couldn't find anything. Elder Yu had repeatedly said that he wanted to cooperate with him, so why couldn't a small Yuqing find out his identity? Either the intelligence void domain was just a facade and did not have any control over the spiritualized universe, or they were unwilling to tell him. Logically speaking, it should not have been difficult to investigate Yu Cheng's identity, and the School of Arts should not have offended Lu Yin over something like this and made him distrust them. However, they had not been able to find out anything. Lu Yin then thought about the results from the Intellicong domain, and he looked at Rumu. Is this four-horse trading firm not ordinary? Rumu praised, Master is smart. The four-horse trading firm is not ordinary. How is it not ordinary? Lu Yin was curious. Perhaps he now knew why the School of Arts and Jikong domain had not told him. Rumu thought about it. How should I put it? Master, you should know that because Yi Shangxing's position as Sang Tian, the grand domain trading firm under his control became the spiritualized universe's main trading firm. All transactions with the realm beyond heaven have to go through the grand domain trading firm. Lu Yin knew this. In the 37 years that he had traveled back in time, when the spiritualized universe had invaded the Tian Yuan universe and fought against Yi Shangtian for the first time, he had heard of the grand domain trading firm's name and was not surprised. With Sang Tian's status, it would not be difficult for him to dominate the entire spiritualized universe's trading firm. However, the four-horse trading firm is an exception. All of its transactions are independent of the grand domain trading firm, and they are only responsible to use Sang Tian, Rumu explained. Lu Yin was shocked. Why? Rumu shook her head. I don't know. Can't Royal God Mountain find out? They don't dare to. Royal God Mountain will not touch any information that involves Yu Shangtian, even if they can find out. Lu Yin called Yuan Qi over and asked him about the four-horse trading firm. Yuan Qi was confused. What's the four-horse trading firm? Rumu explained, the four-horse trading firm has not been around for long. Senior Yuan Qi went to the Tian Yuan universe a long time ago, so naturally, you don't know about it. Lu Yin called Old Tao over. Do you know about the four-horse trading firm? Old Tao blurted out, the Yu family's four-horse trading firm. Master, are you looking for trouble with the four-horse trading firm again? Lu Yin said lightly, tell me what you know about the four-horse trading firm. Old Tao's face was bitter. Master, the four-horse trading firm has nothing to do with us. Why are we looking for trouble with them? That will be troublesome. Lu Yin asked, more troublesome than dealing with Wills and Sang Tian. Old Tao smiled. Not really, but it's close. After all, it involves Yu Shangtian and the Gate of Techniques. Lu Yin and Rumu were shocked, and so was Yuan Qi. The four-horse trading firm involves the Gate of Techniques. Old Tao nodded and let out a long breath. He said solemnly, we all know that the spiritualized universe has the 10 base sequences and the 88 sequence methods. Many powerhouses rely on the sequence methods to advance, and the 10 base sequences are more important than the sequence methods. The 10 base sequences are created by the Gate of Techniques. In order to create the 10 base sequences, not only do you need the sequence particles, but you also need some special materials. The four-horse trading firm is responsible for finding these materials and sending them to beyond heaven, where they will then send them to the gate of techniques. This is a trading firm that is independent of the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce. They do not participate in power struggles and are only responsible for trading these special materials because they only have to answer to you Sang Tian. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Old Tao said, "Don't look at me like that. This is all information from the Heaven's Hand. As the former Heaven's Hand number 4, I have seen a lot of information. Although the four-horse trading firm is important, it is not too secret. After all, it is just a trading firm and does not involve Sang Tian's level. However, although it does not involve Sang Tian's level, it will still be very troublesome for anyone who wants to touch the four-horse trading firm. After all, if they touch the creation of the sequence foundations, not only will the gate of techniques but also beyond heaven take action." Old Tao recalled, "I remember that the Grand Domain's General Chamber of Commerce once had the idea of merging the four-horse trading firm, but nothing happened after that. That was Yi Sang Tian's trading firm." Yuan Qi was shocked. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations can be found by a trading firm. That's impossible. Old Tao replied, "Senior, you have been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, so you are not sure. Before the four-horse trading firm appeared, it was indeed impossible. The materials needed to create the sequence foundations are very special. They come from various regions of the spiritualized universe and come from various cultivators. There are conflicts between the major powers, but ever since the four-horse trading firm appeared, these materials have been taken away by them for some unknown reason. In short, the four-horse trading firm is very important, very important." Lu Yi now understood why the Gate of Techniques had not told him about Yu Qing. The four-horse trading firm was related to the Gate of Techniques, so it was impossible for them not to know about Yu Qing. The Zhikong domain also cared about the sequence foundations, so they had not told Lu Yin about Yu Cheng's identity. They were afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for the four-horse trading firm. Yuan Qi still did not understand how a trading firm could find these materials. If it could really be done, the creation of the sequence foundations would be completely different from what he had imagined. Would it still be a 10-base sequence? How many sequence foundations did the Gate of Techniques have? It was definitely not as simple as he thought. He could not help but remind Lu Yin, "Master Lu, if the problem of the materials can be solved, the creation of the sequence foundations will be very fast." Ru Mu said, "But if the problem of the sequence particles cannot be solved, there will not be so many spiritual powerhouses on the verge of death." Yuan Qi did not refute. He and Lu Yin both knew about the existence of the small spiritual universe, but they did not know how many sequence precept-level powerhouses there were in the Royal God Mountain. That was also a universe. Although it was very small, under Yu Sang Tian's countless years of control, the number of sequence precept-level powerhouses born would not be too small. The two problems of materials and sequence precept-level powerhouses were solved. How many sequence foundations could there be? Yuan Qi did not even dare to think about it. Fortunately, the four-horse trading firm had not appeared for long. No matter how fast the creation of the sequence foundations was, there was only one Gate of Techniques, and it would not be too far away from what he had previously known. Lu Yin was glad that he had come to the spiritualized universe now. If he had come any later, it would not have been the 10-base sequence foundation on the surface, but the 20-base sequence foundation, or even more. He thought of the cauldron bell, the landscape map, and the other sequence foundations. They might not be very useful against someone at his level, but how many people in the Tian Yuan universe could reach his level? With so many sequence foundations, he could easily sweep them all away. Lu Yin and Yuan Qi looked at each other. "It seems that we have to look for the four-horse trading firm." If I don't do anything because I'm afraid of the four-horse chamber of commerce, then everything I've done before will have been for naught. Moreover, he paused for a moment. I want to see if the four-horse chamber of commerce is Yu Sang Heaven's bottom line. Although Yuan Qi did not want to face Yu Sang Tian directly, Lu Yin was right. Dayu Villa had just made a name for itself, and no one dared to monitor it. If they did not pursue this matter, everything they had done before would become a joke, and it would help the four-horse trading firm instead. If the Royal God Mountain could find out about the four-horse trading firm, the other forces could do so as well. The four-horse trading firm represented Beyond Heaven, and Dayu Villa did not dare pursue this matter because they were afraid of Beyond Heaven. Although Lu Yin's combat strength was almost unrivaled among spiritualized beings, and he had also shown an attitude that he did not fear Yu Sang Tian, if he did not pursue this matter, the attitude he had shown would become fake. He would forever be stuck at Yu Sang Tian's level. For himself, the four-horse trading firm might be the first time he would face Yu Sang Tian face to face after 37 years in reverse. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Master, may I ask if we are certain that the 8 Willows and Yi Yao were killed by the four-horse trading firm? Yuan Qi replied, we are not certain. Old Tao said, actually, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone is manipulating us. The Heaven's Hand has been doing it before, and we have just dealt with the Heaven's Hand. Could this matter be related to the Thousand Gates Faidu? Lu Yin looked at Old Tao. What are you trying to say? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-38. Old Tao glanced at Lu Yin and quietly suggested, although the Four-Horse Association isn't easy to deal with, our Dayu Villa is even more so. They even dared to carve words for the Extreme Palace, so why wouldn't Master dare? Furthermore, the battles at Jianyuan and Southbound Realm have established Master's reputation. No matter how powerful the Four-Horse Association is, do you think that Yu Sang Tian will protect them personally? That's why I'm guessing that the Four-Horse Association won't dare to face Master. We'll do what we did before and swagger around. The entire spiritualized universe will know that we're looking for trouble with the Four-Horse Association, so they'll definitely think of a way to deal with us. They definitely won't be able to beat us in a fight, so the only way is to help us find the murderer who killed the 8 Willows and Yi Yao. That saves us a lot of trouble. Ru Mu was puzzled. What if the Four-Horse Association really did it? Old Tao was fierce. Then we won't say anything. Just deal with them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are you that worried about clashing with the Four-Horse Association? Old Tao blinked. No, isn't that saving us a lot of trouble? Ru Mu smiled faintly. According to what you've said, there are only 2 possible outcomes. 1. Sima Commerce escapes. 2. Sima Commerce finds a scapegoat. Moreover, it's a scapegoat that can convince us. Regardless of the situation, we don't need to face them head-on. Senior Old Tao, am I right? Old Tao was solemn. You're underestimating the Four-Horse Association's abilities. They can definitely help us find the murderer. Even if they can't, Beyond Heaven and the Gate of Arts will find a way to help them. They want to protect the Four-Horse Association. Lu Yin stood up. It's decided. Everyone looked at him. Lu Yin looked into the distance. We won't alarm anyone and will look for the Four-Horse Association. Yuan Qi exhaled. They were looking for the Four-Horse Association not just for the 8 Willows and Yi Yao, but also for Yu Sang Tian. Old Tao's reminder had been timely, and it had eliminated the possibility of the Four-Horse Association escaping. Old Tao's expression turned bitter. Master, I can't figure it out. Why are you so willing to find trouble with them? Where is the Four-Horse Association? Lu Yin asked. Old Tao coughed. The Grand Haven. Yuan Qi was surprised. Yi Sang Tian. Didn't they say that they weren't annexed by the haven? The association's four-horse association, but with the four-horse association, because it's convenient for them to do business, they're in the haven. For horse association with the four-horse association not to the haven, it's because it is with the haven. The four-horse association's association is with the haven. Every year, apart from the materials found by the four-horse Chamber of Commerce, many of them also appear in the Grand Commons. The four-horse Chamber of Commerce can purchase many special materials there. B. 2. Old Tao said, Yi Sang Tian's main Chamber of Commerce covers the entire spiritualized universe and indirectly covers all the parallel universes that are connected to the spiritualized universe. It's not realistic to just allocate resources in the grand universal region. This leads to the idea of using regional allocation as the core. The parallel universes will allocate resources to the spiritualized universe, and the spiritualized universe will then allocate resources to the 36 regions. Finally, through the 36 regions, they will be transferred to the grand universal region. The haven can gather the entire spiritualized universe's resources. There are simply too many of them. The four-horse trade consortium will be able to find the materials needed to create the sequence foundation from these resources. Of course, they won't be able to find them in the grand universal domain, but rather, they will be able to find them in the 36 domains. This is the authority granted to the four-horse trade consortium by Beyond Heaven. There are 5 dispatching chambers of commerce in the 36 domains. All the spiritualized universe's resources will be sent to the grand universal domain through these 5 dispatching chambers of commerce. Before that, the four-horse chamber of commerce can look for materials to create the sequence base from the resources of these 5 chambers of commerce. This is also one of the sources of materials for the sequence base. There are people from Four-Horse Association in all 5 merchant associations. There were many resources in the spiritualized universe's parallel spacetime continuums. If they were all gathered in the haven, it would be difficult for the haven to handle these resources. It would be too messy. If these resources were distributed one by one, it would be easy for them to reach the haven in an orderly manner. There would also be fewer cultivators protecting the resources, which would make it easier to manage. When Four-Horse Association arranged for people to go to the merchant associations in the 36 regions, it would also be easy to find the materials to make the sequence foundation. The difference between the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe was that they were unified. The Tianyuan universe was too chaotic, and Lu Yin had wasted a lot of time searching for resources throughout the Tianyuan universe to create energy sources and mechas. He had encountered many cultivators along the way who had tried to rob him. Although he had not personally dealt with these matters, it did not mean that they did not exist. In the spiritualized universe, such matters would not occur. It would make it easier to unify the resources to Beyond Heaven. Yuan Qi sighed. When I was still around, the spiritualized universe's merchant associations were not completely unified. They were scattered everywhere, and if you wanted to find resources, you had to search the entire spiritualized universe. Old Tao said, now, you just have to go to the haven, and you can find even the rarest resources there. There's no need to waste time and energy running all over the spiritualized universe. Yi Sang Tian has contributed a lot to the spiritualized universe in terms of resources. There's also the Wisdom Sky region's methods. Lu Yin was certain. Old Tao did not know about this. Many things had the Wisdom Sky region's influence behind them, but one could only see it clearly when one reached a certain height. If Master wants to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, then there's an opportunity right now. It won't attract any attention, and you'll definitely be able to find the Four-Horse Merchant Association, Old Tao said. Lu Yin stared at him. You're not still thinking of ways to avoid clashing with the Four-Horse Merchant Association, are you? Old Tao laughed dryly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. After Master's decision, I'll follow the Dayu Villa's will. I can only be at your beck and call and share your burdens. Rumu laughed. Yuan Qi looked at Old Tao. This was a talent. Speak. Old Tao's expression trembled. I just said that the spiritualized universe's resources will be centralized in the haven. Before the haven, there were 5 merchant associations in the 36 filaments. It's not easy to become a merchant association, as many resources will pass through the merchant association's hands. Some resources can even be purchased by the merchant association themselves, which means that they have the priority to purchase the entire spiritualized universe's resources. This is a lucrative position, and it's not only useful to the merchant association, but it's also useful to others. Thus, there are many merchant associations vying for these 5 positions. The merchant association's positions change once every 20 years, and we can use this opportunity to compete for them. Four-Horse Merchant Association will definitely have important figures present, and they might even interfere with the merchant association's affairs and allow the other merchant associations to succeed. This way, we won't be exposed. You want us to compete for the merchant association's position? There's no need. The 100 Herb domain already has its own merchant association, and it was once a merchant association when it was flourishing. However, as it declined, it lost all hope of competing for this position. We can use this opportunity, Old Tao said. The 100 Herb domain had once flourished, but it had declined due to Yushan's words. It had practically become a cultivation desert, and no one dared to come here anymore. Especially with Yushan keeping an eye on it, the 100 Herb domain had become a forbidden zone for cultivators. However, there were many ordinary people living here. Compared to Lu Yin and the others, the 100 Herb domain was not considered large, and they could cross it with a single step. However, if one's cultivation was lowered to the progenitor realm, the 100 Herb domain would still be very large, and it would not be that easy to cross over. If one's cultivation was lower, such as a half-ancestor, an emissary, or even an enlighter, then the 100 Herb domain would be very large. After all, it was one of the 36 filaments. Here, even a mountain range could contain a starry sky. It was like a pond civilization in a starry sky, and there were many such civilizations. There was a mountain range that was once very famous in the 100 Herb region. It was called the 100-Leaf Mountain Range because of the 100-Leaf Merchant Guild that had once appeared there. The 100-Leaf Merchant Guild had represented the 100 Herb region and obtained a quota for the 36 region's merchant guilds. At that time, countless resources had been gathered in the 100 Herb region, causing the 100 Herb region to be envied by countless people and also causing the 100-Leaf Merchant Guild to become famous. Unfortunately, the 100 Leaves Mountain Range had declined along with the 100 Herb domain. Now, there were only a few people left in the entire merchant association. Old Tao arrived at the 100 Leaves Mountain Range, found the ruins of the 100 Leaves Mountain Range, and entered. The 100 Leaves Mountain Range's glory could be vaguely seen from the ruins. The unique symbol of the 100 Leaves Mountain Range was engraved in every corner, and it was glorious yet simple. There were traces of a spirit treasure array underground, and the entire mountain range was filled with cultivation grounds that were provided to cultivators who transported resources. All sorts of natural treasures had once grown in the depths of the mountain range. The entire mountain range was one entity, and under the protection of some sort of spirit treasure array, it could withstand a powerhouse of a certain level. This was the once glorious 100 Leaves Mountain Range. Old Tao clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. In a corner, a rock fell and hit the ground with a soft sound. Old Tao looked over, and under the shadow of the ruins, a person was lying there, sleeping. If not for the sound, one might not have noticed him. This person was like a normal person, and did not have any noticeable aura. His body was covered with grass, and there were wine jars beside him. He looked dispirited, like he was just waiting to die. Old Tao came in front of this person and kicked him. With a bang, the wine jar shattered, and the person who was sleeping was kicked to the ground. He cried out, and jumped up while covering his butt. Who disturbed your grandfather's sleep? Old Tao smiled at this person. Long time no see, old man Yi. The person who was sleeping had a face full of vicissitudes, and his clothes were ragged. His gray beard was still dripping with wine, and his eyes were red, filled with anger. Seeing Old Tao, this person's eyes widened, and he laughed. It's you, old friend. Old Tao smiled. Long time no see. Yes, long time no see. Suddenly, this person threw a gray substance at Old Tao, and the smile on his face did not fade. He grabbed the wine jar and smashed it at Old Tao's head. Old Tao was already prepared, and easily dodged. The wine jar hit the ground with a loud sound, and shattered. Old Tao was scared. You old man, you are still so treacherous. The person gritted his teeth. You old man, you kicked me the moment we met. Who's the treacherous one? If I didn't do this, would you have gotten up? Scram as far as you can. Great ancestor, I want to join the Dayu Villa, Yi Yener said again. Old Devil Yi roared, shut up. Yi Yener was scared. She had never seen the old ancestor like this before. Old Tao patted Yi Yener's shoulder. Yi Yener's shoulders became serious. You really don't want to restore the former 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce? Since I came here, how many times have you told me to scram? Are you really that anxious to chase me away? Yi Yener's eyes lit up. 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. That was a family legend. Old Devil Ye's face was gloomy. I know about the Dayu Villa. During this time, there have been many people passing by. Your Dayu Villa is lawless, provoking outland and even wanting to replace you Sang Tian. These have nothing to do with us. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has long declined. There's nothing left. I just want to spend my old age peacefully and raise this child well. I don't want to die with you. Old Tao had a headache. To think that I specially recommended the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce to the third master to compete for the position of the Chamber of Commerce. With the support of the Dayu Villa, even Yi Sang Tian wouldn't dare to say no. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce will immediately regain its glory. Old Devil Yi sneered. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce has flourished with the 100 Herbs region, and has also declined with the 100 Herbs region. Now, I don't want to follow the old path. Compared to the decline of the 100 Herb territory, following your Dayu Mountain Manor is far more dangerous than following you. One mistake and my family will be ruined. Yi Yener clenched her fist. I'm not afraid. Old Devil Yi glared at her angrily. Yi Yener stubbornly looked at Old Devil Yi. Elder, do you know what I've been doing all this time? I went to the Dayu Villa and asked to join. You're crazy. Old Devil Yi roared. Yi Yener was sad. We've been abandoned and are struggling to live in this corner of the 100 Herbs region. What's the difference between us and ordinary people? You want me to live a peaceful life, but I don't. I want to restore the glory of the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. I want to compete with my peers. I want to go to the 9 Regions Ring. Old Devil Ye's body trembled. The anger in his eyes dissipated and became dim. Old Tao sighed. Old Devil Yi, you're old, and I'm old too. We'll die eventually. This child is still young. She has her dreams and her path. Many people have died on the path of cultivation. Do you think the invincible spiritualization of the universe is so smooth? His path of cultivation is also bumpy. Even if you can protect her for a lifetime, can you protect her descendants? How long can you protect the descendants of your descendants? You're not in the eternal realm. Old Devil Yi closed his eyes and sat down slowly. He was very sad. Yi Yenner walked over and hugged Old Devil Yi. Elder, Yenner doesn't want to live a cowardly life. Old Devil Yi was silent for a long time and sighed deeply. He looked up at Old Tao with a serious expression. Promise me that if anything happens, even if she dies, she'll die after you. Old Tao nodded. I didn't hurt you, old friend. I'll never forget your kindness. Dayu Villa has been in the 100 Herbs region for so long, but I didn't look for you because I was pessimistic at that time. I knew that Dayu Villa was walking on a path of death. But during this time, I followed the third master to challenge the masters of the world. Do you know how many people in the spiritualization universe can stop him? The Battle of the Abyss and the Battle of the Southbound Domain forced the master of the Jikong domain to take the initiative to cooperate. These are the reasons why I came to you. If we join Dayu Villa, there's a high chance that we'll die, but there's also a slight chance that we'll reach the peak. If there's no chance, I wouldn't have come to you. Old Devil Yi sneered. Weren't you the one who urged Wu Jiang to come to the 100 Herbs region? Old Tao swore, it definitely wasn't me. It was the third master who saw the star map and confirmed that we should choose the 100 Herbs region. It's the best place to choose the 100 Herbs region, right in the middle of the 36 regions. Alright, let's go. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce should rise. Spiritualization Universe 1. In a corner, the dark sky was covered by thick clouds. The ground was dark red, and the magma almost made the surface transparent. A figure sat cross-legged on the dark red ground. After an unknown period of time, the figure stood up and opened his eyes. Another figure appeared beside him. It was a child. He looked about 1 year old, but he had the vicissitudes of life that didn't belong to his age. The child took a step forward, and his body suddenly grew to about 5 years old. Then, he took another step forward and became about 12 years old. He was about the same height as the person beside him. Then, he took another step forward and became a young man. Dark red power erupted from his body and spread out in all directions. As expected of a turbid treasure. It allowed me to transform again. I'm looking forward to meeting you, Lu Yin. The next moment, dark red godly power soared into the sky and spread out without restraint. In the sky beyond heaven, Yu Seng Tian suddenly looked in one direction. His figure disappeared. In the 100 Herbs region, Lu Yin suddenly walked out. He stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. Godly power. He felt godly power. The one true God had finally appeared again. During the battle in the abyss of space, Meng Seng Tian made Lu Yin enter a dream, causing Lord Qing to appear and everyone to attack him. Now, the one true God's aura had appeared in that direction. The one true God had taken away Tianxi's spirit seed. That was a turbid treasure. He had transformed again with the spirit seed. What would happen? Yu Seng Tian was the biggest threat on the surface, but the one true God was the biggest threat in the dark. On the dark red ground, Yu Seng Tian arrived, but he couldn't find the two figures. Looking at the ground, Yu Seng Tian's expression turned serious. This power made him wary. Tian Yuan Universe's eternity, where are you? At the border of the Tian Yuan universe. Ever since Wu Jiang left, this place had been sealed. The two gates were closed, and no one could leave. On this day, the heavenly hound roared and charged at the border gate. With a boom, the gate shook. A spear appeared from the void and pierced the heavenly hound. The spear pierced through and the heavenly hound howled in pain. Jiaolan Jilua walked out of the void. In front of him, a piece of land materialized. It was the Forgotten Ruins. The Forgotten Ruins deity had attacked. You want to leave the Tian Yuan universe? You're courting death. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu appeared. Countless cultivators attacked. Streaks of black energy pierced through the starry sky and attacked Wang Xiaoyu. The Forgotten Ruins deity had a headache. Jialanjiluo, we can't leave the Tian Yuan universe even if we want to. Staying here will only bring you trouble. Jialanjiluo's gaze was cold. It's no trouble. Just eliminate them. As he spoke, the white spear flew. Mirrors appeared around the Forgotten Ruins deity. Cold spears appeared from the mirrors. The Forgotten Ruins deity had no choice but to hide behind the Heavenly Hound. Countless spears pierced the Heavenly Hound's body, causing it to howl in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Forgotten Ruins deity used 9 wolves to devour the sky. 9 huge wolf heads bit towards Jialanjiluo. At the same time, the king's scepter appeared in his hand. Can you take the king's scepter? Not long later, the starry sky regained its peace. Jialanjiluo frowned. He couldn't make them stay. The Forgotten Ruins deity had hidden deeply. Why did this woman want to leave the Tian Yuan universe? She was definitely going to spiritualize the universe. Did she want to meet up with the only true God? On the other side, the Forgotten Ruins deity was helpless. I can't get out. I didn't expect to meet Jialanjiluo. Not far away, the Heavenly Hound's wound was bleeding. It could block countless attacks, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't be injured. Wang Xiaoyu glanced at the Heavenly Hound. Jialanjiluo has become stronger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3540. The God of Forgotten Ruins did not mind. This is the 3 worlds and 6 paths. They are the disciples of the founding ancestor. To be able to complete their apprenticeship, they already possess power that surpasses all. In the past, even primordial realm experts might not be able to do anything to them. If they were not suppressed by the founding ancestor, they would have all broken through to the bitter calamity realm long ago. Wang Xiaoyu found it strange. Why did the founding ancestor suppress them? The God of Forgotten Ruins shook her head. I don't know. If the 3 worlds and 6 paths cannot break through, we can't either. The founding ancestor is responsible for the destruction of the past above heaven. With that, she smiled at Wang Xiaoyu. Actually, don't you have this experience too? Back when Wang Xiaoyu betrayed the 5th and 6th continents and joined the Eternals, she was only one of the 12 marquises at the back of the starry sky of trees. Even if she could break through to the progenitor realm back then, she had been suppressing it. Only when Lu Yin rose up and the captains of the true gods died did Wang Xiaoyu climb up. The one who went through the same experience as her was ancestor Hui's son, Hui Wu, or Wu Marquis. Let's go. The border is sealed. We can either fight our way out or find an opportunity. The God of Forgotten Ruins stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. Wang Xiaoyu frowned. The Tian Yuan universe has been unified by the above heaven. Will there be an opportunity? The God of Forgotten Ruins smiled. Of course there will be. I've always believed in one principle. Facing Wang Xiaoyu's doubtful gaze, her eyes deepened. The future of the universe has long been determined. A universe will have a person who can decide the future of that universe. The founding ancestor, the only true God, Lu Yin are all people of this destiny. Even the great heavenly venerate, ancestor Hui, and a few others are included. Although not everyone can reach that position, they have the possibility. These people have a characteristic that can decide the direction of the war. They might be powerful, or they might be able to plan for eternity. Now that these people are either dead or gone, the Tian Yuan universe has lost such a person. Someone else will fill that vacancy. Wang Xiaoyu looked into the distance. The above heaven has many experts left, including the 3 worlds and 6 paths. Are they people of this kind? The god of forgotten ruins shrugged, who knows? But in my opinion, it's more likely that your lover is someone like this. Wang Xiaoyu did not reply. The god of forgotten ruins smiled. There will always be someone who will stand up and change the universe in the future. It may take a long time, but we can wait. Let's see what the Tian Yuan universe will become after losing little Lu Yin and the others. Let's go. The time will come. Woof, the Tian Yuan universe was a parallel spacetime. The starry sky was filled with bugs. Some of these bugs could be recognized, such as Qing Yi, Shouwu, 7-star sword, etc. Some of them could not be recognized at all. They were all in strange shapes. Countless bugs flooded the starry sky like a sea of bugs. There was a planet in the middle of the insect sea. It was a technological civilization that had just developed to the point of using steam. Crisp gunshots rang out from time to time, and the city became a battlefield. The entire city was shrouded in smoke, blocking out the sunlight. The puddles on the ground had turned black, and from time to time, people would step on them, some would chase, and some would flee. Not far away, in an ancient building, Yuling swirled his wine glass, admiring the battle. Suddenly, a group of people walked up to his house and wanted to violently push it open. Yuling's gaze turned cold. At the door, the 7-star sword swept past and those people all disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Even though he had dealt with those people, Yuling's mood did not improve. His gaze was terrifyingly cold. They're here again. They'll find this place in half a year at most. Behind him, a pleasant voice sounded. We're moving again. Yuling turned around. His cold gaze instantly turned gentle, with an apologetic and warm tone. I'm sorry. You must have just adapted to this place. What appeared in front of Yuling was a beautiful woman with delicate features and snow-white skin. Her entire body seemed to be carved out of crystal, beautiful and flawless. However, her eyes did not have pupils and were completely snow-white. Her name was Mabai, Qing Xian. Lu Yin had left the Tian Yuan universe for decades. During this time, although Yuling had been cautious, he had still managed to nurture Qing Xian. He had originally thought that Qing Xian would be a bug, but Mobai's appearance completely shattered his understanding. Qing Xian was actually a human. Mobai was a human, and looked exactly like a normal person. The only difference was her eyes, which were snow-white and flawless, causing Yuling to be infatuated. No matter how difficult the situation was, as long as Yuling saw Mobai, his entire being would soften. It's okay. With you here, we can go anywhere, Mobai said. Her voice was very gentle, but also very cold. Yuling understood her. This was already the most pleasant thing she had said. He smiled. We'll leave now. So soon. The sect above heaven is becoming more and more experienced. They have already met with the bug I left behind and will quickly seal off all the parallel universes. They will also quickly find us. I estimate that it will take half a year, but maybe 2 months at most. Mobai walked to the window. Is the sect above heaven really that strong? Yuling said, don't meet them face to face. There are too many powerhouses there. I know you have a talent for cultivation and can learn anything quickly, but it's better to be careful. Mobai nodded and looked at Yuling. I'll listen to you. After saying that, she looked up at the starry sky. From this angle, Mobai's beauty caused Yuling to be infatuated. He reached out, wanting to touch that snow-white skin that had captivated his soul, but he did not dare. He did not dare to blaspheme, for fear that this dream would be shattered. After looking for a while, Yuling forcefully retracted his gaze and turned to leave. However, after a few steps, he looked back at Mabai and asked curiously, "Why have you been looking in the same direction all this time?" Mabai looked away and met Yuling's gaze. "I'm used to it." Yuling nodded and did not ask any more questions. He needed to pack up before leaving. After Yuling left, Mabai looked up again and looked in that direction. It was becoming clearer. "Master, is that you?" Lu Yin had left the Tian Yuan cosmos, but he had not forgotten about the threat of the hive civilization. Thus, he had left behind a group of bugs that were specifically scattered throughout the cosmos to search for nearby hives. This was a method specifically used to deal with the hive civilization and allow the sect above heaven to find them. Even though this method would take a long time, there was no other way. There were some things that had to be done. Yuling's development of bugs had been discovered by the sect above heaven several times through this method. If not for this method, the sea of bugs that he had developed would have been even larger, to an unimaginable extent. Tuo Lin had also returned from the Tian Yuan cosmos. He had traveled through many parallel universes and searched for Lu Yin's tracks before returning. However, he did not directly return to the sect above heaven. Instead, he went to Earth. Earth was where Lu Yin had started on his path of cultivation, and it was also a place that he had always yearned for. Even though it was very close, Tuo Lin only had one chance to go there, and he would only go with the most sincere feelings. Otherwise, even if he could go there in a single step, he would not go. When he landed on Earth, he saw that it had changed greatly from when Lu Yin had first started on his path of cultivation. However, these changes only revolved around the people's lives and did not change the landscape. This was Earth. Tuo Lin walked step by step on Earth, walking along the path that Lu Yin had taken. Finally, he arrived at Jinlin and saw the giant statue. "Master is too great. We can't even see his back." "Is that so?" "I can see his back." "Thank you, Xiaoyu. This is the greatest affirmation for me. Actually, you're the one who can see his back. Don't be humble, you can really see it." "The people around. What's wrong? Are they pointing at us?" "It doesn't matter. Let them be. They have a lot of respect for Master, so they must learn to be tolerant." "You're the best, Xiaoyu. Without you, it would have been difficult for me to walk this path." "No need to thank me. He's our master. We should do this." "How long will we stay here?" "I don't know. Perhaps we'll wait for Master to come back." "He will definitely come back." Tuo Lin was looking at Lu Yin's giant statue. Many people around him were also looking at him because he was carrying Lu Yin's statue. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to exchange their pious attitude for the attention of the above heaven sect. It would be best if they could be accepted as Lu Yin's disciple. However, there were too many of them, and no matter how pious they were, they could not attract Lu Yin's attention. He stood too high. As time passed, no one dared to do so anymore. "Brother, it's useless. Your master Lu is no longer here." A voice rang out and entered Tuo Lin's ears. Tuo Lin turned around and was surprised. "Jiang Qin." Jiang Qin frowned and stared at Tuo Lin for a while. He remembered, "You're Tuo Lin." Tuo Lin smiled, "It really is Senior Jiang Qin." Tuo Lin greets Senior. Jiang Qin waved his hand, "Don't call me Senior. We're not even married yet. You're making me sound old." Tuo Lin was very serious, "Your master's close friend. It's only right to call you Senior." Jiang Qin praised, "I didn't expect Brother Lu to have such a polite disciple like you. You're much better than that Hui Can, ha." Tuo Lin was embarrassed, "Junior brother isn't bad either. It's just that we haven't seen his good points." Speaking of which, what are you doing? Jiang Chen looked at Tuo Lin strangely. The two of them had never met before, but Tuo Lin's appearance had been seen by some people in the Tian Yuan universe. As for Jiang Chen, Tuo Lin naturally knew that he was a friend of Lu Yin. Tuo Lin understood Lu Yin's path better than anyone else. Tuo Lin tightened the statue on his back. I'm following Master's path. Jiang Chen was confused. So, what are you doing? Following Master's path. What's that? Following. Stop, I understand. Good child, when Brother Lu returns, I'll definitely praise you in front of him. Tuo Lin smiled, no need. This is what a disciple should do. Jiang Chen praised, even I want to take in a few disciples now. Seriously, the more I look at you, the more pleasing to the eye. Do you want to go to White Cloud City to take a look? Your master has been there as well. Tuo Lin's eyes lit up, can I? Why not? Let's go. If we're lucky, we'll be able to see my sister. Her relationship with your master, BZZT. BZZT, what do you mean? BZZT. Sorry, I'm too stupid. I don't understand. What? You don't understand either. We're all too stupid. We haven't reached master's level yet. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Who did you say that to? Tuo Lin said, Xiao Yu. Jiang Chen looked around. There's someone here. Don't scare me, I'm a cultivator. Tuo Lin thought for a moment. All right, no one. Jiang Chen was puzzled. This fellow wasn't sick, was he? When Brother Lu returns, he'll have to talk about it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3541. Tuo Lin arrived at White Cloud City and saw Lu Pianran. He devoutly ate the delicacies that Lu Yin had once eaten. He also saw Jiang Feng sitting there motionlessly with a sword on his lap. Tuo Lin saw Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng couldn't see Tuo Lin, but he saw Yan Ruyu. Jiang Feng had been sealed away and stripped of his strength after encountering the Grass Master. He only saw chaos. As time passed, he could vaguely sense all sorts of auras. Yan Ryu was the second being he clearly saw. This child has a good attitude. It's little Seven's fortune to have you as his disciple. Lu Pianran smiled. Tuo Lin hurriedly said, It's this disciple's fortune to have a master. You're very pure. Jiang Feng suddenly spoke, startling everyone. Lu Pianran was surprised, then excited. Feng, you can hear us. In the beginning, Jiang Feng was sealed and did not speak. He just sat there. Other than feeling the sword, he could not feel anything else. However, as time passed and decades passed, Jiang Feng gradually opened his mouth to speak. He spoke about his feelings. Lu Pianran and the others listened but did not reply. This was because it was useless to reply as Jiang Feng could not hear them at all. Jiang Feng's words just now gave Lu Pianran hope. If he could hear them, it meant that the situation was improving. Jiang Chen was excited. Old man, you can hear us. Tuo Lin looked at Jiang Feng in confusion. Jiang Feng was facing Tuo Lin, so he naturally couldn't hear. The speaker was Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu was talking to him, but other than Tuo Lin and Jiang Feng, no one else could hear Yan Ryu's words. This was under Yan Ryu's control. If she wanted, she could let everyone hear her words and not hear her. Why are you like this? Yan Ryu asked. Jiang Feng replied, I encountered an unrivaled expert. That's why. Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen looked at Tuo Lin. not understanding why Jiang Feng said this. Tuo Lin blinked and subconsciously tried to cover it up. An unrivaled expert? Will Senior be well? Yen Ryu asked, will you be well? Jiang Feng shook his head, I don't know. I hope you are well. Yen Ryu replied. Tuo Lin immediately said, I hope Senior is well. Jiang Feng smiled, thank you. From Lu Pianran and Jiang Chen's point of view, it looked like Tuo Lin was conversing with Jiang Feng. They were pleasantly surprised. Feng, can you hear me? Dad, we're here too. Can we have a chat? Jiang Feng didn't answer. He couldn't hear. Talking to Yen Ryu and seeing Yen Ryu did not make Jiang Feng react. This was because he had been sealed, and before the hive had erupted, he had no idea that the hive was in danger. Going back 37 years, he would not have known about the hive's crisis. Jiang Feng did not respond. Lu Pianran and Jiang Qin were disappointed as they looked at Tuo Lin. Tuo Lin looked at them and shook his head in confusion. Lu Pianran smiled. Child, stay in White Cloud City. Tuo Lin was puzzled. Jiang Chen patted Tuo Lin's shoulder and said with a solemn expression, Your master, my brother Lu, respects my father the most. He will definitely hope that you can stay in White Cloud City and help my father. Oh yeah, my father has saved your master's life more than once. Tuo Lin said seriously, I know. Alright, if Senior needs me, I will stay. Thank you, thank you. Lu Pianran was grateful. In the spiritualized universe, Gate of Arts. Old Yu's figure appeared in front of Zhan Ming. That Lord Lu will definitely find trouble with the Four Horse Merchant Association. Old Yu said. Zhan Ming frowned. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The two who died because of the shockwave. You really don't know. To the people of the Tian Yuan universe, shaking the foundation of the spiritualized universe is their most urgent task. You should know the importance of the Four Horse Merchant Association. This is the matter of the sky beyond heaven. You won't let us deal with it, right? Even if the Four Horse Merchant Association is gone, there will be other merchant associations that will help us find special materials. Can it be compared? Zhan Ming was silent for a moment. I will let the Four Horse Merchant Association lie low for a while. Old Yu looked at Zhan Ming deeply. That Lord Lu's strength might be second only to Yu Sang Tian. Your key and our plan have all failed, but he is advancing step by step. He is advancing very quickly. You better make a choice as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. After saying that, he disappeared. Zhan Ming looked at the empty space in front of him. Make a choice as soon as possible? How to make a choice? He didn't even know what the Wisdom Void region was planning. On the surface, the Wisdom Void region supported Yu Sang Tian to control the spiritualized universe, but they were secretly scheming to weaken Yu Sang Tian's authority. On one hand, they wanted to stabilize the spiritualized universe, hoping to restart other universes and transform them into spiritualized ones. On the other hand, they had allied with the Dayu Villa. It seemed like they wanted to overthrow Yu Sang Tian, but only they knew what they were thinking. Zhan Ming's eyes flickered. There were two absolutes in the spiritualized universe. One was Yu Sang Tian's strength, which was absolutely invincible. The other was the wisdom of the Wisdom Void region, which was absolutely unfathomable. Before he could see through these, he didn't dare to act rashly. As for Lord Lu, he was too obvious. He seemed to have unlimited strength, but if he could really go against Yu Sang Tian, he would have gone to the extreme palace long ago. He wouldn't have been led by the nose by this old man. The Dayu Villa was destined to be destroyed. During this process, nothing could happen to the Zhan family. They had to get the key back. Only the key was the foundation of the Zhan family. Although he was sure that the Dayu villa would be destroyed in the end, as long as Lord Lu existed, he wouldn't be able to get the key back. The other party was too strong. He couldn't deal with Yu Sang Tian, but he could deal with him. He had to go to the cemetery and see which old men were still alive. Outside the 100 Herb region, a green leaf was flying towards the Grand Universal Domain. Lu Yin's group was on the leaf. Because he wanted to keep a low profile and prevent the four-horse Chamber of Commerce from slipping away, Lu Yin didn't bring Palace Mistress Yao and the others. He only brought along the disguised old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Shao, and Ru Mu, as well as old trader Yi and Yi Yenner from the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. He didn't care about the others, but he didn't want to bring Qing Shao along. Ever since he had captured Qing Yun, this younger brother of his had clung onto him. Even though the battle at the abyss of time had made him rein in his temper, he still stubbornly insisted on following them. It was easy to deal with him. He just had to suppress him in the boundless realm or the point commander's platform held to ensure that Qing Yun would be obedient. However, Lu Yin discovered something. Qing Yun's constitution would change according to his state of mind. For example, when he was angry, his state of mind would be obvious. When he was calm, his state would not be obvious. This was interesting. The more obvious it was, the easier it was to see. Thus, he brought Qing Shao along. On the leaf, Yi Yenner stared at Lu Yin. Was this person the third master of the Dayu Villa who was invincible in the spiritualized universe? He was really powerful. He had challenged all the experts in the world and had declared that he would carve his name in the Extreme Palace. He had continuously provoked Yu Sang Tian and even defeated Bao Qi Sang Tian. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to provoke him. He was really powerful. To the side, old trader Yi was no longer as sloppy as he had been at the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce's ruins. He had tidied himself up and was in high spirits. He was dressed in luxurious robes, and it was obvious that he was a businessman. Hand. Qing Yun was used to this and extended her hand. Lu Yin grabbed it. She was very calm. Lu Yin raised a brow. Qing Shao. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Behind them, Qing Shao was surprised. You're calling me? You're her younger brother. Yes. What about your parents? I don't know. We were picked up by the ninth spirit. Then you're not her younger brother. Why? Qing Shao asked subconsciously. Qing Yun also looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said indifferently, "You're ugly." Qing Shao was taken aback, and then he was furious. He wanted to curse, but he held it in. Lu Yin casually slapped Qing Shao's head. "You dare curse at me?" Qing Shao was stunned. "I didn't. You're cursing in your heart." "You." Qing Shao was furious. Qing Yun was furious. "What are you trying to do?" She was angry. Lu Yin could clearly feel that burning state in her body. Satisfied, he did not speak and studied it. Qing Yun gritted her teeth. This person was ridiculous. Qing Shao covered his head. This guy was crazy. When his sister had been captured, he had treated Lu Yin as an enemy. But after this period of interaction, he realized that Lu Yin had only grabbed his sister's hand and not done anything else. In the Battle of the Abyss, he had seen Lu Yin's unparalleled dominance. How could such a person be a despicable villain? Such a villain did not have such magnanimity. Especially when the people of the Dayu Villa respected Lu Yin from the bottom of their hearts. This made him constantly change his opinion of Lu Yin. Although this guy was still considered half an enemy, it was not a life-and-death feud. At most, he was a scoundrel. But what had just happened had left him confused. Why would such a domineering person be like this? Bullying a weak ant like him? What was going on? No one could understand Lu Yin's actions, including old Tao, but he was used to it. Old Trader Yi could not help but block Yi Yener behind him, afraid that Lu Yin would also grab her hand. This third master had captured a lot of beauties, even Palace Master Ya was captured. Yi headed towards the Grand Domain and met many cultivators along the way. They were riding on various vehicles, so Yi was not surprised. But he still attracted one person's attention. A blade flashed and slashed at Yi. Lu Yin looked up and saw a man holding a blade in the distance, staring at him. Old Tao blocked the blade and took a step back in surprise. What a sharp blade! Who is it? The man walked over with a cold gaze. As he approached, a bloody aura spread out. It was nauseating. Yi Yener's face paled. Qing Shao frowned. Who was it? There was such a strong bloody aura. You're still alive, old Trader Yi. The man stared at old Trader Yi and said in a low voice. Old Trader Yi looked at the man and his expression changed. He. You're still watching us. He. The one who's 10th on the white soul list. Old Tao was surprised. Lu Yin was astonished. 10th on the white soul list. If he remembered correctly, this person was the cultivator that Yushan had helped. Back then, Yushan had single-handedly destroyed an entire region by giving the 100 herbs to others. The first person he had given them to was Yi He, who had been helped by Yushan. Yushan had only used him to destroy the 100 herbs region, but the outside world did not know. Many people thought that he was related to Yushan. Yushan was backed by Yu Sang Tian, so who wouldn't want to curry favor with him? This also led to many powers trying to curry favor with him. With his decent cultivation talent, He had climbed up step by step and finally reached the 10th position on the white soul list. He was a legend. This person was a classic example of good luck. Qingming Festival. Thank you for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-42. Lu Yin had not expected this person to attack them, and he seemed to have a grudge against the 100 Leaves Guild. He sneered, the heavens have taken pity on me. I wanted to stay around the 100 Herbs region to find a chance to save Lord Yushan, but I didn't expect to run into you. Old man Yi, it's great that you're not dead. It's time for revenge. Lu Yin was curious, does this Yi have a grudge against you? Old man Yi replied helplessly, this person was once a guard of the 100 Leaves Guild when he was in dire straits, but he was kicked out because his hands were dirty. At that time, someone from the 100 Leaves Guild did not like him and humiliated him, but it had nothing to do with the Yi family. He looked at Yi. The person who humiliated him was also a guard, not a member of the Yi family. Why is he targeting us? Yi Yener was furious, it's because of this person that we don't dare to leave the 100 Herbs region. Old man Yi sighed, this person searched the 100 Herbs region for us a long time ago, but we avoided him. Over time, he also thought that we were dead. I didn't expect to run into him here. He sneered, I know that you're also a spiritual master. Even if I can beat you, I can't find you if you don't want to show yourself. That's why I gave up after searching the 100 Herbs region several times. Today, you've walked right into my trap, so die. After he finished speaking, he pushed the void and slashed out with sword annihilation. The sword light swept through a large region, causing Old Man Yi and the others to feel like they had fallen into a sea of sword light. This attack caused Yi Yener's face to turn pale, and she was unable to block it. If she was alone, she would definitely die. Even if the ancestor could resist, it would not be easy. However, there was no need for them to do anything now. Lu Yin looked up and flicked his finger. The wind from his finger entered the Sea of Swords, and the Sea of Swords vanished. The biting cold blade emitted a soft bang, and he took several steps back. He looked over in shock and stared at Lu Yin. The sword in his hand trembled, and the remaining force almost caused him to lose his grip. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open, and blood flowed down the hilt. It had been so easy that he started to doubt his life. As an expert ranked 10th on the White Spirit ranking, he was one of the top experts in the spiritualized universe. Even spirit primes would not be able to defeat him so easily. He was extremely talented in the way of the blade, so he could fight even without using sequence techniques. However, he did not expect that his horizontal/blade extermination would be broken by a single finger. "Who are you?" He was shocked as he stared at Lu Yin. It was only then that he realized that he couldn't quite see this person clearly. Lu Yin's face was blurry, yet it was clear at the same time. It was a contradictory feeling. This feeling made his heart sink. He had met an expert. Lu Yin casually sat down on the leaf. "They're my people now." "You're touching my people without asking me first?" His eyes flickered. At this moment, the trembling of the saber finally stopped. He silently lowered the saber. "You took in the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce. May I ask who you are?" "I am he, ranked 10th on the White Spirit leaderboard. I have connections with various factions in the spiritualized universe, so you might be one of us." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "They can't be on our side." His face sunk. He was extremely fearful. That finger attack made him think of a person, Yushan. That kind of unparalleled power made him feel helpless. In addition to the fact that he couldn't see Yushan's face clearly, he didn't want to be enemies with such a person. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to kill Yushan today. Lu Yin asked, "You're here to find a chance to save Yushan?" Just as he was about to answer, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. He thought of a possibility. Although it was unlikely, it was not impossible. This person was from the Dayu Villa. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce from the 100 Herbs domain, so it wasn't impossible for them to be taken in by the Dayu Villa. He hadn't thought of this before because the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had been in decline for too many years, and he had never thought that they would emerge again. He had thought that it was just a coincidence. Furthermore, before this person had destroyed the Sea of Sabers with a single finger, he hadn't felt that this person was a threat. It was only when that finger attack still had some energy left and he couldn't see the person's face clearly that he remembered. The Dayu Villa took in people who had broken the rules and fallen into desperate straits, so it wasn't impossible for the 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce to join the Dayu Villa. This person's strength was terrifying, and it made he think of one person, the Dayu Villa's third master, the person who had suppressed Yushan in terms of strength and had even defeated Yushan's changing of the 9 heavens. He didn't know if this person was the invincible spiritualized third master, but he could only pray that he wasn't. Otherwise, he would lose his life. He wanted to escape, but Lu Yin wasn't willing to let him. He raised his hand again and flicked his finger. This time, the finger wind was even stronger than before. It pierced through the void, and even time seemed to stop. The void was like a curtain being torn apart as it struck towards He was worthy of being ranked 10th on the White Soul list. The moment Lu Yin's finger wind struck out, he felt an extreme sense of danger. Blood energy surged from his body, and a huge blood shadow appeared behind him. He turned around and slashed out with a blood-colored saber in his hand. Old Tao was afraid. Blood saber, he's the ultimate move of the 10th on the White Soul list. Yi Zichen and Yi Yener both stared at this scene. The 100 Leaves Chamber of Commerce had declined because of the 100 Herbs domain, and the person who had prevented Yi Zichen from leaving the 100 Herbs domain was this person. Yi Yen'er also knew that they didn't dare to face this person head-on. Now, they finally saw this person's strength. Once the blood saber appeared, it was enough to prevent many spiritual masters from fighting for the 10th position on the white soul list. The finger wind whistled past and collided with the blood saber. The blood saber collapsed, and the huge blood shadow collapsed at the same time. He didn't even turn his head. Sequence particles appeared and pressed down on the finger wind. Yi Chen ranked 30th in the sequence. Bang! There was a soft sound, and he lowered his head. A bloody wound had appeared on his chest, pierced through by the finger wind. Neither the blood saber nor the sequence technique could block it. This was the difference in absolute strength. When the gap reached a certain level, nothing could be done to make up for it. He coughed up blood and stood where he was. He slowly turned around, not daring to escape. At this moment, his entire body felt cold. He knew that if he continued to run, he would definitely die. "Come here," Lu Yin said softly. He clutched his chest as blood dripped down his clothes and dyed his feet red. He slowly approached Lu Yin. "You're here to find the right time to save Yushan?" Lu Yin asked. Sweat dripped from Yi's forehead. "Yes." "Do you know who I am?" He shook his head. "No." "Then think about it." Lu Yin then pushed him into the hell of the general stage. From start to finish, Lu Yin had only used 2 fingers to defeat this person ranked 10th on the white soul list. His battle prowess was overwhelming. This was Lu Yin's true strength. If he had just arrived in the spiritualized universe, he would not have needed to be so fast. He would have taken his time, just like how he dealt with those who had targeted Wu Jiang. However, after the battle at the Abyss of Geyser, his strength had been exposed, and there was no need to hide it. To deal with this kind of strength, 1 finger was enough. To Lu Yin, this was a small matter, but to Yi Yen'er and old traitor Yi, it was extremely shocking. He was ranked 10th on the white soul list, and he was a powerhouse who had forced them not to leave the 100 herb territory. He had a chance to fight for Sang Tian's position in the future, but he had been defeated just like that. He had been defeated so miserably that he had not been able to retaliate at all. Old Tao was not surprised, but he still flattered Lu Yin and smiled. "Master, you're invincible in spiritualization. This little Xiao Bai, who ranks 10th on the spiritualized list, dares to come here. He's really courting death. I only hate that I'm not strong enough to share Master's burden." Old traitor Yi rolled his eyes. "Shameless." Yi Yen'er pursed her lips. She was shocked by Lu Yin's strength, but she was also disgusted by old Tao. This person had not been like this in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild's ruins. Yi continued to fly towards the Grand Domain. Lu Yin was not interested in the grudges of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. As someone like Yi, he was not worthy of his attention. What he was curious about was how to obtain a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old traitor Yi respectfully said, "There are over 100 merchant guilds in the entire spiritualized universe, but only 5 of the 36 filaments can compete for a position in the Grand Domain. These 5 are the ones that the main merchant guild cares about. To compete for one of these positions, the first step is to register at Bai City in the Grand Domain. At the same time, you'll have to hand over 100 million spirit seeds." Old Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. That much? Qin Yun, Ru Mu, and the others were shocked as well. Cultivation in the spiritualized universe started with spirit seeds, which would enter the body, cultivate, and achieve a spiritual molt. Spirit seeds came from all over the spiritualized universe, and spirit seed mines would even appear. The spiritualized universe did not have a perfect explanation as to why this was the case. After a spiritualized cultivator died, the spirit seed within their body would dissipate the moment their life force stopped growing. The importance of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe surpassed the importance of star essence and the like in the Tianyuan universe. In the Tianyuan universe, as long as one stepped onto the path of cultivation without star energy, their cultivation would at most stagnate, and it would be difficult for them to progress. However, in the spiritualized universe, as long as one did not have a spirit seed, they would not be able to cultivate. 100 million spirit seeds were equivalent to 100 million cultivators, which was an exaggerated number. However, it only seemed like a lot. How many cultivators were there in the spiritualized universe? It was impossible to count them all, so who could accurately calculate how many cultivators there were in the Tianyuan universe? Even the above heaven sect could not do it. Old Trader Yi shook his head. 100 million spirit seeds is not a lot, but it's not a small number either. The number of merchant guilds participating in the competition for a position in the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild will be the same number of spirit seeds. The most important thing is, Rumu interjected, the spirit seeds will not be returned. Old Trader Yi glanced at her and nodded. Old Tao's face twitched. Not returning. So shameless. Luyin thought so as well. It was too shameless. Shouldn't they return the spirit seeds if they failed in the competition? Old Trader Yi smiled bitterly. When we first heard of this rule, we had the same reaction, but we can't change it. This is the rules of the main merchant guild. The entry resources of 100 million spirit seeds will not be returned, even if they fail in the competition. After handing over the entry resources, they will wait for the notification. When Isengtian arrives, the merchant guilds will each write down the price they can pay, which is the amount of resources they have to hand over to the main merchant guild every year. The 5 with the highest amount will succeed. Luyin asked, "Can we meet Isengtian?" Old Trader Yi nodded. Yes. What if Isengtian is not satisfied with these numbers? Qing Xiao was curious. Old Trader Yi said, "Then we'll have an open competition. The highest bidder will win." Luyin laughed. That old guy really knows how to play. He paused for a moment before continuing, "The competition is held once every 20 years, and it's so frequent. Even an ordinary person can continue operating for 20 years, and it's very rare for a company to decline." Qing Yun said, "The main merchant guild wants to earn the entry resources from the competition." Rumu interjected, "It also means to increase the influence of the main merchant guild." Old Tao said, "Perhaps they are also worried about some merchant guilds becoming bigger, so they have to keep changing. No one will believe that there is no problem. It depends on who the main merchant guild is willing to let become the merchant guild." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3543. Isengtian was one of the 7 great sanctions, and he was also a merchant. If Lu Yin wanted to consider his thoughts, he had to consider it from a merchant's point of view. Xiong Shi was the most suitable choice, but Lu Yin was not interested. "I don't have 100 million spirit seeds. What about resources of equivalent value?" Lu Yin asked. Old Sly Yi replied, "Resources worth more than 100 million spirit seeds cannot be of equivalent value." Lu Yin laughed, as old Sly Yi really did not want to be taken advantage of. Lu Yin had taken advantage of many similar things in the Tianyuan universe. He would give it to Isengtian for now and return it in the future. Right, this guy's sealed world was still with him, and he had almost finished digesting it. No matter what, he was still ranked 5th in the sequence foundation. This loss was not small. The Grand Universal Domain was the most bustling of the 36 domains in the spiritualized universe. It was the center of the spiritualized universe's trade, and all sorts of resources were gathered there. One could find anything as long as one had the money. Spirit seeds were the most popular resources in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's group arrived at the grand universal domain, and the closer they got, the more people they saw. The grand universal domain was like a whirlpool in the sea that constantly attracted people. This time, Lu Yin kept a low profile and did not attract any attention. They smoothly reached the grand universal domain and arrived outside Bai City. It's not that easy to enter Bai City. Everyone who enters has to be questioned. It might not seem useful, but the answers to the questions are intelligence. It might not be useful to you, but it's useful to others. Everyone has their own life and social circle. These answers can be sold at a high price to Heaven's hand, Old Tao said as he looked at Bai City. Qing Shao was shocked. This can be sold for money. Old Tao smiled. Kid, anything can be sold for money in the universe. It just depends on whether you can think of it. Soon, it was Lu Yin's turn. Name. Indian. The person who asked did not even look up. Age. 121. Hometown. Destroyed. Destination. Here. Purpose. To buy something. What do you want to buy? After a series of questions, Lu Yin's answers were casual, and the people he asked were casual as well. They might seem worthless, but after some analysis, they would eventually be able to figure out something out. Humans could not completely escape themselves even if they lied. As long as someone paid attention to Lu Yin's answers, a group of people would analyze them. Soon, Lu Yin's group entered Bai City. Bai City was huge, and there were people everywhere as far as the eye could see. There were shops selling goods everywhere, and it had been a long time since he had experienced such a feeling. In the past, every inch of land in the Great Yu Empire's capital had been worth gold, and it had become the most expensive area in the outerverse. But now, he no longer cared about money. Once one's horizons were broadened, what they saw would be completely different from before. Old Cunning Yi sighed. Bai City is still the same, nothing has changed. I never thought that I would be able to come to Bai City again in my lifetime. Yi Yenner's eyes lit up. Ancestor, it's so lively here. Old Cunning Yi could not help but laugh. Although it's lively, the price paid is not small. If not for Yi Sang Tian's existence, this place would not be like this. Let's go and submit the entry resources. At the very center of Bai City was the place where one could submit their resources. The enormous building overlooked everything, and there were merchants entering and leaving from time to time. There were even more people surrounding the area, watching every person who entered and exited. Lu Yin heard the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. Old Cunning Yi and the others had not even entered to register, but someone had already found out about it. It must have been someone who had inquired at the city gates. Old Cunning Yi had announced the name of the 100 Leaves Merchant Guild and had even mentioned that he wanted to compete for a spot in the Merchant Guild. 100 Leaves Merchant Guild. I've never heard of it. It's probably a regional merchant guild. They can't even leave their own region, so what are they doing here? Someone commented. Don't underestimate them. After all, if they dare to throw out 100 million spirit seeds, they must have some strength. Let's check and see what kind of business they do and which region they're from. Not long after, Lu Yin and the others were brought to a huge restaurant. After submitting their entry resources, the main merchant guild arranged a place for them to stay. Yi Yenner muttered, I thought that they wouldn't even arrange a place for us to stay. Qing Shao rolled his eyes. 100 million spirit seeds. I can buy this entire restaurant. That's too much of a loss. Ru Mu smiled faintly. It doesn't matter to the head. Old Cunning Yi looked at Lu Yin strangely. The entry resources that he had submitted were worth more than 100 million spirit seeds, but he recognized that item. This third master must have stolen it. Lu Yin really did not care. He had too many treasures in his cosmic ring, and any one of them would be enough. It should start soon, old Tao said. Yi Yenner was curious. Start what? Old Tao chuckled. Ask your ancestor. Yi Yenner looked at Old Cunning Yi curiously. Old Cunning Yi walked over to the window. The main merchant guild didn't arrange a place for us out of kindness. Competing for a spot in the merchant guild is a form of robbery. During the competition, resources are used, but before the competition, it's all about strength. Just as he finished speaking, there was an explosion not far away. Yi Yenner was startled. Lu Yin looked over and saw that someone had started fighting. However, this restaurant was clearly protected, so as long as it did not cause too much of a commotion, it would be able to withstand. Otherwise, a battle between spirit warriors would be enough to destroy the restaurant. Before the competition, at least a fifth of the merchant guilds disappear. They've either been merged or destroyed, which is very normal. At most, 2/3 of the merchant guilds disappeared. It's said that there are only 7 or 8 competing guilds, Old Tao sighed. Old Cunning Yi said in a low voice, many of them aren't even merchant guilds, but rather family factions. They're here to gather resources and have priority in choosing. For this reason, they don't mind giving the main merchant guild a sum of resources every year. The main merchant guild doesn't care. Qing Shao did not understand. Old Cunning Yi said, as long as they don't cause too much of a commotion, they don't care. Old Tao smiled. If our master wants to, he can make these merchant guilds disappear with a flip of his hand. Ha! Ru Mu smiled faintly. If the master wants to, even the main merchant guild can disappear, let alone a merchant guild. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was true. The more smoothly the spiritualized universe developed, the worse it would be for the Tian Yuan universe. The main merchant guild's distribution method allowed the spiritualized universe to trade smoothly and save time and effort, which was not a good thing. He could bring this method back to the Tian Yuan universe, but it would be best to destroy the spiritualized universe. He stayed in the restaurant for a few days, and there were chaotic battles every day. Lu Yin just happened to be enjoying the show. However, on this day, trouble came looking for him. Someone was harassing Qing Yun, and Qing Shao fought. Even Old Tao joined the battle. With someone at the spirit realm acting, the main merchant guild sent someone to intervene. Only then did both sides stop. Master, the other party isn't a merchant guild. They're definitely a powerful faction, Old Tao said. Of course, Lu Yin knew that. Spirit realm experts were not cabbages. Old Tao was the vice city lord of Torch City. If a merchant guild could have someone at the spirit realm, then wouldn't there be as many spirit realm experts as passers-by? That was impossible. One had to know that Saint Daliu was in charge of the Daliu region, and he was only at the spirit realm. The Kai family only had 3 cultivators at the spirit realm. Old Cunning Yi said, originally, people like us were not taken seriously. The other party must have seen that Old Tao is a spirit realm expert and decided to test us. They are not afraid of competing with merchant guilds. No matter how powerful they are, they can't reach the level of a master of a region. They are afraid of the same opponent. Qing Shao came over and said angrily, those bastards actually used my sister as an excuse. One day, we will destroy them. Qing Yun frowned. Don't talk about it. It's just an excuse. Lu Yin said, they can't pin it on me. He then said to Qing Shao, go and find them for a chat. Qing Shao's eyes lit up. All right. Hand. Lu Yin sat down. Qing Yun glanced at Lu Yin and helplessly put her hand down. She was used to it. Old Tao and Ru Mu stood at the side. Old Cunning Yi and Yi Yenner were at the corner. Not long after, Qing Shao came back with several people behind him. They were all arrogant and looked down on everything. Especially a young man who stared at Qing Yun the moment he came in. Qing Yun had changed her appearance, but she was still very beautiful and attractive. "Beauty, we meet again. Are you still thinking about this young master?" "Ha!" The young man laughed. Qing Shao walked behind Qing Yun and looked at the few people with a calm expression. These guys were going to be unlucky. "Shut up!" A middle-aged man shouted sternly. This man was tall and sturdy, and it was obvious that he was very powerful. Especially his hands, they were abnormally large. The young man shut up. The middle-aged man glanced at Old Tao and Old Cunning Yi, then looked at Lu Yin. "Seems like I guessed right. You guys are not from the merchant guilds." Lu Yin said, "You guys are not either. Let's get to know each other." Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended and directly pressed these people to the ground. The pressure was only directed at these people. Even Qing Yun, Old Tao, and the rest did not feel it. These people felt as if the sky and earth were falling apart. Everything they saw turned gray as if the world was collapsing. Their brains felt as if they were being smashed by a giant hammer. They felt dizzy and could hear the sound of their bones being crushed. They could hear their hearts beating and their blood flowing. At this moment, the universe was no longer the universe. It was as if the entire universe was spinning in reverse. The young man fainted. The middle-aged man was shocked. They were in trouble. He was a spirit mage and could even fight against those on the white soul list. It was not that he had not experienced the pressure of a spirit prime before, but he had never encountered such a terrifying pressure. This pressure was unbelievable. Even the old ancestor could not compare. What kind of powerhouse was this person? Could it be Du Ku Yi? Why would such a person come to Bai City? Why did Yi Sangtian not come out? He felt as if his bones were being crushed. He resisted the dizziness and bit down on his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the pressure disappeared. Only the middle-aged man remained conscious. The people around him had all fainted and collapsed to the ground. Lu Yin held Qing Yun's hand. She was clearly in a much better state after being burned. It seemed that this woman was only calm on the surface. This matter had made her very angry, and she felt like she was venting her anger. Cough, cough, cough. The middle-aged man kept coughing up blood. His body trembled as he slowly sat up. He panted heavily and slowly looked up at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with fear. "You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.